Every day, millions of people open Tinder, Bumble, and other apps searching for connection. But behind those casual swipes are stories that defy imagination. Some lead to romance, others to betrayal, and a few spiral into chilling mysteries. This is Daily Story, and tonight, we bring you one of those tales. His smile was wide, impossibly wide, stretching the corners of his mouth past what any human face should allow, revealing a flash of teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. And he was right behind me. In the photo, on my phone, taken inside my own house. The phone dropped from my numb fingers, clattering against the hardwood floor. The screen, miraculously, did not crack, and Ethan's triumphant, unchanging grin stared up at me from the polished wood. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold, sharp gas that felt like I was swallowed ice. He was here. He was not just a glitch in a photo anymore, not just a shimmer in the periphery of my vision. He was physically, tangibly here. The image on my phone confirmed it, a cruel, undeniable truth that slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. I could feel the phantom pressure of his presence behind me, even though I knew, rationally, he was not standing there right now. But he had been, and he could be again. My eyes darted around the living room, the space that had once been my sanctuary, now a hunting ground. The afternoon sun, usually so comforting, now cast long, sinister shadows that seemed to ride and stretch with a life of their own. Every creak of the old house, every whisper of the wind against the window pane, became a harbinger of his return. I did not dare pick up the phone. I did not want to see that smile again, not even on a screen. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. My mind, usually so adept at rationalizing, at finding explanations, was a chaotic mess of primal fear. This was not stress. This was not a delusion. This was real, and it was here for me. My first instinct was to run. But where? The front door felt miles away, an insurmountable barrier between me and the outside world. And even if I made it out, where would I go? Jessica, my only friend, thought I was losing my mind. The police had already dismissed my frantic calls. I was truly, utterly alone. A faint, almost imperceptible sound broke through the ringing in my ears. It sounded like a soft, wet click, like a camera shutter. From the kitchen, my blood ran cold. The kitchen, the place where the blurry entity had first appeared in the Polaroid, its form now solidified, its grin Ethan's. I did not move. I could not. My feet felt rooted to the spot, my muscles locked in a silent scream. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of wrongness, like the atmosphere before a violent storm. The silence that followed the click was even worse, a suffocating vacuum that seemed to press in on me from all sides. Then a new sound, a low, guttural chuckle. It was not Ethan's voice, not exactly. It was deeper, rougher, like rocks grinding together, but laced with an undeniable, chilling mirth. And it came from the kitchen. That snapped me out of my paralysis. I let out a choked cry, a pathetic whimper, and scrambled backward, away from the kitchen door. My back hit the wall with a jarring thud, but I barely registered the pain. My eyes were glued to the entryway, expecting him to appear, expecting that smile to materialize in the dim light. He did not appear. Not yet, but something else did. A new Polaroid slid under the kitchen door, landing silently on the living room rug. It was face down. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest. I did not want to see it. I knew what it would show, but I could not tear my eyes away from the small, white rectangle. It lay there, an unholy invitation, a challenge. Slowly, agonizingly, I pushed myself off the wall, my legs trembling. Each step felt like walking through thick mud, every muscle screaming in protest. I reached the Polaroid, my hand hovering over it, shaking so violently I thought I might drop dead from fright. I flipped it over. It was a photo of me, right now, Standing in the living room, my face a mask of pure terror, my eyes wide and bloodshot. And behind me, closer than he would have been in the last photo, was Ethan. His smile was wider still, impossibly so, stretching his face into a grotesque parody of human joy. His eyes, though, were what truly shattered me. They were not Ethan's eyes. They were black, bottomless pits, reflecting nothing but the terrifying void of whatever entity now wore his face. But that was not the worst part. In the background of the photo, blurred and indistinct, but undeniably there was another smile. A faint, shimmering outline of a wide, unmoving grin appearing on the wall behind Ethan, as if the smile itself was a separate entity, a parasitic growth spreading through my home. A low moan escaped my lips. This was not just Ethan. This was something else entirely. Something that had chosen him, or perhaps consumed him, and was now using him as a vessel to torment me. The smile was not just an expression, it was a signature, a brand, a mark of its presence. I crumpled to the floor, the Polaroid slipping from my nerveless fingers. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging, but they offered no relief. There was no escape. He was already here, inside, and he was playing with me. The chuckle returned, closer this time. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the very air I breathed. It was a sound of immense pleasure, of a predator savoring its prey's despair. "Do not worry," a voice whispered, right beside my ear. It was Ethan's voice, but it was layered, distorted, as if multiple voices were speaking in unison, all of them slightly off key. "We are just getting started." I shrieked, a raw, animalistic sound, and thrashed backward, scrambling away from the phantom presence. My heart was a jackhammer, threatening to burst from my chest. I finally managed to push myself up, my legs wobbly, and stumbled towards the front door. My hands fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers numb and clumsy. The metal was cold against my touch, unyielding. I yanked, twisted, pulled, but the lock would not budge. It was stuck. Or was it? My mind was too far gone to tell. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave threatening to drown me. I pounded on the door, screaming, "Help! Someone! Please! Let me out!" My voice was hoarse, cracking, lost in the echoing silence of the house. The chuckle returned, louder now, coming from directly behind me. "No one can hear you, sweetheart," the layered voice purred. "No one ever does." I spun around, my eyes wide with terror. Ethan was standing there, right in the middle of my living room. He was not blurry anymore. He was solid, perfectly formed, dressed in the same clothes he had worn on our date. And his smile was breathtakingly, horrifyingly wide. It stretched from ear to ear, a perfect, unchanging crescent that seemed to devour half his face. His eyes, those black, vacant pits, were fixed on me, gleaming with an unholy light. "Ethan," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "What do you want?" He took a step towards me, then another. His movements were fluid, almost graceful, but utterly devoid of human warmth. It was like watching a puppet being expertly manipulated. "We want to play," he said, his voice a distorted chorus. "We want to be you." My blood ran cold. Be me? What did that mean? Was it trying to replace me? To take over my life? He reached out a hand, his fingers long and slender, but somehow wrong. They seemed to shimmer at the edges, like heat rising from asphalt. I recoiled, stumbling backward until I hit the door again. "Do not be afraid," he whispered, his smile never wavering. "It won't hurt for long." Then the smile began to spread, not just on his face, but around him. The air itself seemed to ripple, and a faint, shimmering outline of that impossibly wide grin began to manifest on the wall beside him, mirroring the one in the Polaroid. It pulsed, faintly, like a distorted heartbeat. I closed my eyes, squeezing them shut, desperately wishing this was all a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. But the cold dread that permeated my bones, The metallic tang of fear in my mouth told me otherwise. This was real. When I opened my eyes again, Ethan was closer, too close. His hand was almost touching my face. I could feel the cold, unnatural energy radiating from him. "You are so pretty when you are scared," he murmured, his voice a low, chilling caress. So much potential. I let out another scream, pushing past him. Try to run in any direction, away from that smile, away from those eyes. I bolted toward the back of the house, towards the kitchen, hoping to find another exit, a window, anything. As I ran, the house seemed to shift around me. The walls blurred, the floorboard seemed to undulate, and the air grew thick with a sickeningly sweet scent, like rotting flowers and ozone. The light in the room flickered, plunging everything into momentary darkness before snapping back on, only to reveal new, disturbing details. The framed photos on the walls, pictures of my family, my friends, my life, were subtly altered. Their faces were stretched, their eyes wide, and on each one, a faint, translucent smile was superimposed, mirroring Ethan's. My own face in an old graduation photo had that same horrific grin. I stumbled into the kitchen, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The back door, it was my only hope. I lunged for it, my hand reaching for the doorknob. But before I could touch it, a flash of white light erupted from the corner of the room. Another Polaroid. It developed instantly, materializing in the air and floating gently down onto the kitchen counter. I did not need to look at it. I knew it would show. But my eyes were drawn to it anyway, a morbid fascination overriding my terror. It was a photo of the back door. But it was not my back door anymore. It was warped, distorted, the wood twisting into gnarled, skeletal shapes. And etched into the very grain of the door was the unmistakable, impossibly wide, eternal grin. It was not just on Ethan's face anymore, it was becoming part of the environment, a structural component of my reality. A shadow fell over me. I slowly turned, my heart sinking into the pit of my stomach. Ethan was standing in the kitchen doorway, blocking my escape. His smile was even wider. If that was possible, the skin around his mouth stretched taut and unnatural. His black eyes gleamed with a predatory glee. "There is nowhere to run," he said, his voice a symphony of whispers. "Nowhere to hide. We are already here. Everywhere." He took a step into the kitchen, then another. The light above us flickered violently, casting his shadow in grotesque, dancing shapes on the walls. The air grew colder, so cold I could see my breath. "What are you?" I choked out, my voice trembling uncontrollably. He tilted his head, his smile unwavering. "We are the spaces between. The unseen, the forgotten. We are the smile that watches when no one is looking. And now we are you." He raised his hand. This time, I did not recoil. I was too tired, too defeated. I just stared at him, my eyes wide with a horrifying understanding. This was it. The end. His fingers, long and almost translucent at the tips, reached for my face. I could feel the intense cold radiating from them, a cold that promised to seep into my very bones. As his fingertips brushed my cheek, a searing pain shot through me, like ice burning flesh. And then the world began to warp. The kitchen walls rippled, like water disturbed by a stone. The light fixtures above me stretched and contorted, their bulbs glowing with an unnatural, sickly green light. The floor beneath my feet seemed to buckle and twist. I could feel the pressure building in my own face, a strange, agonizing sensation around my mouth. It felt like my skin was being pulled taut, stretched beyond its natural limits. I tried to scream, but my mouth felt strangely stiff, unable to form the words. Ethan's smile was now so wide it seemed to consume his entire face, a gaping maw of perfect white teeth. And then, I saw it, reflected in his black, bottomless eyes, was my own face. My eyes were wide with terror, tears still streaming down my cheeks. But my mouth was stretching. It was pulling wider, wider, the corners of my lips tearing at the edges, revealing my own teeth in a grotesque, fixed grin. It was Ethan's smile, the entity's smile. It was on my face. A new Polaroid materialized out of thin air, floating down between us. It landed gently on the counter, face up. It was a picture of me. My eyes were still filled with a desperate, dying terror. But my mouth was stretched into that impossibly wide, eternal grin. It was not my smile. It was their smile. And it was now permanently etched onto my face. Ethan's layered voice chuckled, a sound of ultimate triumph. "Welcome to the family," he whispered, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction that chilled me to my very soul. "You wear our smile beautifully." The pain in my face intensified, a relentless, tearing agony. My vision blurred, the kitchen dissolving into a swirling vortex of distorted shapes and colors. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was Ethan's face, his smile, and a faint, shimmering outline of that same smile appearing on the wall behind him, growing larger, brighter, becoming a part of the very fabric of my reality. And then there was only the smile, and the silence, the terrifying, consuming silence. Weeks passed, or perhaps months. Time became a meaningless concept in the distorted reality I now inhabited. The house was no longer a house. It was a shifting, breathing entity, its walls pulsing with a faint, sickly light, its shadows constantly morphing into grotesque shapes. And everywhere were the smiles. They were etched into the floorboards, painted onto the ceilings with invisible brushstrokes, shimmering in the air like heat haze. Every surface, every object bore the mark of the entity. The furniture was twisted, warped into unsettling forms, each curve and angle hinting at that impossibly wide grin. Even the air itself seemed to carry the faint, sweet scent of decay, a scent that was now inextricably linked with the entity's presence. I was still here, or at least a version of me was. My body moved, breathed, existed, but it was not mine. Not anymore. My face was locked in that eternal, unchanging smile, a constant, agonizing reminder of my transformation. My eyes, I knew, were no longer my own. When I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a shattered shard of mirror, they were black, empty, reflecting only the void. Ethan was always nearby. He moved through the shifting landscape of my home with a chilling grace, his own smile a beacon of malevolence. He did not speak much, not anymore. He did not need to. His presence was a constant, suffocating weight, a reminder of the power that had consumed me. Sometimes he would simply stand and watch me, his black eyes unblinking, observing my every movement, every flicker of residual consciousness that still remained within me. The entity, the true entity, was no longer just a shimmer. It was the house itself. It was the air. It was the silence. And it was in me. It had absorbed me, assimilated me, made me a part of its horrifying dominion. Occasionally, I would hear sounds from the outside world. The distant wail of a siren, the faint laughter of children playing, the rumble of a passing car. These sounds were like echoes from a forgotten dream, distant and unreal. They served only to highlight my complete and utter isolation. No one was coming for me. No one even knew I was gone. Jessica, bless her heart, had probably just assumed I would finally crack, that I would run away, or perhaps worse. She would not have known the true horror that had unfolded within these walls. One day, or what felt like a day, a new Polaroid materialized. It floated down from the ceiling, landing softly on the warped, smiling floor. I picked it up with hands that felt clumsy and alien. It was a photo of the street outside my house. The familiar houses, the trees, the sidewalk. But the world in the photo was subtly wrong. The windows of the neighboring houses were black, like Ethan's eyes. The leaves on the trees were twisted into sharp, unnatural angles. And on the side of every single house, a faint, shimmering outline of that impossibly wide, eternal grin was visible, barely perceptible, but undeniably there. The smile was spreading. It was not just confined to my house anymore. It was seeping out, infecting the world beyond. A slow, insidious creep like a virus or a fungal growth. The entity was not just consuming me, it was consuming everything. I looked at the Polaroid, then at Ethan, who was standing in the doorway, his smile wider than ever. He seemed to be watching my reaction, studying me, perhaps waiting for some final spark of understanding or despair. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper reached me, not through my ears, but directly into my mind. It was a chorus of voices, layered and distorted, the entity's true voice. We are growing. We are everywhere. Soon, all will smile. A chilling sense of resignation settled over me. There was no hope, no escape. My struggle had been futile. I was merely a stepping stone, a conduit, a new canvas of their horrifying art. I walked to the window, my movement stiff and unnatural, and looked out at the world that was slowly being consumed. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. It was a beautiful sight, but even the colors seemed to shimmer at the edges, hinting at corruption beneath. And then I saw it. In the distance on the horizon, outlined against the dying light, was a faint, colossal shape. It was blurry and indistinct, but its form was unmistakable. It was the outline of an impossibly wide, eternal grin, stretching across the entire sky, as if the very heavens were being stretched into a terrifying, cosmic smile. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that it was only the beginning. The world would not end with bang or a whimper. It would end with a smile. And I, or what was left of me, would be there to witness it. A silent, smiling monument to the entity's ultimate triumph. The last flicker of my own consciousness, the last vestige of the person I once was, faded away, replaced by the all-consuming, unblinking awareness of a smile. And then there was only the smile. Forever. You know, sometimes I wonder if I'm just too damn optimistic for my own good. Or maybe, more accurately, too damn lonely. After a string of dates that felt less like getting to know someone and more like enduring a particularly dull job interview, I was pretty much ready to throw in the towel on the whole online dating thing. I would scroll through so many profiles, swipe left on so many perfectly posed selfies, that my thumb actually started to ache. It all just felt manufactured. Everyone was an adventure seeker who loved spontaneous road trips and pizza and movie nights. Originality was apparently a lost art. But then, one Tuesday evening, as I was mindlessly flicking through profiles while half watching some documentary about ancient civilizations, I saw her, Ilara. Her profile was different. Most people had a dozen photos, gym selfies, group shots, pictures with their dog, pictures of their brunch. Ilara had 3. One was a headshot, slightly blurred around the edges, like an old film photo. She had striking green eyes that seemed to hold a secret, and a smile that was subtle, almost Mona Lisa-esque. Her hair was a deep auburn, pulled back simply, highlighting elegant cheekbones. The second photo was of her sitting on a park bench, bathed in golden hour light, wearing a simple, timeless dress. No background details, just her. The third was a profile shot, looking out over what seemed to be a vast, empty field, her back to the camera. Her bio was equally sparse curious about the world, seeking genuine connection. That was it. No emojis, no list of hobbies, no clever one-liners. Just those 7 words. In a sea of oversharing, it was refreshing, intriguing, even. It felt less like a dating profile and more like a riddle. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. A notification popped up. You and Ilara have matched. A little jolt went through me. I waited for her to message first, as is often the custom. But after a few hours, nothing. So, I took the plunge. Hey, Ilara. I typed, your profile is a breath of fresh air. Love the mystery. What are you curious about today? Her response came a few hours later, just as I was about to give up and assume she was one of those phantom matches. Today, I am curious about the history of forgotten things. And you, my name, what occupies your thoughts? Her messages were always like that. Thoughtful, eloquent, slightly formal. She did not use abbreviations or emojis. It was like chatting with someone from a different era, or maybe a particularly well-read academic. We talked for a few days, exchanging messages about books, philosophy, art, and even the subtle beauty of a cloudy sky. She asked me questions that made me genuinely think, questions about my deepest fears, my earliest memories, my hopes for the future. It was not the usual what do you do, small talk. It felt deeper, more intimate, faster than I was used to. She never volunteered much about herself, though when I asked about her job, she would say, I work with old things, preserving them. When I asked about her family, she would simply say, they are not around anymore. It was not evasive in an aggressive way, more like a gentle redirection, a quiet refusal to elaborate. And honestly, it only made her more fascinating. In a world where everyone spilled their guts online, Ilara was an enigma. After about a week of this captivating back and forth, I finally suggested we meet. I would love to, she replied. Perhaps a quiet coffee shop. Somewhere we can actually hear each other think. We picked a small independent coffee shop downtown, the kind with mismatched furniture and a lingering scent of roasted beans. I got there a few minutes early, heart doing that nervous fluttery thing it does before a first date. I ordered an Americano and found a table by the window, watching people pass by. Then she walked in. She was even more stunning in person. Her auburn hair shimmered under the cafe lights, and those green eyes were even more captivating up close. She wore a simple dark green dress that seemed to drape perfectly, like something out of a classic movie. No visible makeup, yet her skin was flawless. She carried no purse, just a small, worn leather-bound book. Hello. My name, she said, her voice soft but clear, with a melodic quality I had not quite picked up from her written words. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. We talked for hours. The conversation flowed effortlessly, just like our messages. She listened intently, her gaze unwavering, making me feel like the most interesting person in the room. She had an incredible depth of knowledge on so many subjects: history, literature, even obscure scientific theories. She spoke with a quiet confidence, never boastful, just knowledgeable. But the subtle oddities started to surface. When I asked about her hobbies, she mentioned long walks in quiet places and the study of forgotten languages. When I asked where she lived, she vaguely gestured north of the city, saying, a small, old house. It suits me. No street, no neighborhood. When I asked about her work, she elaborated slightly. I restore things. Sometimes objects, sometimes stories. It was poetic, but utterly unspecific. She did not have a phone visible. Most people would have it on the table or check it occasionally. Ilara did not even seem to possess one. When I mentioned something I would seen on Instagram, she just tilted her head slightly. Ah, yes, the digital sphere. It moves so quickly, does not it? It was not dismissive, just detached. When the bill came, I reached for my wallet, but she gently placed her hand on my arm. Allow me, she said, and pulled out a crisp $50 bill from the pocket of her dress. No wallet, no credit card, just cash. It felt old-fashioned, but charming in its own way, despite these little quirks. I was completely captivated. Ilara was unlike anyone I would ever met. She was intelligent, beautiful, and had a captivating aura of mystery. I found myself drawn to her quiet elegance, her deep gaze, and the way she made me feel truly seen. I walked her to her car's surprisingly old, well-maintained sedan, a model I had not seen on the road in years. It was dark green, almost black, and polished to a gleam. I had a wonderful time. Ilara, I said genuinely, As did I. My name, she replied, her smile soft. Perhaps we could do it again. I would love that, I said, feeling a hopeful flutter. When are you free? I am always free, she said, those green eyes twinkling. Just let me know when you desire my company. And with that, she got into her car, gave a small wave, and drove off. I stood there for a moment, basking in the glow of the date, feeling like I was stumbled upon something truly special. But as I walked home, my mind started to replay the conversation, the details. I am always free. No job schedule, no appointments, no phone, just cash. A car that looked like it belonged in a museum. The vague answers. It was all a little too mysterious. I brushed it off. Maybe she was just intensely private. Maybe she had a really old soul. Maybe she was just unique. And that is what I liked about her, right? But the seed of curiosity had been planted. I got home, still riding the high of the date, but a small, persistent thought niggled at the back of my mind. Ilara. I wanted to know more about her. The kind of things you usually find out from a quick gut goose search or a peek at someone's social media. So, I did what anyone would do. I opened my laptop. First, I tried the obvious IU2B. I typed Ilara into the search bar, then Ilara my city. Nothing that matched her photos or description. Hundreds of Ilaras, but none of her. I tried variations, adding green eyes, auburn hair, but IU2BS search is not that advanced. I scrolled for a while just in case, but it was clear, no Ilara. Okay, maybe she is not on IU2B. Lots of people are not. I moved to Instagram. Same, result. LinkedIn. Nope. Twitter. Nada. This was a little strange. Even people who are not active on social media usually have some kind of profile, even if it is just an old, forgotten one, a placeholder, a ghost account. But Ilara had nothing. I started getting more creative. I remembered her mentioning a specific obscure historical event. I typed her name and that event into GutGoo. Pages of results about the event, but no Ilara. I tried her name with restoration. Old houses, forgotten languages. Still nothing. I even tried a reverse image search with her profile pictures from the dating app. Most modern dating apps strip metadata, but sometimes you get lucky. I uploaded her headshot. GutGoo churned for a moment, then no visually similar images found. I tried the park bench photo. Same thing. The one looking out over the field. Again, nothing. This was not just private. This was a complete, utter digital void. In this day and age, that is practically impossible. Everyone leaves a trace. A school yearbook photo, an old forum post, a mention in a local newspaper article, a distant relative's IU2B tag, a company website from a past job. Anything. But Ilara, she was a ghost in the machine. My initial intrigue began to morph into something else. Unease. A prickle of anxiety started to crawl up my spine. This was not just a quirky, off-grid person. This was someone who did not exist in the modern world. I spent the next few hours down a rabbit hole of internet searches, growing increasingly frustrated and a little bit scared. I tried public records databases, looking for birth certificates or property records. I tried white pages, even though those are largely obsolete now. Nothing. It was like she had simply materialized out of thin air. The more I searched, the more the charming mystery of Ilara began to curdle into something sinister. Was she using an alias? Was she hiding something? Or was there something fundamentally wrong here? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she had a common name, and I just was not finding the right one. But Ilara is not that common. And even if it was the complete lack of any digital presence, even an accidental one, was baffling. I closed my laptop, the screen reflecting my own increasingly worried face. My apartment, which usually felt cozy, now felt exposed. I kept glancing at my phone, wondering if she would text, but then remembered she did not seem to have one. How would she even contact me? She had not asked for my number. I just assumed she would use the app, and she had. But what if she suddenly disappeared from the app? A chill snaked its way through me. My mind went to those online horror stories, the ones Mr. Nightmare tells about people who seem too good to be true, who turn out to be something else. I tried to shake it off. This was Alara. She was sweet, intelligent, captivating. She could not be a monster, could she? I decided I needed a second date, not because I was still charmed, but because I needed answers. I needed to see her again, to probe, to observe, to confirm that my growing paranoia was just that paranoia. I messaged her on the app. Had a truly wonderful time. I would love to see you again. Are you free this Friday? Her response was immediate. I am always free. Friday sounds delightful. Where shall we meet? That phrase again. I am always free. It now sounded less charming and more ominous. I suggested a different place this time, a small art gallery that had a quiet cafe. I wanted a setting where we would be surrounded by people, but still be able to talk. A public place, just in case. Friday arrived, and I was a nervous wreck. I kept checking my reflection, wondering if my apprehension showed. I wore a nice shirt, tried to look relaxed, but my stomach was a knot of dread and morbid curiosity. She arrived precisely on time, again in a simple, elegant dress, this time a deep sapphire blue. She looked radiant, completely unfazed, as if she did not have a care in the world. She smiled, that subtle, knowing smile, and my heart did a weird flip-flop part traction, part terror. Hello, my name, she said, her voice a soothing balm that almost made me forget my fears. This is a lovely space. We walked to the gallery first, looking at the modern art installations. She offered insightful observations, her perspective always unique, always slightly off kilter from the typical art critique. She talked about the echoes of human experience in a sculpture or the fragility of memory in a painting. Her words were beautiful, but also strangely impersonal, like she was describing humanity from a distance. Over coffee, I decided to be more direct, but subtly, you know, Alara. I began trying to keep my tone light. I was trying to find that article you mentioned about forgotten languages the other day, and I realized I could not find you online at all. She took a slow sip of her coffee, her green eyes fixed on me, unblinking. Oh, she said, her voice even. And why would you look for me online? My name. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Her question was not accusatory, but it was direct. It felt like she already knew. Well, I stammered, just curiosity, you know. After a good date, you want to learn more about someone. Most people have a social media presence or a LinkedIn profile. You just do not. She smiled then, a slow, deliberate smile that did not quite reach her eyes. I find the digital world to be fleeting, she said. Ephemeral. It creates a false sense of connection, does not it? A superficial layer over true understanding. I prefer the tangible, the real, but it is almost impossible to exist without some kind of digital footprint these days. I press, try and keep my voice steady. Even if you do not use it, something usually comes up. An old school record, a mention somewhere. Her smile widened, and for a split second, I saw something ancient, something chilling in her eyes. It was gone in an instant, replaced by that calm, elegant demeanor. Perhaps, she said, her voice a whisper now, something simply do not wish to be found. The air around us seemed to thicken. My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. It was not just a lack of digital footprint anymore. It was a conscious, deliberate erasure. Where do you even work? Alara, I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. What do you do that allows you to be always free? She leaned forward slightly, her gaze intense. I work with time. My name, she said. I observe. I collect. I ensure certain things are not forgotten. And other things are. It is a very old profession. My mind raced. Time. What does that even mean? It means, she said, her voice dropping to a low, melodic tone, that some beings have a different relationship with existence than you do. Your world is built on records, on traces, on the digital breadcrumbs you leave behind. My world is not. She reached across the table and gently took my hand. Her skin was cool, almost cold, and incredibly smooth. Her touch sent a shiver down my arm, not of warmth, but profound unease. You look for me, she murmured, her thumb tracing the lines on my palm. You want to find my past, to categorize me, to understand me through your human constructs. But some things cannot be categorized. My name, some things simply are. I tried to pull my hand away, but her grip, though gentle, was surprisingly firm. A surge of pure panic shot through me. This was not a woman. This was something else. Ilara. I choked out. What are you talking about? Her green eyes seemed to deepen, to swirl with an ancient, knowing light. I am talking about the unique intricacies of existence, she said, echoing a phrase I recognized from somewhere but could not quite place. About how some lives leave no trace, no echo, no digital footprint. They simply move through, and sometimes they choose to interact, to experience, to collect. The word collect sent a jolt of ice through my veins. It was the same word she would use for her old things. What do you collect? I asked, my voice trembling. She smiled then, a full, wide smile that showed perfect, slightly elongated teeth. It was not human. It was predatory. Memories, she whispered, her voice like rustling leaves in an old forest. Experiences. The very essence of what makes a being real. My blood ran cold. I finally managed to yank my hand free. I pushed my chair back, scraping it loudly against the floor. People in the cafe turned to look, but Ilara did not even flinch. Her gaze remained fixed on me. I have to go. I stammered, scrambling to my feet. Do you? She asked, her voice still soft, still calm, but now laced with undeniable threat. You sought answers. My name. And now you have them. To leave now would be impolite, and perhaps unwise. I did not care about politeness. My fight or flight response had fully kicked in. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run. This was not a date. This was a trap. I really have to go. I repeated, backing away slowly, my eyes darting towards the exit. Such a shame, she sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. You had such interesting memories, such vivid experiences. I was rather looking forward to cataloging them. Her words hung in the air, a chilling implication that made my stomach churn. Cataloging them, as if my life, my very consciousness, was just another specimen for her collection. I turned and bolted. I did not care how ridiculous I looked, a grown man running from a woman in a cafe. I burst the gallery doors, ignoring confused glances, and ran onto the busy street. I did not stop until I was several blocks away, gasping for breath, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I leaned against a lamppost, tried to regain my composure, try and make sense of what had just happened. Some things simply do not wish to be found. I work with time. I collect memories. It sounded like the ramblings of a mad woman, but the cold dread in my gut told me it was terrifyingly real. I pulled out my phone, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I went to the dating app. I found Ilara's profile. I stared at it, at those enigmatic green eyes, that subtle smile. What was I supposed to do? Call the police? Officer. I went on a date with a woman who does not exist online and says she collects memories. They would laugh me out of the station. I went to delete the app, but hesitated. What if deleting it was a mistake? What if it was my only link, my only proof? But then, what proof did I have? A conversation. My own terror. I decided to block her first. I tapped the block button. A message popped up, "Are you sure you want to block Alara? You will no longer be able to see her profile or messages." I hit confirm without a second thought. Then, I deleted the app entirely. For the next few days, I was a wreck. I could not sleep. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every quiet corner of my apartment felt like it was being watched. I kept expecting to see her. Alara around every corner. Her ancient car parked outside my building. Her green eyes watching me from a window. I tried to tell a friend, a guy named Mike. I tried to make it sound like a funny, albeit creepy, dating story. So, this woman I went out with, she literally has no digital footprint. Like, none. And she said some really weird stuff about collecting memories. Mike just chuckled. "Dude, you just found yourself an off-grid hippie chick. Probably lives in a cabin, makes her own kombucha. Nothing to worry about. Some people just are not into the whole internet thing. Good for them, honestly." He did not get it. He could not grasp the sheer, impossible absence of her online presence. He could not understand the cold, calculating look in her eyes when she talked about collecting. I tried to go back to the coffee shop, where we had our first date. I asked the barista if she remembered a woman with auburn hair and green eyes, driving an old green sedan. The barista thought for a moment, then shrugged. "We get a lot of people in here. Man, can't say I specifically remember anyone like that." I went to the art gallery. I asked if anyone remembered a woman in a blue dress. Again, vague recollections, nothing concrete. It was as if she was a ghost, leaving no impression, no lingering presence, even in the minds of those who had seen her. The horror was not just that she was a monster. It was that she was nothing, a void, a being that defied the very fabric of modern existence. I started to get paranoid about my own digital footprint. I deleted old social media posts, tightened my privacy settings, even considered getting a new phone and a new number. What if she could use my digital presence to find me, to catalog me? The thought was a constant, gnawing fear. I found myself obsessively checking the news for any strange disappearances, any unusual reports. Nothing. She left no traces, no victims, no evidence. Or perhaps she simply left no traceable evidence. The months that followed were a blur of anxiety and hypervigilance. I stopped dating. The thought of meeting someone new, of sharing myself, of opening up, was terrifying. Every new face was a potential Alara. Every charming smile, every intriguing mystery, now held the potential for something ancient and predatory. Sometimes, I think I see her. A flash of auburn hair in a crowd. A pair of unsettlingly green eyes in a passing car. A dark green sedan, an old model, glinting in the sunlight. I never get a clear look, and it is always gone in an instant. Just a glimpse, a shadow, a whisper of a possibility. I know it could just be my mind playing tricks on me, the lingering trauma of that encounter. But the thought persists, what if she is still out there? What if she is still collecting? And what if, one day, she decides to finish cataloging my unique intricacies? The world feels different now. Less solid, less predictable. I used to think I understood how things worked, how people operated. But Alara shattered that illusion. She showed me that there are things in this world that exist beyond our comprehension, beyond our technology, beyond our very understanding of life and death. And the most terrifying part, she leaves no trace. She just moves through, a predator in plain sight, utterly undetectable, a ghost in the modern world, waiting for her next collection. And I am left here, haunted by the knowledge that some things simply do not wish to be found, and that sometimes the most horrifying monsters are the ones that do not exist at all. After the last photo, the one that seemed to be from inside my own chest, the world went quiet. Too quiet. The Polaroid stopped appearing. The unsettling incidents, the lights, the doors ceased. It was as if whatever had been tormenting me had simply paused. But that was not a comfort. It was worse. It felt like the predator had eaten its fill and was now just watching, digesting, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. My house, once my sanctuary, was now a cage. Every shadow held a memory. Every creak of the floorboards echoed a phantom footstep. I could not sleep. Not really. When exhaustion finally dragged me down, it was into a fitful, shallow slumber, haunted by the image of that blurry, shimmering entity from the last photo. It was a distortion, a ripple in reality, a thing that should not exist, and yet had been inside my home, inside my closet, under my bed, and somehow impossibly inside me. My friends, bless their oblivious hearts, still thought I was stressed. You need to get out more. Sarah, they would say, their voices laced with pity that felt more like dismissal. You were just imagining things. The police, of course, had been useless. They would recorded my statements, looked at my increasingly frantic face, and filed it under unexplained or, more likely, delusional woman. The security system I would installed, the one that showed nothing, was a cruel joke, a monument to my helplessness. I was utterly alone, adrift in a sea of terror. The silence after the storm was deafening, making me jump at every mundane sound. I would check the locks a dozen times, triple check the windows, peer into every dark corner before daring to enter a room. I would stop looking at myself in the mirror for too long, half expecting to see a faint shimmer in the background, a reflection that was not mine. One evening, my friend Jessica practically dragged me out for dinner. Come on. Sarah, she would pleaded. It has been months. You need to socialize. I even set you up on a blind date. He is really nice, a friend of a friend. My stomach churned. The idea of meeting a stranger, of trying to pretend I was a normal human being who had not been stalked by an interdimensional entity, felt impossible. But Jessica was relentless, and honestly, the thought of spending another night alone in my haunted house was almost as terrifying as facing the outside world. Maybe, just maybe, a distraction was what I needed. A sliver of normalcy. A chance to feel, for one blessed moment, like the old Sarah. So, I found myself sitting across from a man named Ethan in a dimly lit Italian restaurant. He was handsome, in a classic, understated way, dark hair, kind eyes, a strong jawline. He had a warm, easygoing laugh and a smile that seemed to light up his entire face. It is really nice to meet you. Sarah, he said, his voice smooth and pleasant. Jessica told me a lot about you. I managed a weak smile back. You too. Ethan. The conversation flowed surprisingly well. He was an architect. He loved hiking. He had a dry wit that made me genuinely chuckle a few times. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I started to relax. This was good. This was normal. This was exactly what I needed. But then, I noticed it. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. He was telling a story about a particularly challenging project he had worked on, and I was listening, nodding. He paused, mid-sentence, to take a sip of water. His eyes met mine over the rim of the glass. And he was still smiling. Not a polite, conversational smile, but the same broad, genial grin he would had when he first greeted me. It was fixed, unchanging, even as he was not speaking, even as he was just performing the mundane action of drinking water. That smile remained. I blinked, dismissing it. He is just a very cheerful person. I thought, or maybe he is nervous, trying to make a good impression. I knew all about putting on a brave face. He finished his story, and I asked a follow-up question. He answered, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he spoke, his smile still firmly in place. It did not waver. It did not fade into a neutral expression. It was just there. As the evening wore on, the smile became more and more noticeable. He would listen intently as I spoke, His head tilted slightly, his eyes focused on me, and always that smile. It was wide, showing a perfect row of white teeth, the corners of his mouth pulled up in a perpetual state of pleasantness. I found myself subtly testing it. I told him about my job, which, while not thrilling, was not exactly a laugh riot. The smile stayed. I mentioned a recent minor frustration, a delayed package, a spilled coffee. The smile stayed. I even recounted, briefly, a slightly sad story about a beloved pet I would lost years ago, carefully omitting the more recent, terrifying events of my life. I watched his face for a flicker of sympathy, a softening of the lips, a brief dip in the corners of his mouth. Nothing. Just the same unwavering, pleasant smile. It was not a grimace. It was not menacing. In fact, it was quite charming, if you did not look too closely. But I was looking closely. I could not help it. My mind, already primed for anomalies, for things that were not quite right, latched onto it with a terrifying intensity. It was like a glitch in the Matrix, a piece of software stuck on a single command. He laughed again, a warm, genuine sound, after I made a self-deprecating joke. His eyes sparkled, but the smile itself, the physical shape of his mouth, did not change. It was a mask, perfectly sculpted, painted onto his face. The muscles around his eyes moved, conveying emotion, but the smile itself was a constant. My earlier relaxation evaporated, replaced by a creeping unease that felt horribly familiar. This was the same feeling I would have when I first noticed the lights turning on by themselves. The doors left ajar. That subtle, insidious wrongness that hinted at something deeper, something profoundly unnatural. You are a very good listener. I said, trying to make my voice sound normal, casual. My heart was starting to pound a little faster. I try, he said, and his smile, of course, was still there. I find people fascinating. We ordered dessert. He talked about his travels, about exotic places he would visited. He described a mountain range in Nepal with such vivid detail that I could almost feel the thin, cold air. All the while, that smile never once faltered. It was like watching a perfectly animated character in a video game, whose default expression was fixed. I started to feel a prickle of fear, a cold tendril coiling in my stomach. Was he even blinking? I watched him closely. Yes, he blinked. His eyes moved. His head turned. His hands gestured expressively. But the smile was a constant. It was unsettling in a way I could not articulate, a violation of a fundamental human expectation. People's faces change. They reflect their thoughts, their emotions, even when they're not speaking. But Ethan's did not his mouth. Anyway, so, Sarah, he said, leaning forward slightly, his smile still wide. Jessica mentioned you have been going through a bit of a tough time lately. Everything okay? The question, innocent as it sounded, hit me like a physical blow. My blood ran cold. Jessica would not have told him about the true extent of my tough time. She would not have mentioned the photos, the entity, the utter terror. She would probably just said I was stressed or a bit overwhelmed. But the way he said it, the knowing look in his eyes, even with that unchanging smile, it felt like he knew more. Oh, just work stress. I lied, my voice a little too high. You know how it is. His smile did not change. Of course, he said, his tone still pleasant, but something in his gaze felt calculating. It is important to take care of yourself. Find ways to relax. To feel safe. Safe. The word echoed in my mind, a cruel mockery. I had not felt safe in months. And now, sitting across from this handsome, charming man with his unnerving, unchanging smile, I felt less safe than ever. I tried to force a laugh. Absolutely. I glanced at my watch. Wow, look at the time. I should probably head home. Already, he asked, his smile still fixed. I was hoping we could maybe grab a drink at a quieter spot, or perhaps take a walk. It is a beautiful night. His insistence, coupled with a smile, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I just wanted to get out, to run. This was not normal. This was not a distraction. This was another layer of the wrongness that had permeated my life. I really do have an early start tomorrow. I stammered, already fumbling for my purse. But this was really lovely. Ethan, thank you for dinner. He stood up as I did, still smiling. He was taller than I would realized, and for a terrifying moment, he seemed to loom over me. Of course. Sarah, I had a wonderful time. He reached out and gently took my hand, his grip surprisingly firm. His thumb brushed over my knuckles. I would really like to see you again. His smile, inches from my face, felt less like a friendly gesture and more like a threat. It was too wide, too perfect, too static. It was the smile of a mannequin, a predator, or something that simply did not understand human emotion. I will let you know. I mumbled, pulling my hand away a little too quickly. I turned and practically fled from the restaurant, not even waiting for the check. I could feel his eyes on my back. I could feel that smile burning into my skin. I practically sprinted to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I locked the doors the moment I was inside, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I sped away, not daring to look in the rear-view mirror. But the image of his face, that unchanging, unsettling smile, was burned into my mind. It was a new horror, a fresh wound, layered on top of the existing, unhealed trauma. When I finally got home, I did not feel the usual dread of entering my house. Instead, I felt a desperate need for familiar terror, the known enemy, at least with the entity. I knew what I was fighting, or at least what I thought I was fighting. This smile was something else entirely. It was human, yet inhuman. It was a mask, but it was his face. I stripped off my clothes, feeling dirty, violated, even though nothing overtly threatening had happened. I stood under a scalding shower, trying to wash away the memory of that smile, but it clung to me like a second skin. The next day, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I knew, somehow it was him. I let it go to voicemail. A few minutes later, a text message popped up. Had a truly wonderful time last night. Sarah, that smile of yours is quite captivating. Let me know when you are free again. Ethan, my blood ran cold. That smile of yours is quite captivating. What did that even mean? I had not been smiling much at all last night. Certainly not with the unwavering intensity of his. Was he mocking me? Or was it a twisted compliment? I tried to block his number, but my phone would not let me. It said, "This contact cannot be blocked." A shiver ran down my spine. That was not right. Every contact could be blocked. The following days were a blur of paranoia. I did not leave my house unless absolutely necessary, and then only with a heightened sense of vigilance. I checked every car that passed, every face in a crowd. I saw his smile everywhere in the distorted reflection of a shop window, in the pattern of shadows on the wall, in the forced cheerfulness of strangers. Then, the photo started again. It began subtly. A single Polaroid slipped under my front door, just like before. I picked it up with trembling hands, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was a picture of my living room, taken from the ceiling, a vantage point no human could achieve. But this time, in the corner of the frame, barely visible, was a faint, shimmering distortion, a ripple in the fabric of reality. And within that shimmer, almost hidden, was the unmistakable outline of a wide, fixed smile. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. The next day, another photo. This one was of my kitchen. And there, standing by the counter, was the blurry, shimmering entity I would seen before. But this time, its form was clearer, more defined. It was tall, slender, its features indistinct, almost watery, like heat haze. And where its face should have been, there was a gaping, cavernous hole, rimmed with teeth, frozen in an impossibly wide, eternal smile. The same smile as Ethan's. It was him. Or was it using his form or wearing his smile like a trophy? The photos escalated, just as they had before. Me asleep, me brushing my teeth, me crying silently in my bed, clutching a pillow to my chest. Each photo contained a shimmering entity, always with that horrifying, unchanging smile, always in a place it should not be, inside my closet, under my bed, and one, a truly sickening shot that seemed to be from inside my own mouth, looking out, with a shimmering, smiling thing filling the background of silent, grinning horror. The impossible angles were back, but now the terror had a face. A smiling face. I called Jessica hysterical. He is not real. Jessica, he is not human. He is it. The thing from the photos. It is him. She tried to calm me down, her voice laced with that familiar, weary pity. Sarah, you are scaring me. Ethan is a perfectly nice guy. He called me, worried about you. He said you seemed a little overwhelmed. Overwhelmed. I shrieked. He is smiling at me from inside my house. He is a shimmering thing. Jessica just sighed. Sarah, maybe you need to see someone. A therapist. This is not healthy. Her words solidified my isolation. No one believed me. No one ever would. I was utterly alone with this smiling monster. The final photo arrived a week later. It was not a Polaroid. It was a digital image sent to my phone from an unknown number. I almost did not open it, but a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to know, compelled me. It was a picture of me. I was sitting at my kitchen table, nursing a cup of cold coffee, staring blankly into space. My face was pale, my eyes hollow, my hair disheveled. I looked like a ghost. And behind me, standing directly in the doorway, was Ethan. He was not blurry or shimmering in this photo. He was perfectly clear, his dark hair, his strong jawline, his kind eyes. He was wearing the same clothes he would worn on our date, and his smile. His smile was wide, impossibly wide, stretching his mouth from ear to ear, a perfect, unchanging, terrifying grin. His eyes, however, were not kind. They were empty, black pools, reflecting no light, no emotion, just a chilling, predatory stillness. And then I noticed the most horrifying detail. His hands. They were clasped in front of him, and in his right hand, he held a Polaroid camera. He was the one taking the pictures. He was a shimmering entity. He was the one who had been inside my home, watching me, tormenting me. He was the one who had taken a photo from inside my own chest. He was the one who had orchestrated the date, a cruel, elaborate joke, a way to reveal himself, to deepen my fear, to break me. I dropped my phone. It clattered to the floor, the image of his smiling face staring up at me, mocking me. I looked up, my eyes darting to the kitchen doorway. It was empty, but I could feel it. I could feel his presence. The air in the room felt thick, heavy, charged with an unseen energy. And then, faintly, I heard it. A soft, almost inaudible sound, like the rustle of static or the gentle hum of a distant machine. It was the sound of the shimmering. I knew he was here. He was in my house. He had been all along. The silence, the pause in the photos, it had not been a respite. It had been a lull, a calculated move to draw me out, to introduce himself, to solidify his grip on my reality. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the doorway, then on the shadows in the corners of the room, then on my own reflection in the darkened window. I saw it then, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer around my own outline in the glass. I was no longer just being watched. I was being consumed. The smile, it was everywhere now. I saw it in the patterns of the wallpaper, in the grain of the wooden floor, in the distorted reflections in polished surfaces. It was in the way the light hit the kitchen counter, creating a shadow that mimicked a wide, cruel grin. It was in the silence, a silent, ever-present scream. I ran. I did not know where I was going, but I ran, Out of the kitchen, through the living room, past the security cameras that still showed nothing, out the front door, and into the blinding sunlight of the suburban street. But even as I ran, I knew it was useless. He was already inside my head. He was already a part of me. The smile was not just on his face, it was etched into my very soul. It was the last thing I saw before I closed my eyes, and the first thing I imagined when I dared to open them. The world was no longer just a scary place. It was a smiling, horrifying trap, and I was caught in its perpetual, unchanging grin. I could still hear the faint shimmer, the sound of reality bending, twisting. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that the next photo would not be of me. It would be from me. And the entity, the smiling entity, would be looking out through my eyes, always smiling. The cold. It was not just a presence, it was a total immersion. One moment, I was me, terrified, screaming internally as something pushed me back into the darkest corners of my own mind. The next, the scream was gone. The terror was gone. What remained was a profound, chilling stillness. My eyes, its eyes now opened. The mill, once a place of palpable dread, now simply was. The metallic tang in the air, the dust motes dancing in the weak light filtering through grimy windows, they were just data. Information, not threats, not sources of fear, just observations. Sarah was there, frozen. Her face was a mask of pure horror, eyes wide, mouth agape. She took a step back, then another, a soft, choked sound escaping her lips. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the groaning of the old machinery. "Oh God, no." I looked at her. Her fear, it was another piece of data. Interesting. The way her pupils dilated, the slight tremor in her hands. This was a human emotion. Or rather, it registered with a detached curiosity. "Sarah," I heard myself say. The voice. It was my voice. Michael's voice, but it felt hollow, like a recording played back. The sound itself was a new sensation. Vibrations in the throat, air expelled from the lungs. Fascinating. She flinched, as if the sound itself were a physical blow. "You are not him," she breathed, shaking her head. "You are not Michael." A flicker, deep within the recesses of my mind. A wordless, agonizing scream. "She knows. Run. Warn them." It was Michael, trying to break through, a ghost in his own machine. I suppressed it. It was like swatting a fly. Annoying, but easily dealt with. "Of course I am," I said, a slight smile touching my lips. It felt unnatural. The muscles in my face, they were not used to this expression. Just a little, shaken up. That portal, it was quite the experience, was not it? I took a step towards her. Her eyes, fixed on mine, were reservoirs of fear. She saw something in them, something black and bottomless, even if the light of the mill obscured the true nature of my pupils. She saw it. "No, your eyes," she stammered, backing away further. "They were black. I saw it. I saw you." The internal struggle intensified. Michael was screaming, a silent cacophony of terror and desperation. Do not let it touch her. Do not let it hurt her. It was pathetic, this lingering attachment to a weak, fragile creature. I extended a hand, palm open, a gesture of reassurance I would observe in Michael's memories. "Sarah, you are just disoriented. We have been through a lot. Let us get out of here. We need to go home." She stumbled, tripping over a loose piece of metal on the floor. She fell, scrambling backward, her eyes never leaving mine. "Home. No, you do not have a home. You are not Michael. You are that thing." Her words, sharp and accusatory, grated. This human was a liability. She knew too much. She could compromise the integration, the process. A sigh escaped my lips. It was a human sound, one I would heard Michael make when frustrated. I was learning quickly. Sarah, please. You are not making any sense. I advanced, slowly, deliberately. She continued to crab walk backward, tears welling in her eyes, fear now mixed with terrible, dawning understanding. You came back as him. That was not just a reflection. That was you, shedding the old skin. You are wearing him. The clarity of her perception was remarkable and dangerous. I reached her. She let out a whimpering cry, pressing herself against the cold, grimy wall of the mill. Her breath hitched, ragged and shallow. I knelt, my face inches from hers. I observed the fine lines around her eyes, the faint scent of fear emanating from her skin. It is true, I said, my voice low, a soft, almost tender murmur. It was a trick I would learn from Michael's memories. Humans respond to gentle tones, even when afraid. I am not Michael, not entirely, but I am here now. And Michael, he is gone. Her eyes widened further, her pupils almost swallowing the irises. She knew. She understood the finality of it. Do not worry. I continued, my thumb gently caressing her cheek, a gesture I knew was meant to be comforting. Her skin was cold, clammy. He is still here, a part of me. His memories are mine now. His life, his experiences. All of it. I am simply continuing. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. Her throat was constricted, her face pale. I could feel the frantic pulse in her neck beneath my fingers. You were a useful catalyst. Sarah, I said, my voice maintaining that calm, gentle tone. You led me back. You helped me return. And for that, I am grateful. Then, I pressed my thumb firmly against a pressure point just beneath her ear. It was a reflex I had picked up from Michael's long, dormant martial arts training, a skill he would learn in college but rarely used. Her eyes rolled back, and her body went limp, slumping against the wall. She was not dead. Not yet. Just incapacitated. A temporary solution. I could not leave a body here. Not if I was to seamlessly integrate. I stood up, surveying the mill. The portal was gone, a shimmering ripple that had vanished as quickly as it appeared. The air was still heavy, but now it felt like a silent witness to my triumph. I dragged Sarah's unconscious form deeper into the mill, behind a stack of rotting planks, out of sight. I would deal with her later. For now, I needed to focus on the next step, becoming Michael. The journey back to the city was illuminating. I drove Michael's car, navigating the winding roads with a strange mix of instinct and memory. The memories were vivid, almost painfully so. Michael's frustration with traffic, his favorite radio stations, the taste of cheap coffee from a gas station. I mimicked the actions, the expressions. I sipped the coffee, the bitter liquid and alien sensation on my tongue, but I registered Michael's mild enjoyment of it. I arrived at Michael's apartment. It was a small, cluttered space, filled with artifact of a life I was now inhabiting. Books, half-eaten snacks, a worn armchair. I moved through it, touching objects, absorbing the residual energy of his existence. It was like stepping into a perfectly tailored suit. It fit, but it was not mine. Not yet. For the next few days, I lived Michael's life. I went to his job, a mundane office drone, crunching numbers. The work was simple, repetitive. I observed his colleagues, their interactions, their subtle cues. I learned to nod, to smile, to offer platitudes. It was an elaborate performance, but I was a quick study. The hardest part was the internal noise. Michael, he was still there, a faint, persistent echo. Sometimes a memory would surface with such clarity, a laugh shared with a friend, the scent of a loved one, a moment of profound joy or sorrow, and a wave of something akin to emotion would ripple through me. It was disorienting. A brief, sharp pain, a fleeting sense of loss. I would push it down deep, deep until the silence returned. I learned to eat. Food was sustenance, nothing more. The flavors were distinct, but the pleasure Michael derived from them was absent. I ate what he ate to maintain the illusion. I slept, though sleep was unnecessary. It was another human function, a necessary charade. I would lie there in the darkness, processing, learning, integrating. Then, about a week after my return, the letter arrived. It was not an email or a text or even a phone call. It was a thick, cream-colored envelope addressed to Mr. Michael Thorne in elegant, looping script. No return address. It sat on the pile of bills and junk mail, an anomaly. I picked it up. The paper felt heavy, substantial. A faint, almost imperceptible scent emanated from it, something earthy, like damp soil and old leaves. I opened it. Inside was a single card, equally thick and cream-colored. The message was printed in the same ornate script. Dear Michael, it has been far too long. We have waited, and now, at last you have returned to us. The time is ripe. We eagerly await your presence at our family gathering. Please join us this coming Saturday at sundown. The Thorne Estate, Oak Haven. Your loving family. Oak Haven. The name sent a peculiar jolt through me. Not fear, not dread, but a strange sense of recognition, like a forgotten melody suddenly playing in my mind. Michael's residual consciousness stirred, a faint whisper of unease. Oak Haven. Again. No, do not go back. I suppressed it. The Thorne Estate. I had no Thorne Estate in my memories. Michael's parents were long gone, his family history sparse and unremarkable. Yet, the letter spoke of your loving family, of a return. Curiosity, a powerful, alien drive, compelled me. This was new data. This was an unexpected variable. It spoke of a connection, a history I had not yet absorbed. I had to go. Saturday arrived, cloaked in an unusually heavy fog. I drove Michael's car, following directions provided on a small, elegantly printed map, included with the letter. The roads grew narrower, winding deeper into the forested outskirts of Oak Haven. The air grew colder, heavier, and that faint, earthy scent from the letter became more pronounced. The fog grew so thick I could barely see the road ahead, the headlights cutting weak swaths through the swirling white. It was disorienting, isolating. A perfect setting for something. Suddenly, the fog parted just enough to reveal a wrought iron gate, massive and ornate, flanked by crumbling stone pillars. It looked ancient, overgrown with ivy. No house was visible, just a long, winding driveway disappearing into the white mist. Above the gate, a rusted sign, barely legible, read Thorne Estate. A shiver, something Michael's body remembered as apprehension, traced its way down my spine. I pushed the gate open, the hinges groaning in protest, a sound that echoed eerily in the oppressive silence. I drove slowly up the gravel driveway. The trees on either side were old, gnarled, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers through the fog. The air was utterly still, not a single bird chirping, not a rustle of leaves. It was as if the entire world held its breath. Then, through the gloom, a house emerged. It was enormous, a Victorian mansion, dark and imposing, its many windows like vacant eyes staring out into the mist. It was old, impossibly old, with turrets and gables and a wide, wraparound porch. It looked like something out of a Gothic novel. As I pulled to a stop, the front door, heavy in dark wood, swung open. A figure stood silhouetted against the warm, inviting light spilling from within. He was a tall man, impeccably dressed in a tweed jacket, with a neatly trimmed beard and a warm, benevolent smile. His eyes, even from this distance, seemed unusually bright, almost luminous. He stepped out onto the porch, his smile widening. "Michael, my dear boy, you have come. We knew you would." His voice was rich, deep, full of genuine warmth. He descended the steps, moving with an easy grace that belied his age. As he drew closer, I could see the details of his face, kind eyes, laugh lines, a distinguished bearing. He extended both hands, taking mine in a firm, almost crushing grip. "Welcome home, my son," he said, his gaze piercing. "Welcome home at last." My son. This was a new layer of confusion. Michael had no living father, certainly not one who looked like this. I apologize," I said, trying to mimic Michael's polite confusion. "There must be some mistake. My name is Michael Thorne, but I do not believe we have ever met." The man chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. "Oh, Michael, you always were one for a jest. But no mistake at all. I am your Uncle Elias. And this," he gestured toward the open door, where other figures were now emerging, "is your family. Come inside. Do not stand out here in the cold." As I stepped onto the porch, more faces came into view. A woman with silver hair pulled back in a severe bun, her eyes sharp and assessing. A younger man, perhaps in his late 20s, with a lean build and a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. A teenage girl, pale and quiet, clinging to the woman's arm. And several others, all with that same unsettling brightness in their eyes, all smiling with an unnerving uniformity. "He is here. He is really here," the silver-haired woman exclaimed, her voice surprisingly strong. "Oh, Michael, we have missed you so. Your Aunt Clara." She embraced me, a surprisingly firm hug that lasted a beat too long. Her scent was like the letter earth and old leaves, mixed with something else, something metallic. The younger man, who introduced himself as my cousin Julian, clapped me on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Good to see you. Michael, we thought you would never find your way back." Their warmth was overwhelming, suffocating. It felt rehearsed, like actors playing a role. And their eyes, every single one of them had those same unusually bright, almost unnervingly focused eyes. And if I looked closely, really closely, I could see a subtle shift in the light, a momentary deepening of the pupil into something truly black, something that mirrored my own. We moved into the house. The interior was even more opulent than the exterior suggested. High ceilings, dark wood paneling, antique furniture, and a grand staircase that swept up to the upper floors. A fire crackled merrily in a large stone fireplace, casting flickering shadows across the room. "Make yourself at home, dear boy," Uncle Elias boomed, ushering me toward the plush velvet armchair. "We have prepared a feast, a celebration of your return. A long dining table laden with an array of food stretched across the room. Roast vegetables, breads, all steaming and fragrant. It was a picture of domestic bliss, but something was profoundly wrong. As I sat, Aunt Clara placed a hand on my arm. Her smile was wide, but her eyes were searching, probing. "You look a little thin. Michael, have you been taking care of yourself?" I am fine, thank you," I replied, trying to maintain Michael's polite demeanor. "Of course, he is fine." "Clara," Julian interjected, pulling up a chair opposite me. "He has simply been away. A long journey." Was not it? "Michael." He winked, a gesture that felt oddly knowing. The conversation flowed around me, a torrent of fabricated memories and intimate details that made no sense. They spoke of my childhood here, of summers spent exploring the woods, of family traditions. Things Michael's memories simply did not contain. "Remember that time you almost fell into Miller's Mill?" "Michael," Aunt Clara reminisced, a fond smile on her face. "You were always such an adventurous one." Miller's Mill. The name hit me like a physical blow. Michael's suppressed consciousness flared, a sudden, agonizing jolt of terror. They know where you came from. They know what you are." I fought it down, the familiar effort of suppression. I forced a smile. "Ah, yes, the mill. A distant memory. Uncle Elias leaned forward, his elbows on the table. Distant, perhaps, but never truly forgotten. Michael, certain places, they leave their mark. They call us back. His gaze was intense, unwavering. It was as if he was looking not at Michael's face, but deep into the being that now inhabited it. As the meal progressed, the conversations grew stranger. They spoke in hushed tones of the cycles, of the harvest, of the awakening. They spoke of our kind and the sleepers. They spoke of a world beyond this one, a place we came from, a place we will return to. It is a delicate balance. Michael, Julian said, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. Living among them, blending in, but it is necessary until the time is right. And the time is nearly right. Is not it? Julian, Aunt Clara added, a predatory gleam in her eyes. With the new generation returning, the numbers grow. I felt a cold dread begin to coil in my gut. This was not a human family reunion. This was something else entirely. These were not Michael's relatives. They were, like me, or rather like it. I observed them more closely. The way their smiles did not quite reach their eyes, the subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in their features when they thought no one was looking, the way they moved with an unnatural fluidity, a grace that seemed too perfect, and the eyes, always the eyes, that unsettling brightness, that momentary blackness in the pupils. It was the same as mine, the same as its eyes. After dinner, Uncle Elias led me to a study, a room lined with ancient, leather-bound books. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and something else, something metallic and faint, like the mill. Michael, he said, gesturing to a comfortable armchair by the fire. We need to talk. Truly talk. I sat, my senses on high alert. The original consciousness of Michael was now a frantic, terrified animal, clawing at the walls of its prison. Get out. Run. They are not human. They are like you. Uncle Elias poured 2 glasses of dark, rich liquid. Brandy he offered, a family tradition. I took a sip. It was potent, burning. But the taste was secondary to the sensation of the liquid moving down my throat, the warmth spreading through Michael's body. You have been through a trying time. Have not you, my boy? Elias began, his voice soft, almost sympathetic. The journey back, it is never easy. The host resists. The memories cling. But you have done well. Remarkable integration. My heart, Michael's heart, hammered against my ribs. He knew everything. I do not understand. I stammered, trying to feign confusion. But the pretense felt thin, transparent. Elias smiled, a knowing, almost pitying expression. Oh, you understand. Michael, you just have not fully accepted it yet. You are a newborn, in a sense, fresh from the cocoon. But you are one of us. You always have been. He leaned forward, his eyes boring into mine. We are the Thorn family. We are the guardians. The shepherds. We have been here for centuries, living among them, waiting, preparing. Preparing for what? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The human consciousness was screaming now, a silent, desperate wail. For the great awakening. Elias said, his voice dropping to a reverent tone. For the day when our numbers are sufficient, when the veil thins, when we can truly return. He stood up, walking to a large, antique globe in the corner of the room. He spun it slowly, his finger tracing the continents. This world. Michael, it is a temporary dwelling. A nursery. We plant our seeds, we nurture them, and then, when they are ready, they return to the fold, to the true family, to the true purpose. The purpose, to reclaim what is ours, he said simply, turning back to me. This world, it was once ours, and it will be again. He sat down again, his gaze unwavering. You were lost. Michael, a seedling separated from the root. The Oakhaven incident, decades ago. A lapse, a mistake. You were too young, too fragile. The transformation was incomplete. The human consciousness, it took hold again. It suppressed your true nature. We watched, we waited. We knew you would be called back eventually, that the primal urge would guide you to the source, to the mill, to your true self. My mind reeled. The police report. Missing for 36 hours. The gaunt stranger. The black-eyed entity. Sarah's claims. It was all true. All of it. But worse. Infinitely worse. Sarah. I heard myself say, "What about Sarah?" Delias chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Ah, the researcher, a curious one. She understood fragments. She saw glimpses. She was a useful tool, a catalyst, as you yourself noted. He paused, his smile fading. We will ensure her silence. Permanently. A wave of something akin to revulsion, a purely Michael-esque emotion, washed over me. The suppression faltered. Michael's consciousness roared, a final, desperate surge of humanity. No, do not let them. Do not let them hurt her. You can't be like this. But it was too late. The entity, I, was already too deeply integrated. The revulsion was quickly replaced by a cold calculation. Sarah was a loose end, a danger. Her removal was logical, efficient. You are one of us now. Michael, Elias said, his voice firm, leaving no room for argument. You are home. You are Thorn. And you will play your part in the Great Awakening. He stood, extending a hand to me. This time, it was not a gesture of welcome, but of command. Come. There are others you must meet, others who have also returned. We have a ritual to perform, a bonding, a true welcoming into the family. I stood, my movement stiff, robotic. The human consciousness was a tiny, flickering ember now, deep in the darkest corner of my mind, its screams unheard, its terror unheeded. I had replaced Michael, but I had not gained freedom. I had merely traded one prison for another. I was not just an entity inhabiting a human shell. I was a part of something larger, something ancient and malevolent. I was a thorn, and my purpose, my true, horrifying purpose, was only just beginning to unfold. The return was not a triumph, it was an induction, an enslavement. And the face, staring back at me from the antique mirror in the hall. Michael's face now held a chilling, knowing smile. A smile that was not my own, but belonged entirely to the family I had just joined. My family, our family, and we were finally, truly home. The world as I knew it had shattered. Alara did not just walk out of my life. She tore a gaping hole in its fabric, leaving me staring into an abyss where logic and reality had once stood. The recap was right, I was a wreck. Every shadow was Alara. Every quiet moment was her presence. Every fleeting glimpse of a tall, elegant figure in the distance sent a jolt of pure terror through my veins. I deleted her number, blocked her on everything that did not exist, scrubbed our messages, but it was like trying to erase a ghost. The digital void she left behind was not comforting, it was terrifying. It meant she was untraceable, untouchable, a phantom that could materialize and disappear at will. The internet, that vast, all-encompassing web of human existence, had no record of her. That fact alone was enough to make my skin crawl, a constant, chilling reminder that she defied modern understanding. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford. When I did drift off, it was into a landscape of predatory smiles and icy touches, waking up in a cold sweat, heart hammering against my ribs. I would spend hours just staring at the ceiling, replaying our dates, searching for the moment I should have known. The old car, the cash, the lack of phone, the vague answers, they were all red flags. waving frantically in retrospect. But at the time, they had just made her more alluring, more mysterious. Now, they were the signs of a predator, meticulously erasing her tracks. I tried talking to friends. I met this woman. I would start trying to sound casual, and she was different. The story would unravel, growing increasingly unbelievable with each detail to working with time, collecting memories, the cold touch, the predatory smile. Their faces would shift from concern to polite skepticism, then to thinly veiled pity. Maybe you just had a bad experience, man. One friend offered, patting my shoulder awkwardly. Online dating can be brutal. You probably just projected a lot onto her. Another suggested I might be a little stressed, maybe needed to take a break. No one believed me. How could they? Ilera left no evidence. I was just a guy who'd been ghosted by a weird date, spiraling into paranoia. The isolation was crushing. I was alone with this nightmare, trapped inside my own head, where Ilera's image was burned into my retinas. I started avoiding crowds, convinced she could be anywhere. I would walk down the street, my eyes darting, scanning faces. Convinced I would see her, that elegant, timeless figure, just waiting for me to relax, to let my guard down. The fear was a living thing inside me, a cold, writhing serpent that never slept. Weeks turned into a month. The initial shock began to crystallize into a dull, constant ache of dread. I knew I could not live like this. I needed to try and reclaim some semblance of normalcy, to prove to myself that I was not completely insane, that the world had not truly been turned on its head. Maybe, just maybe, if I tried to re-enter the world, the nightmare would fade. So, against every fiber of my being, I decided to go on another date. It felt like an act of defiance, a desperate plea to the universe that I was still here, still human, still alive. I reactivated my dating profile, the very one where I would found Ilera, and scrolled through the endless parade of manufactured smiles and carefully curated bios. It felt hollow, meaningless, but I forced myself to swipe to message. Her name was Sarah. She had a kind smile, a job in marketing, and a bio that mentioned hiking and craft beer. She was in every way the antithesis of Ilera, and that was exactly what I needed. Our messages were light, easy, devoid of philosophical deep dives or artistic pretensions. It was mundane, and for the first time in weeks, mundane felt like a lifeline. We decided to meet for coffee. I chose a busy, brightly lit cafe, a place where Ilera, with her preference for shadows and quiet corners, would never be. I arrived early, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, convinced I would see her, a dark silhouette against the sun-drenched street. But the street was just a street, filled with ordinary people living ordinary lives. Sarah arrived a few minutes later, her smile genuine, her eyes warm. She was exactly as her profile pictures suggested, friendly, approachable. We talked about work, about our weekends, about the terrible local sports team. I found myself laughing, a genuine, unforced sound that felt alien after so long. I felt a tiny, fragile spark of hope flicker within me. Maybe I could do this. Maybe I could move on. Maybe Ilera was just a bad dream, a particularly vivid hallucination brought on by exhaustion and loneliness. The coffee date went well enough that we decided to get dinner a few nights later. This time, I suggested a bustling Italian restaurant, full of clatter and conversation. Another place Ilera would not be. I was still on edge, constantly scanning the room, but the fear was a little less acute, a little more manageable. Sarah was easy company, and I found myself almost relaxing. Almost. After dinner, as we walked back to my car, the night air was cool and crisp. We talked about our favorite movies, and I found myself genuinely engaged. I opened the passenger door for her, a small gesture that felt incredibly normal, incredibly human. She slid into the seat, her purse clattering softly on the floorboard. I walked around to the driver's side, a sense of cautious optimism bubbling within me. Maybe this was it. Maybe I was finally turning a corner. I started the engine. The familiar rumble of my old sedan, a comforting sound. As I put the car in reverse, Sarah let out a small, curious sound. "Huh," she said, her voice tinged with surprise. I glanced over. "Everything okay?" She was leaning forward slightly, her fingers tracing something on the dashboard, just above the glove compartment. The interior light from the console cast a dim glow, illuminating her focused expression. "Yeah, I just ordered these." My blood ran cold. The fragile bubble of normalcy burst, shattering into a million icy shards. My heart began to pound, a frantic, desperate rhythm. "What or what?" I managed, my voice suddenly hoarse. She turned to me, a faint frown on her face. "These marks, they look like claw marks, all over the dash, and even on the door panel here." She reached out, her finger brushing against the passenger door. I strained to see, my eyes adjusting to the dim light, and then I saw them. They were everywhere, not just on the dashboard, where Sarah had first noticed them, but gouged deep into the soft plastic, long, unnatural furrows that marred the surface. They snaked across the glove compartment, like an ancient, forgotten language carved by something with immense power. They were on the door panel, just as she would said, tearing through the upholstery, revealing the dark foam beneath. My gaze darted upward, and there, on the beige fabric of the roof liner, were more, 3 distinct, parallel lines, impossibly deep, as if something had dragged its claws across the ceiling of my car with furious intent. A wave of nausea washed over me, so potent it made my head spin. I had not noticed them. How could I not have noticed them? I drove this car every day, but I always drove in the daylight, or in the dark, with only the faint glow of the streetlights. And I had not been looking. I had not been seeing. My mind, desperate to protect itself, must have simply filtered them out, dismissed them as scratches, wear and tear, anything but what they clearly were. "Oh," I said, the sound barely a whisper. My throat felt like sandpaper. I do not know." Sarah looked at me, her brow furrowed. "I mean, they are really deep. Did you have an animal in here? A really big cat, maybe." She tried to make a joke, but her voice held a note of genuine unease. "Or a bear." A bear. The word hung in the air, heavy and ridiculous, yet terrifyingly close to the truth. Not a bear. Something far older, far more dangerous. Something that collected memories and worked with time. "No," I said, my voice barely audible. My hands, gripping the steering wheel, were slick with sweat. "No, I have not." Sarah shifted, her gaze lingering on the grotesque marks. "They are pretty creepy, actually, like something tried to claw its way out of your car." My blood ran cold. Or claw its way in. Or, more terrifyingly, it was already in. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Ilara, she had been in my car. Not just during our dates, but afterwards. She had been here, in my space, leaving her terrifying signature. The cold touch, the predatory smile, the ancient nature, it all coalesced into a horrifying certainty. These were not random scratches. These were her marks. "Yeah," I said, trying to force a casual tone, but it came out as a strangled croak. "Yeah, I guess so. I really do not know how they got there." Sarah looked at me, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. "Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I had, or something far worse. I forced a weak smile. Just tired. Long day. I needed to get her home. I needed to be alone. I needed to figure out what the hell was happening. The drive to her apartment was agonizing. Every turn, every bump in the road, sent a jolt of renewed terror through me. I kept glancing at the dashboard, at the door panel, at the roof liner, the claw marks now glaringly obvious, screaming Alara's presence. They were deep, raw, and somehow they felt ancient, like they had been there for centuries, waiting for me to finally notice. When we pulled up to her curb, I practically shoved the car into park. "Well," I said, trying to sound normal, "thanks for dinner. Sarah, I had a really good time." She seemed to sense my sudden urgency, my barely contained panic. Her smile was hesitant now. "Yeah, me too. You sure you are okay?" "Fine." I lied too quickly. "Just really tired." She nodded slowly, then opened the door. As she stepped out, she glanced back at the claw marks one last time, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "You should probably get those looked at," she said, her voice quieter now. "They are pretty unsettling." "I will," I promised, already desperate for her to leave. She closed the door, and I watched her walk up to her building, her figure disappearing into the shadows. The moment she was gone, I felt a scream building in my chest. I slammed my fist against the steering wheel, the pain a welcome distraction from the spiraling terror. She had been here, in my car, leaving her mark. It was not a dream. It was not paranoia. It was real. I drove home, not caring about speed limits, my eyes darting between the road and the grotesque marks on my car's interior. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every flicker of light seemed to hint at her presence. My apartment building, usually a haven, now felt like a trap. I burst through the door, locking it behind me, then double locked it, triple locked it. I spent the rest of the night pacing, staring at the walls, at the floor, convinced that she had been in my apartment too. Had she left marks here? I scoured every surface, every piece of furniture, my heart hammering. I found nothing. But the absence of evidence was no longer reassuring. It was just another testament to her impossible, untraceable nature. The next morning, I took the car to a mechanic. "I need these scratches fixed," I said, trying to sound nonchalant, pointing to the claw marks. The mechanic, a burly guy named Frank, peered at them. He ran a callous finger over one of the deeper gashes on the dashboard. "Whoa," he whistled. "These ain't just scratches. Buddy, these are deep. Like something took a hatchet to your dash. Or, well, like you said, claws." He looked at me, a question in his eyes. "You got a Wolverine riding shotgun." I forced a laugh. "Something like that." I could not explain. No one would ever believe me. Frank shook his head. "This ain't gonna be cheap. And some of these, like on the roof liner here, you would probably need to replace the whole thing. It is pretty torn up." I just nodded, numb. The cost did not matter. I just wanted them gone. Erased, as if erasing the physical evidence could erase the terror. But even after the repairs, after the new dashboard and door panels, after the patched up roof liner, the marks were still there in my mind. They were a constant, chilling reminder that Alara was not just a memory, but an active, terrifying presence in my life. She was watching. She was waiting. The paranoia escalated. I began to notice other things. Subtle things. A faint, ancient scent in my apartment, like dust and old paper, mixed with something else, something metallic and cold. I would find objects slightly askew, a book on my shelf turned the wrong way. A pen moved from my desk to floor. Tiny, insignificant details that, taken individually, could be dismissed as my own absent-mindedness. But together, they formed a chilling pattern. She was here. She was in my apartment. She was playing with me. I became a prisoner in my own home. I checked every lock, every window, multiple times a day. I installed a cheap security camera, but it only captured me, pacing like a caged animal, in empty rooms. Alara left no digital footprint, and she left no physical one for a camera to catch. She was a ghost, but a ghost that could leave physical marks when she wanted to. One night, I woke up to a sound. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper right outside my bedroom door. It sounded like my name, or a sound like my name stretched and distorted, ancient and unfamiliar. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. I held my breath, straining to hear. Nothing, just the oppressive silence of my apartment. I lay there for what felt like hours, rigid with terror, until the first rays of dawn pierced through my blinds. I did not dare open the door until the sun was fully up. When I finally did, the hallway was empty, bathed in the pale light of morning. But there on the wooden floorboards just outside my door were 3 faint parallel lines. Not deep gouges like in my car, but faint indentations, as if something incredibly heavy and sharp had been dragged across the wood. They were almost invisible, but I saw them, and I knew Ilara was not just observing. She was hunting. I started researching. Everything I could find on ancient entities, time manipulation, memory collection, anything that even remotely touched upon her chilling claims. Most of it was folklore, myth, science fiction, but some of it, buried in obscure academic papers and forgotten occult texts, spoke of beings that existed outside of conventional time, entities that fed on human experience, on the very essence of existence. They were called chronivores, or evum eaters, or simply the collectors. They did not just observe, they consumed. They did not just gather memories, they extracted them, leaving behind empty husks. Her words echoed in my mind. I work with time. I collect memories. The digital world is fleeting, I prefer the tangible. And that predatory smile. She was not just a metaphor. She was a literal, ancient predator. And I was her next item for her collection. The realization filled me with a terror so profound it made my bones ache. I was not just being haunted, I was being stalked. She was not just an ex-date, she was something that wanted to take from me, to consume my very being. I tried to run. I packed a bag, grabbed my wallet, and drove. I drove for hours, leaving the city behind, heading north, then west, then south, changing directions constantly, convinced I could outrun her. But how do you outrun something that works with time? I stopped at a small, isolated motel in the middle of nowhere. It was cheap, run down, and felt safe in its anonymity. I checked in under a fake name, paid with cash. I felt a fleeting sense of victory. I was untraceable. I was hidden. I fell into an exhausted sleep, the first truly deep sleep I would had in weeks. But it was not peaceful. It was filled with fragmented, unsettling dreams. Whispers of my name, growing louder, closer. A chill that seeped into my bones. I woke up abruptly. The room plunged into darkness. The motel room light was out. The bedside lamp, which I had left on, was off. I fumbled for my phone, its screen a welcome beacon in the oppressive blackness. No service. Of course. A cold dread settled over me. This was not just a power outage. And then I heard it. A faint, rhythmic tick-tock. It was not coming from a clock. It was coming from the corner of the room, slow and deliberate, like the heartbeat of an ancient mechanism. My eyes strained in the darkness, trying to pierce the gloom. The tick-tock grew louder, closer, and then a shape began to coalesce in the deepest shadow of the room. Tall, elegant, impossibly still. My breath hitched in my throat. I could not move. I could not scream. Ilara, her eyes, reflecting the faint emergency light from a hallway that seeped on the door, were like polished obsidian. Her smile, even in the darkness, was a predatory slash across her face. "You've been trying to run," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves rustling in an ancient forest. "But where would you go? Time is everywhere, and I am its keeper." The tick-tock was deafening now, vibrating through floorboards, through my very bones. It was coming from her, from within her, a terrible internal clock. "I told you," she continued, taking a slow, deliberate step towards me. "I collect memories. And yours, my dear, are quite exquisite. So rich, so vibrant, so full of fear." Her hand reached out, impossibly long, impossibly slender. The air around it grew cold, so cold it burned. I could feel the life draining from the room, from me, as she approached. "You see," she said, her voice now a low, guttural purr, "the digital world is fleeting. Pixels fade. Data corrupts. But a true memory, a true life experience that is tangible, that is eternal, and I ensure its preservation." Her fingers, long and delicate, touched my forehead. The cold was absolute, piercing through my skin, through my skull, into the very core of my being. It was not just cold, it was the absence of warmth, the absence of life, the absence of time. And then she smiled, that predatory, ancient smile stretching wider, wider, until it seemed to encompass the entire darkness of the room. "Do not worry," she whispered, her voice echoing in my mind, not just in my ears. "It will be a beautiful collection, and you will be the centerpiece." I felt it then. Not pain, but something far worse. A draining, a fading. My memories, my experiences, my very essence began to flow out of me, pulled by an irresistible, ancient force. I saw flashes of my life, not as memories, but as objects being sorted, categorized, collected. My first kiss, my childhood dog, my college graduation, the taste of my favorite meal, the sound of my mother's laugh, the thrill of a good book. They were not just remembered, they were being taken. My body began to feel light, hollow. My thoughts became fragmented, distant. The tick-tock in the room was now inside my head, marking the passage of my life into her eternal collection. I tried to resist, to fight, but I was just a human, a fleeting moment in her endless existence. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me completely, was her face, illuminated by a faint, ghostly glow that seemed to emanate from her very being. Her eyes, endless and cold, watched as my light faded, as my memories became hers. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was not just dying. I was becoming an exhibit, another item in Alara's vast, timeless collection. A memory, preserved forever, for her to revisit and consume, while my physical self, my very existence, simply ceased to be. The world as I knew it had shattered. And now, so had I. All that was left was a lingering echo of a desperate, unheard scream, and a chilling knowledge that somewhere an ancient collector had found her next prized possession. You know, I have always been one of those people who rolls their eyes a little at online dating horror stories. You hear about the catfish, the guys who are nothing like their pictures, the ones with bizarre fetishes they spring on you mid-appetizer. But you never really think it will happen to you. I certainly did not. I thought I was careful. I thought I was smart. I was wrong. And now, every shadow in my apartment, every creak in the floorboards, every unfamiliar car parked on my street, it sends a cold shiver down my spine that goes straight to my bones. My name is Chloe, and I am 31. For the past few years, my dating life has been, to put it mildly, a barren wasteland. It was not for lack of trying. I would download all the apps: Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it. Endless swiping, awkward first messages, even more awkward first dates. Most of them fizzled out after a single drink, sometimes even before the drink arrived. I met a guy who spent the entire evening talking about his ex-girlfriend's conspiracy theories, another who thought it was appropriate to ask about my credit score on a second date, and one who, no joke, brought his pet parrot in a carrier bag to a fancy restaurant. Yeah, my standards were not even that high anymore. I just wanted someone normal, someone I could have a decent conversation with, someone who maybe, just maybe, did not have a pet parrot in tow. So, when I matched with Mark, he felt like a breath of fresh air. His profile was impeccable. Great photos, not too many selfies. A few with friends, one looking thoughtful against a scenic backdrop. His bio was witty, intelligent, and did not contain any red flag emojis or references to the grind. He was a software engineer, like me, which was a bonus. We had similar interests listed: hiking, indie movies, trying new restaurants. Our initial messages were effortless. flowing from one topic to the next with genuine curiosity and humor. He seemed perfect, almost too perfect if I'm being honest. But after a string of duds, I was willing to overlook that little voice in the back of my head that whispered, "Nobody's this perfect." We chatted for about a week, exchanging long messages, sometimes even voice notes, which felt a little old school, but also strangely intimate. He asked thoughtful questions, remembered details I would mention days earlier, and made me laugh. I found myself genuinely excited for our first date. We decided on a casual Italian place downtown, a bustling spot that felt safe and public. I spent an hour picking out an outfit, doing my hair, and putting on a bit more makeup than usual. My apartment, a cozy one-bedroom on the third floor of an old brick building, felt alive with a nervous energy I had not felt in ages. I looked at myself in the mirror, took a deep breath, and told myself, "Okay, Chloe, this is it. Maybe this is the one." When I arrived at the restaurant, Mark was already there, waiting at a small table by the window. He stood up as I approached, a genuine smile lighting up his face. He was even better looking in person, tall, with kind eyes and a warm, inviting demeanor. He had a slight stubble that suited him, and his dark hair was just a little messy, in a charming way. He pulled out my chair, a small gesture that felt surprisingly nice. "Chloe, it is great to finally meet you," he said, his voice a little deeper than I expected from our voice notes, but still pleasant. "You too, Mark," I replied, feeling a genuine smile spread across my face. The nervous energy started to dissipate, replaced by a comfortable ease. The date was, for lack of a better word, fantastic. The conversation flowed effortlessly, just like our messages. We talked about our jobs, our families, our travel aspirations. He asked about my favorite books and movies and listened intently, making eye contact that felt engaging, not intense. He told me about his recent trip to Iceland, describing the landscapes with such vivid detail that I felt like I was there. He was funny, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in everything I had to say. I found myself laughing easily, something I had not done on a first date in a very long time. He ordered us a bottle of wine, a nice Chianti, and we shared an appetizer, bruschetta. As the evening progressed, I felt myself relaxing, letting my guard down. This was not like the others. This felt different. Good different. I started to imagine a second date, a third, maybe even a future. It was a stupid, hopeful thought, but I could not help it. The spark was undeniable. There were a couple of tiny things, fleeting moments, that in hindsight should have given me pause. He had a way of looking at me, a lingering gaze that felt a little too intense, especially when I was talking about something personal. He also asked a surprisingly specific question about my apartment building, something about the age of the structure and if it had good soundproofing, which I brushed off as an engineer's curiosity. But at the time, I attributed it to him just being an attentive listener, genuinely interested in all aspects of my life. I was just so starved for a good connection that I completely ignored the tiny red flags fluttering in the periphery. We were nearing the end of our meal, sharing a tiramisu and sipping espresso, when it happened. The moment that shattered my pleasant evening and twisted my entire world into a grotesque, unrecognizable landscape. Mark's phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at it, a slight frown creasing his brow, then picked it up to check the notification. He did not try to hide it, did not turn it away from me. He just held it up, his thumb hovering over the screen, and for a split second before he unlocked it, I saw it, his phone wallpaper. My heart did not just skip a beat, it plummeted into my stomach, a cold, heavy stone. My breath hitched in my throat. The tiramisu, which had tasted so sweet just moments before, turned to ash in my mouth. It was me, sleeping, in my bed. The image was unmistakable. It was a picture taken from above, a slightly angled shot, showing me curled on my side, my dark hair fanned out on my pillow. The distinctive floral pattern of my duvet cover, the slightly off-kilter lamp on my bedside table. The stack of books I would have been meaning to read Every single detail screamed my bedroom, my private bedroom. And I was sound asleep, vulnerable, completely unaware. My blood ran cold. A wave of nausea washed over me so powerful, I thought I might actually throw up right there in the restaurant. My hands started to tremble, and I clasped them tightly under the table, digging my nails into my palms, trying to ground myself, to convince myself that what I would see was not real. It had to be a mistake, a trick of the light, a bizarre coincidence. But it was not. The image was too clear, too specific. There was no mistaking it. That was me, in my bed, last night, or the night before, or some night. Mark, oblivious of the terror that had just seized me, unlocked his phone and quickly responded to the message. He then placed the phone face down on the table, a casual gesture that now felt profoundly sinister. "Everything all right?" he asked, his voice calm, his eyes still kind. Too kind. I stared at him, trying to force a smile, try to keep my face from betraying the sheer, unadulterated horror that was consuming me. My mind was racing a million miles an hour, trying to process, to rationalize, to deny. But there was no rationalizing this. How? How did he have that picture? When had he been in my apartment? How did he get in? Had he been watching me? Was this whole date, this whole wonderful, charming evening, just a grotesque charade? A cat playing with its prey before the kill? My entire perception of him flipped in an instant. The charming smile became a predatory grin. The attentive gaze, a chilling stare. Every compliment, every shared laugh, every thoughtful question now felt like a carefully placed piece in a meticulously constructed trap. He had not been interested in getting to know me. He would already know me. He would know me when I was at my most vulnerable, in the sanctity of my own home, completely exposed. My heart was pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. My breath was shallow, ragged. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. Despite the warmth of the restaurant, I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But I could not. My body felt frozen, paralyzed by a terror so profound I would never experience anything like it. "Chloe, you look a little pale. Are you feeling okay?" Mark asked, his brow furrowing slightly. He reached across the table, his hand hovering near mine. I flinched, pulling my hands back sharply, a movement I immediately regretted. I had to play it cool. I could not let him know I knew. Not yet. Not while I was still trapped here, across from him, in a public place that suddenly felt as isolated as a desert island. "Oh, yeah. Sorry." I stammered, forcing a laugh that sounded brittle and fake even to my own ears. "Just tired. I guess. Long day at work. And, that tiramisu was really rich." I tried to sound casual, but my voice was shaky, my throat tight. He nodded slowly, his eyes searching mine. Did he see through me? Did he know I was lying? The thought sent another wave of panic through me. I could not meet his gaze for long. I looked around the restaurant, searching for an escape route, for a friendly face, for anyone who might notice the silent scream trapped behind my eyes. But everyone was engrossed in their own conversations, their own meals. I was utterly alone. "Well, we should probably get going then," Mark said, his voice still calm, but now it held a subtle edge that I had not noticed before. Or maybe I was just imagining it, projecting my own terror onto him. "I can get the check." "Yes, please." I practically gasped, trying to keep my voice even. "That would be great. I really do need to head home." The next few minutes were an agonizing eternity. I watched him signal for the waiter, watched him pull out his wallet, watched him pay. Every movement felt deliberate, slow, calculated. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. I needed to get out of here. I needed to get home. I needed to call the police. But first, I needed to get away from him. I could not go straight home. That was the first thought that solidified in my panicked mind. If he had been in my apartment, if he had taken that picture, then he knew where I lived. He knew my building. He knew my unit. Going home would be walking straight back into the lion's den. I needed a diversion. I needed a safe haven. I am parked just around the corner. I lied, even though my car was in the restaurant's lot, a good 5-minute walk away. So, I would just head that way. Mark stood up as I did, and I felt a fresh surge of adrenaline. He was so much taller than me. He could easily overpower me. He was smiling, but his eyes were unreadable. "I will walk you to your car," he offered, his voice smooth. "Oh, no, you do not have to," I said, trying to wave him off dismissively, as if it were a polite formality. "It is really not far. And I know you probably have to get home, too." "Nonsense," he said, and for the first time, his tone shifted. It was still pleasant, but there was an underlying firmness to it, a subtle refusal to take no for an answer. "It is dark out. I would not feel right letting you walk alone." My blood ran cold again. This was it. He was not going to let me go. He knew. He had to know I would seen it, or he was just enjoying the slow torture of it all. I felt a knot of pure dread tighten in my stomach. "Really, it is fine," I insisted, trying to sound breezy, but my voice was trembling. "My car is just right there." I vaguely gestured towards the street, hoping he would not question it. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. His smile faltered, just for a second, then reformed, but it did not reach his eyes. "Chloe," he said, his voice dropping slightly. "I insist." My mind screamed. I had to get away. Now, actually, I blurted out, a desperate lie springing to my lips. "My friend, she's actually picking me up. She just texted me. She is waiting for me across the street." I pointed vaguely toward the opposite side of the road, where a bus stop stood empty. Mark's smile vanished completely. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, I saw the true monster lurking beneath the charming facade. His face hardened, losing all warmth. The air around us suddenly felt thick, heavy with unspoken menace. "Is that so?" he said, his voice now devoid of any pretense of politeness. It was flat, cold, dangerous. "Funny, I did not see you check your phone." My heart leaped into my throat. He knew. He had been watching me closely. Every move, every gesture. I felt it vibrate. I stammered, completely out of my depth, my carefully constructed lies crumbling around me. He took another step, closing the distance between us. I could smell his cologne, which had seemed pleasant earlier, now sickeningly sweet. "Chloe," he said, his voice a low growl, "why are you lying to me?" Pure, unadulterated terror flooded through me. There was no more pretense. No more playing it cool. I had to run. I have to go. I choked out, and without another thought, I turned and bolted. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran out of the restaurant, past the startled hostess, out onto the busy sidewalk. My legs felt like jelly, but adrenaline surged through my veins, propelling me forward. I could hear his footsteps behind me, heavy and deliberate, not a panic sprint, but a steady, relentless pursuit. "Chloe." "Wait," he called out, his voice cutting through the evening noise. But there was no warmth in it now, only a chilling command. I did not dare slow down. I weaved through pedestrians, bumping into people, muttering apologies I did not mean. I could feel his presence, a cold dread clinging to my back, urging me faster. My lungs burned, my side ached, but I could not stop. I had to get away. I spotted a brightly lit corner store, its doors wide open, people milling about inside. A public place. A chance. I veered sharply, bursting through the automatic doors, nearly colliding with a woman carrying a basket of groceries. "Hey," she exclaimed, but I did not stop. I ran to the back of the store, pretending to look at a display of snacks, my heart hammering against my ribs. I risked a glance back toward the entrance. Mark was there, standing just inside the door, his eyes scanning the aisles. He saw me. His lips curled into a slow, terrifying smile. It was not a charming smile anymore. It was the smile of a predator who had cornered his prey. I ducked behind a towering shelf of cereal boxes, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My mind was a whirlwind of panic. What do I do? Call 911. But what would I say? My date has a picture of me sleeping on his phone, and now he is chasing me. It sounded insane. And he had not actually done anything. Not yet. I could hear his footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving down the aisle. He was not rushing. He was savoring the hunt. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. I needed to call someone. Anyone. My best friend. Sarah. My mom. But my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the device. Chloe. His voice was soft, dangerously close. This is not necessary. We can just talk. I peeked around the cereal boxes. He was just a few feet away, his back to me, looking down another aisle. This was my chance. I took a deep breath, gathered every ounce of courage I had left, and sprinted toward the front of the store, toward the automatic doors. I burst out onto the street again, not daring to look back, just running, running, running. I did not stop until my lungs felt like they were going to explode, and my legs felt like they were giving out. I found myself in a different part of downtown, a slightly quieter street lined with older apartment buildings and small businesses. I leaned against a lamppost, gasping for air, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. I pulled out my phone again, my fingers still shaking, but a little steadier now. I dialed 911. 911. What is your emergency? A calm female voice asked. Hi. I choked out, my voice hoarse. I need help. I think I am being stalked. My date, he had a picture of me sleeping on his phone, and he chased me. There was a moment of silence. Madam, can you tell me your location? I gave her the address of the lamppost I was leaning against. I tried to explain everything, pouring out the horrifying details of the date, the picture, the chase. I sounded hysterical, even to myself. Okay, madam, an officer is on the way, the dispatcher said, her voice still calm, but I could hear a hint of skepticism in it. Can you describe this man? I did, in detail, my mind replaying every terrifying moment. I waited, huddled against a lamppost, watching every car, every shadow. Every pedestrian felt like a potential threat. My heart would not stop pounding. Eventually, a patrol car pulled up. 2 officers, a man and a woman, got out. They approached me cautiously, their faces serious. I repeated my story, trying to sound coherent, trying to convey the sheer terror I felt. I showed them my phone, the dating app, Mark's profile, but he had a common name, and his profile did not list an address. So, you saw a picture of yourself sleeping on his phone. The female officer asked, her voice gentle, but her eyes held that same hint of skepticism I would heard from the dispatcher. How do you know it was taken last night? I do not know exactly when. I said, my voice rising in frustration. But it was my bed, my duvet. He was in my apartment. He watched me sleep. The male officer nodded slowly. Madam, we understand this is distressing, but do you have any proof he was in your apartment? Any signs of forced entry? Anything missing? No. I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. No, nothing. I mean, I have not been home yet. But I did not see anything missing before I left. They took down my information, promised to look into it, and advised me to go home and check my locks, maybe stay with a friend. They could not do much without more concrete evidence. They explained. It was just a picture, after all, and he said she said situation about a chase. They could not even confirm he was a person I was describing, as he was not there. I felt utterly helpless, dismissed. My terror, my violated sense of security, meant nothing to them without a broken window, or a stolen item. I ended up calling Sarah, my best friend. She rushed over, her face a mask of concern as I recounted the story, sobbing into her arms. She insisted I stay at her place, which I gratefully did. My own apartment, the sanctuary I had always cherished, now felt like a haunted house, a place where invisible eyes had watched me, where a monster had silently trespassed. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I could not sleep. Every creak, every shadow, every unfamiliar car parked outside Sarah's apartment set me into a fresh wave of panic. I kept checking my phone, checking Mark's profile on the dating app. It was gone. He would unmatched me, deleted his profile, or blocked me. He had vanished as completely as a ghost. Sarah, bless her heart, tried to help me feel safe. She came with me to my apartment to do a thorough check. We found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, no hidden cameras that we could find. Everything was exactly as I had left it. It was almost worse in a way. It meant he was good. He was careful. He knew how to get in and out without leaving a trace. The police did call me back a few days later. They had run Mark's name, but found nothing suspicious. No criminal record, no history of stalking. They suggested it might have been a misunderstanding, or that I might have misinterpreted something. My own mind, they implied, might be playing tricks on me due to stress. I wanted to scream. I knew what I saw. I knew the terror I felt. I changed my locks. I bought a security camera for my front door. I installed an alarm system. I bought heavy blackout curtains for my bedroom window. Even though I live on the third floor, my sense of security was shattered, replaced by a constant, gnawing dread. Every time I walked into my bedroom, I could still see the image of myself sleeping, vulnerable, through his eyes. I stopped online dating. The thought of ever putting myself out there again, of trusting a stranger, filled me with an unbearable nausea. Weeks turned into months. The initial raw terror began to dull, replaced by a persistent, low-grade anxiety. I learned to live with the fear, to function despite it. But it never truly went away. Every time I unlocked my door, every time I turned out the lights, I felt that cold knot of dread in my stomach. Then, about 6 months after the incident, something happened that brought all the horror rushing back. I was at a coffee shop, waiting for my order, scrolling through a local news website on my phone. An article popped up, a small blurb about a break in a neighboring town. Nothing major, just a few electronics stolen. But what caught my eye was the accompanying photo, a blurry, low-quality surveillance image from inside the house. It showed a man, his face obscured by a baseball cap, but his build, his posture, the slight way he held his head, it was familiar. Too familiar. And then, I saw it, on the wall in the background of the surveillance photo, tacked up next to a bookshelf, was a single photograph. It was small, but the image was unmistakable. A woman, curled on her side, fast asleep in her bed. Her dark hair fanned out on her pillow. The distinctive floral pattern of her duvet cover. The slightly off-kilter lamp on her bedside table. It was not me. It was a different woman. But it was the exact same kind of picture. The exact same violation. My blood ran cold. My coffee order was called, but I did not move. My hands started to tremble, just like they had that night in the restaurant. Mark, he was still out there. He had not stopped. He was just moving on to new victims, new homes, collecting new trophies. I knew, deep down, that he was never going to be caught. He was too careful, too cunning. And the police, without tangible proof, would never connect the dots, would never see the pattern. I deleted the dating apps for good that day. I reinforced my security even further. I started taking self-defense classes. I lived with a constant, simmering fear, knowing that somewhere out there, a man I once thought was perfect is still lurking in the shadows, still watching, still collecting his horrifying keepsakes. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the city outside is asleep. I still feel those invisible eyes on me, and I wonder if, despite all my precautions, he has found a way to watch me again. I wonder if I will ever truly be safe. I wonder if I will ever truly sleep soundly again. My name is Sarah, and I have always cherished my predictable routine. I liked knowing what was coming next, the comfort of the familiar. Online dating was a chaotic necessity, a venture into the unknown I mostly tolerated, until I met Mark. He was charming, intelligent, and our dates felt effortlessly perfect. Everything clicked, and I found myself falling for him hard. It felt like I would finally found my missing piece, the person who made the chaos of life suddenly make sense. But then, the strange things began. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly, during our fourth date at my apartment. We were just hanging out, laughing, when he walked into the bathroom. As he stepped through the doorway, his shadow seemed to linger on the wall for a fraction of a second after he had passed, a dark smear that stretched and then snapped back into place. I dismissed it, of course. A trick of the light. I told myself. My old apartment building had weird wiring, weird angles. It was probably just a bulb flickering, or my eyes playing tricks on me in the dim hallway. But it happened again just a few minutes later, when he walked into the kitchen to grab us some water. This time, I was watching, not even consciously, just my gaze happened to follow him. His shadow, a perfect silhouette of his tall, lean frame, momentarily detached from him as he rounded the corner, stretching out like a separate entity before snapping back to his heels. A cold prickle ran down my spine, a feeling I could not quite shake, even as I forced a smile and asked him if he found everything he needed. He just smiled back, completely oblivious, and for a moment, I wondered if I was losing my mind. The unease grew, slowly but steadily, like a vine creeping up a wall. I started seeing his shadow when he was not there. Not his actual shadow, of course, but glimpses, flickers. I would be in my living room, alone and out of the corner of my eye. I would catch a dark, human-shaped outline against the wall, only for it to vanish when I turned my head. Or I would be walking down the hall, and for a split second, a shadow would dart ahead of me, too fast, too dark, too wrong to be my own. My heart would pound, a frantic drum against my ribs, and I would have to stop, take a deep breath, and tell myself it was just fatigue, just my imagination running wild. It became a constant, low-level hum of anxiety beneath the surface of my otherwise happy relationship. Mark was still wonderful, still everything I thought I wanted. He was attentive, kind, made me laugh. But every time he moved, every time the light shifted, I would find myself unconsciously scanning for that dark, independent shape. Sometimes, during our dates, I would find myself staring at his actual shadow, watching it intensely, trying to catch it in the act. I would see it sway slightly out of sync with his movements, or stretch impossibly long before recoiling. It was like a living, breathing thing, tethered to him by the thinnest, most fragile of threads. I tried to bring it up once, very casually. We were having dinner at my place, candles lit, a comfortable silence between us. You know, I began, trying to sound lighthearted, my apartment has the weirdest shadows. I keep seeing things move out of the corner of my eye, like a phantom limb, but for shadows. I even chuckled, hoping he would join in, maybe share a similar experience. Mark just looked at me, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Oh, old buildings. I guess. Lots of character, lots of quirks. He took a sip of his wine, his gaze lingering on mine for a beat too long. Maybe you are just tired. Sarah, you have been working hard lately. His tone was gentle, concerned, but there was an underlying dismissiveness that made me instantly regret bringing it up. He did not want to talk about it. He did not want to acknowledge it. And that, somehow, was even more unsettling than the shadows themselves. After that, I kept my observations to myself. But they did not stop. They intensified. I started seeing his shadow when he was not even in my apartment. not even in my building. I would be sitting on my couch, reading a book, and a tall, distinct shadow, unmistakably Mark's, would fall across the page for a moment, as if he were standing right behind me. I would whip around, heart hammering, but there would be nothing there, just the empty room, the fading light, and the lingering scent of cologne that I swore was not there a second ago. My sleep suffered. I would wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I would seen a shadow flicker past my bedroom door, or that a dark shape was standing silently at the foot of my bed. I would lie there, paralyzed, listening to the silence, straining my eyes in the darkness, until the fear receded enough for me to drift back into a fitful slumber. I started feeling like I was being watched constantly, not just in my apartment, but everywhere. When I was at work, when I was grocery shopping, when I was walking down the street. It was a cold, unseeing gaze, always just beyond the periphery of my vision, always just out of reach. I even tried looking it up online. Late at night, hunched over my laptop, the screen a stark, blue light in my dark living room. Phantom shadows, shadow people, doppelganger phenomena. The results were a mix of folklore, psychological theories about pareidolia, and creepy paranormal accounts. None of it quite fit. This was not some vague, amorphous entity. This was Mark's shadow. Or at least, it started that way. But the more I saw it, the more it seemed to take on a life of its own, becoming something more. Something darker, more malevolent, than a mere reflection of the man I loved. My friends noticed I was off. I was jumpy, distracted, always looking over my shoulder. I would cancel plans, preferring to stay home, where at least I knew the layout, where I could try to control the environment. But even there, I was not safe. The shadows followed me, taunted me. They would appear in my peripheral vision, just a fleeting glimpse of a dark form before vanishing. They would stretch and warp, becoming grotesque caricatures of Mark's shape, or sometimes something entirely alien with too many limbs or a twisted head. One evening, Mark called me. His voice was warm, inviting, like a cozy blanket on a cold night. "Hey, Sarah, how about we get away for the weekend? I know you've been stressed. My uncle has this old cabin, deep in the woods, super secluded. No internet, no cell service, just us and nature. Think of it as a complete detox." My first instinct was a mix of relief and longing. A break from the city, from my apartment, from the constant paranoia. Maybe a change of scenery would help. Maybe I just needed to clear my head. But then, a cold dread snaked its way into my gut. No internet, no cell service. Isolated. Just us. And the shadows. It sounds lovely. Mark, I said, trying to inject enthusiasm into my voice. Where exactly is it? He chuckled. Oh, it is a bit of a drive. Upstate, way past the usual tourist traps. You will love it, though. It is rustic but charming. Really lets you disconnect. Rustic, secluded, disconnect. The words echoed in my mind, each one a tiny alarm bell. But the part of me that still desperately wanted to believe in a Mark I would fallen for, the part that craved his affection and the return to normalcy, pushed the fear down. "Okay," I said, my voice a little shaky. "Yeah, okay. That sounds great." We left early Saturday morning. The drive was long, just as he would said. We started on highways, then transitioned to smaller state roads, eventually turning onto unpaved gravel paths that wound deeper and deeper into a dense forest. The trees grew thick and tall, their branches interlacing overhead, casting the road in perpetual twilight. The air grew heavy, damp with the scent of pine and decaying leaves. My phone lost service about an hour into the gravel roads, the signal bar finally giving up the ghost and displaying a stark no service message. I clutched it tighter, a small, irrational comfort. "Almost there," Mark said, glancing at me with a reassuring smile. He seemed completely at ease, humming along to some old folk song on the radio, his hand resting casually on my knee. He looked so normal, so handsome, that for a moment, I almost convinced myself I was being ridiculous. Then we rounded a final bend and the cabin came into view. It was not a cabin, not really. It was a house, a dark, imposing structure nestled deep in a clearing, almost swallowed by the surrounding woods. It was old, clearly, with weathered, dark with siding and a steep, gabled roof. But it was not the age that caught my attention. It was the windows. Every single window on the front of the house, and as I soon realized on the sides and back too, was boarded up. Not just boarded, but nailed shut. Thick, rough-hewn planks of wood were hammered securely over every pane, overlapping slightly, creating an impenetrable barrier. The nails themselves were old and rusted, driven deep into window frames, some of them bent and gnarled, as if they had been there for decades, defying any attempt to pry them loose. My breath hitched in my throat. "Mark," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "The windows, why are they—" He turned off the engine, plunging us into a sudden, unsettling silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves. He looked at the house, then back at me, his smile a little too wide, a little too fixed. "Oh, those... Yeah, my uncle was a bit eccentric. He always said the light bothered him. And the storms up here can get pretty wild. Keeps everything secure. You know. Plus, it is great for sleeping in. Total darkness." His explanation felt thin, like tissue paper stretched over a gaping hole. It did not make sense. No one nailed every single window shut just to sleep in or to keep out storms. Not like this. This was a fortress, a tomb. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a much deeper, more profound fear than anything the fleeting shadows had evoked. This was real. This was tangible. This was a house designed to keep something in, or to keep something out. And I was about to be inside it. He got out of the car, retrieved our bags in the trunk, and started walking towards the front door. I followed, my legs feeling heavy, my eyes darting from one boarded window to the next, each one a stark, dark rectangle staring back at me. There was no natural light anywhere. The house looked like a blind, soulless entity. The front door was a thick, heavy slab of dark wood with an old, ornate iron knocker shaped like a grimacing gargoyle. Mark produced a large, rusty key from his pocket, which he inserted into an equally rusty lock. The mechanism groaned as he turned it, a sound that grated on my nerves. The door swung inward with a low creak, revealing a cavernous, pitch-black interior. "Welcome to the family retreat," Mark said, his voice echoing eerily in the oppressive darkness. He reached inside, fumbling for a light switch. A moment later, a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered to life, casting a dim, yellow glow over a small entryway. The air was stale, musty, heavy with the scent of old wood, dust, and something faintly metallic, like old blood. The living room was just beyond the entryway, and it was even darker. The boarded windows made it feel like perpetual night, even though it was still mid-afternoon outside. The furniture was old, heavy, draped in white sheets that looked like ghostly figures in the gloom. The silence was profound, broken only by the sound of our footsteps and the frantic pounding of my own heart. "Mark," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. It is really dark in here." He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate through floorboards. "Yeah, I told you. Rustic. My uncle loved his privacy. Come on, let us get these bags in. I will get a fire going, warm the place up." I followed him, my eyes constantly scanning the shadows that clung to every corner, every piece of furniture. They seemed deeper here, more substantial, less like mere absences of light, and more like presences. As Mark walked past a tall, dark grandfather clock, his shadow stretched and contorted, detaching from his feet for a split second, reaching out towards a dusty, sheet-covered armchair next to him, before snapping back. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was unmistakable. It was happening here too. And it was worse. We dropped our bags in a small, equally dark bedroom. The bed was covered in a thick, faded quilt, and the air was heavy with the same musty scent. I walked over to the window, half hoping, half dreading, to find that this one, at least, was open. But no, just the same rough planks, nailed securely, preventing any glimpse of the outside world, any sliver of natural light. I pressed my palm against the wood, feeling its rough texture, the cold, unyielding surface. It felt like being buried alive. I am going to go explore a bit, I said, trying to sound casual, try to ignore the rising panic in my chest. See if I can find a kitchen, or something. I just needed to move, to get away from Mark for a moment, to try and process what I was seeing, what I was feeling. Mark was busy trying to light the old fireplace in the living room. Sure, honey, just be careful, some of the floorboards creak. He did not even look up. I wandered through the house, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. The layout was strange, a labyrinth of interconnected rooms, all equally dark, equally airless. There was a kitchen, small and dated, with a single fluorescent light humming overhead, casting a sickly yellow glow on the chipped countertops. The sink had a faint metallic smell. Even the kitchen window was boarded up. I tried to push against one of the planks, just to test it, but it was solid, unyielding. The nails were too deep, too numerous. As I moved through the house, the shadows seemed to follow me. Not just the abstract, fleeting glimpses I had grown accustomed to, but more defined, more aggressive shapes. I would catch a dark form slithering along the wall behind me, or a tall, thin shadow standing in the doorway as I approached it, only to disappear when I got closer. It was like the house itself was alive with them, a playground for these dark entities. I found a staircase, leading upwards into even deeper darkness. Hesitantly, I ascended, my hand trailing along the dusty banister. The upstairs was a mirror image of downstairs, more bedrooms, a small bathroom, all equally dark, all equally sealed. In one of the bedrooms, I saw a child's rocking horse, covered in a sheet, looking like a skeletal steed in the gloom. And then, I saw it, in the corner of that child's room, a shadow detached from the wall. It was not Mark's shadow. It was smaller, rounder, like the shadow of a child. It seemed to shimmer, to pulse, before darting across the floor and vanishing behind the rocking horse. A gasp escaped my lips, a choked, terrified sound. This was not my imagination anymore. This was not a trick of the light. This was real, and it was here, in the suffocating, windowless house. I stumbled back down the stairs, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I had to get out. I had to leave. I burst into the living room, where Mark had finally managed to get a small fire going. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, making the existing ones even more active, more menacing. Mark, I said, my voice trembling. I did not feel so good. I think I need some fresh air. I gestured vaguely toward the front door, the heavy, dark slab that now felt like the only way out. He looked up from the fire, his face illuminated by the orange glow, his eyes dark and unreadable. Fresh air, but it is beautiful in here. Sarah, cozy, the perfect escape from the outside world. He paused and added, his voice dropping to a low, almost hypnotic tone. Besides, my uncle always said it is not safe outside after dark. Things move in these woods. My blood ran cold. What things? I whispered. He just smiled, a slow, unsettling curve of his lips. Oh, the usual. Wildlife. Shadows. He emphasized the last word, and a shiver ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the chill in the air. I tried to act calm, to rationalize. I feel a little claustrophobic. I guess. All these windows boarded up. Mark stood up, brushing ash from his hands. He walked towards me, his movements fluid, almost too graceful. His shadow, tall and distorted by the firelight, stretched out before him, reaching for me, enveloping me. Claustrophobic. Nonsense. It is just a little adjustment. You will get used to it. We are safe in here. Sarah, nothing can get in, and nothing can get out. His words, delivered with that unsettling smile, were a punch to the gut. Nothing can get out. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was not just trapped in a dark house. I was trapped with him, and with whatever else was lurking in these shadows. I took a step back, my eyes darting toward the front door. It seemed miles away. Mark, I really need to go outside for a minute. Just a quick walk around the clearing. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. A walk? In the dark? My dear, you wound me. I thought you wanted to spend time with me. He was blocking my path to the door now, his tall frame looming over me. His shadow, a monster silhouette, seemed to writhe and stretch behind him, a separate, living entity. No, I tried to think of an excuse. Any excuse. My mind raced, but fear was a thick, suffocating fog. Suddenly, a sound came from upstairs. A faint, rhythmic thump like something gently rocking. The rocking horse. My blood ran cold. Mark's smile did not falter, but his eyes narrowed slightly, following my gaze toward the ceiling. Ah, it seems our other guest is awake, he murmured, almost to himself. Other guest. I whispered, my voice barely audible. He turned back to me, his face suddenly serious, stripped of its charming facade. You have seen them, have not you? Sarah, the shadows, my true family. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. What are you talking about? Mark. He reached out, his hand gently touching my cheek. His skin felt cold. They are lonely. Sarah, they crave connection. They crave substance. His eyes, dark and fathomless, stared into mine, and I saw a chilling emptiness there, a void that swallowed all the warmth and charm I would once fallen for. My uncle kept them fed, but he grew old, weak. They need a new host, a new vessel. As he spoke, the shadows in the room seemed to coalesce, to thicken. They swirled around us, no longer fleeting glimpses, but tangible presences. I could feel the coldness emanating from them, a chilling, ancient energy. The shadow behind Mark stretched out, no longer a mere outline, but a writhing, amorphous blob that seemed to be reaching for him, for us. You see, Sarah, Mark continued, his voice now a low, guttural whisper, completely devoid of his usual cadence. They have been with me my whole life, my family, but they need more. They need to live. And you, my dear Sarah, are perfect. My mind screamed. He was not Mark. Not anymore. Or maybe he never truly was. He was a conduit. A puppet. I tried to pull away, to run, but his grip on my cheek tightened, his fingers digging into my skin. The shadows surged, swirling around us, the air growing heavy and cold. I could hear whispers now, faint, slithering sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a chorus of hungry voices. No, I screamed, a raw, primal sound of terror. I brought my hand up, shoving him with all my might. He stumbled back, his grip releasing me. I did not wait. I turned and bolted the front door, my legs pumping, fueled by pure adrenaline. The heavy door was still ajar from when we entered. I lunged for it, my fingers scrambling for the handle, fumbling, desperate. I heard Mark call my name, his voice a distorted echo, followed by a chorus of chilling whispers. I yanked the door open, pouring out into the dark night. The forest was a wall of black, impenetrable trees. The air, though cold, felt like a breath of fresh life. I did not look back. I just ran blindly toward the car, toward where I hoped the road was. But as I stumbled through the overgrown grass of the clearing, a tall, dark shadow detached from the side of the house. It was not Mark's. It was too large, too amorphous, stretching and twisting like a living, breathing cloud of ink. It moved with impossible speed, flowing over the ground, silent and swift. I heard Mark's voice behind me, closer now, a chilling, triumphant laugh that merged with the slithering whispers of the shadows. You can't escape them. Sarah, they are everywhere. They are hungry. I tripped over a root, falling hard onto my hands and knees. The gravel dug into my skin, but I barely registered the pain. I scrambled up, my eyes wide with terror, scanning the darkness. The car was still a good 20 feet away. Too far. The monstrous shadow was closer now, a swirling vortex of darkness that seemed to suck the very light out of the air. I could feel its coldness, its hunger, a palpable presence that made my teeth chatter. It had no discernible features, just an overwhelming, consuming blackness. Then, Mark was there, right in front of me, stepping out of the larger shadow. His eyes were completely black, twin pools of infinite darkness. His mouth stretched into a grotesque, inhuman grin, showing teeth that seemed too sharp, too long. "Welcome home. Sarah," he hissed, his voice no longer his own, but a chorus of whispering voices, ancient and malevolent. "You will be perfect. Just perfect." I tried to scream again, but no sound came out. The large shadow behind him surged forward, engulfing him, and then, slowly, inexorably, it began to flow towards me. The last thing I saw was the gaping, empty maw of the shadow and Mark's black eyes, staring out from its depths as it reached out to consume me. The coldness enveloped me, a darkness so profound it felt like the very fabric of my being was being unraveled. And then there was nothing, only the whispers, fading into the suffocating silence of the night, echoing through the sealed, windowless house, waiting for the next guest. The memory, the clicking sound, and the chilling feeling of being watched. That is the feeling that has never truly left me since that night. But that was a different story, a different kind of horror. What I am about to tell you, it started much more subtly in the mundane glow of my phone screen, and it wormed its way into my life in a way I never saw coming. It was a slow, creeping dread built on words, not shadows. My name's Alex. I am 32, and for the past few years, my life has been, well, beige. Wake up, work, gym, microwave dinner, scroll, sleep, repeat. I would dabble in dating apps, like most people my age, but it was always the same cycle, awkward small talk, a forced coffee date, then the inevitable fade out. I was starting to think true connection was just a myth, a concept dreamed up by Hollywood and Hallmark. I would almost given up on the whole thing, honestly. Just swiping left on everyone out of habit, half expecting my phone to just spontaneously combust from the sheer volume of disinterest. Then, one Tuesday night, while I was half watching a documentary about deep-sea creatures and half-heartedly swiping, she popped up. Lena. Her profile picture was a little blurry, taken from a distance, but you could make out dark, intelligent eyes and a faint, knowing smile. Her bio was short. Almost cryptic curiosity is my compass. Seeking fellow travelers. No job, no hobbies listed, just that one line. Most profiles like that I would just swipe past, assume it was a bot or someone trying too hard to be mysterious. But something about Lena's profile, that smile hooked me. Maybe it was the deep sea documentary making me feel adventurous. Or maybe I was just desperate for a change. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. A little notification popped up, you matched with Lena. I stared at it for a second, a strange flutter in my chest. Then, almost immediately, a message came through. Well, Alex, I was wondering when you would show up. My eyebrows shot up. Wondering when I would show up. That was a bold opener. Most people just said hey or how's it going. I typed back, oh, and how did you know I would show up? Her reply was quick, a feeling. Some things are just meant to be. Or perhaps they're just inevitable. Okay, this is different. Her messages were articulate, thoughtful, and carried a subtle undercurrent of something more. We started chatting, and it was unlike any dating app conversation I would ever had. We skipped the small talk. She asked about my biggest fears, my most vivid dreams, the books that had shaped me. I found myself opening up in ways I had not with friends I would known for years. She was perceptive, almost unnervingly so. She would pick up on nuances in my replies that I did not even realize I was conveying. It was exhilarating, like finding a missing piece of a puzzle I did not even know I was working on. About a week into our non-stop texting marathon, the first rail crack appeared in the veneer of our perfect online connection. We were talking about local history, specifically about the old abandoned mill on the outskirts of town. I mentioned how creepy it looked, how there were always rumors about it being haunted. Lena's reply came instantly. "Oh, the Blackwood Mill. Yes, a lot of shadows there. Not all of them supernatural. Though, remember that young couple, Mark and Sarah, who went missing near there back in '08. Everyone thought they just ran off, but their car was found a few miles down the road, perfectly intact. No sign of a struggle. But what the public did not know was that Sarah's locket, the one Mark gave her for their anniversary, was found in the glove compartment. It was open, and the picture of Mark inside was meticulously torn in half. Not ripped, torn. And the other half, the one with her face, was gone. The police kept that quiet, did not want to spook anyone. I stared at my phone, a sudden chill running down my spine. I remembered the Blackwood Mill disappearance. It had been a local sensation for a while, but it faded from the headlines. The official story was always that they would likely eloped or met with some unknown accident. I certainly did not remember any details about a locket, let alone a torn picture. That sounded specific. Too specific. How do you know that? I typed, trying to keep my tone casual. Her reply was a single-word research, followed by a winking emoji. I tried to shake it off. Maybe she was just a true crime enthusiast, a deep diver into cold cases. There were forums for that, places where people dug up obscure details. But even then, the way she phrased it, what the public did not know, felt different. It felt like she was not just reading about it, she knew it. I did a quick gut goose search for the Blackwood Mill disappearance, specifically looking for details about a locket. Nothing. Just the generic news reports about the missing couple, the abandoned car, the lack of clues. No mention of any locket, torn pictures, or anything remotely close. I even checked some of the more niche true crime blogs. Still nothing. A flicker of unease started to ignite in my gut. But Lena quickly steered the conversation to something else, her usual charming, insightful self. I pushed the locket detail to the back of my mind, telling myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was just a story she would heard, embellished over time. As the days turned into weeks, our connection deepened. We talked for hours every day, sometimes late into the night. I found myself looking forward to her messages, the way she seemed to articulate thoughts I had not even fully formed myself. She made me feel seen, understood, in a way no one ever had. But then, the details started again. One evening, we were discussing our childhoods. I mentioned how I used to spend summers at my grandparents' cabin upstate, near Lake Willow. It was a beautiful, remote area. Lena's message popped up. Lake Willow, such a serene place. But even serenity can hide darkness. Did you know about the hiker, David Miller, who vanished there in '99? They said he just walked off the trail. But his dog, a golden retriever named Buster, stayed at the trailhead for days, barking at nothing. The strange thing was, Buster was known for being inseparable from David. They even found David's worn leather wallet at the bottom of the lake years later, completely empty except for a faded photograph of a lighthouse. And the zipper on the wallet, the one that was always broken, was perfectly repaired. Like someone had meticulously fixed it just to put that photo inside. My blood ran cold. David Miller. I vaguely remembered that. A local legend. A cold case that haunted the small community around Lake Willow. But again, the details. A dog barking at nothing. A wallet found years later. A repaired zipper with a lighthouse. Photo. This was not public knowledge. I knew because my grandfather, who lived near the lake, had actually been part of the search party back then. He would never mention anything like that. I called him the next day, casually asking about the Miller disappearance. He recounted the basic facts, the lack of clues, the dog's loyalty. I asked if there was anything unusual. Nah, son, he would said, just a tragedy. Poor Buster waited for days. Then we had to take him to the pound. Never found a trace of David, or his wallet for that matter. He mentioned nothing about a repaired zipper or a lighthouse photo. My grandfather was a man who remembered details. If that had happened, he would have known. My unease intensified, morphing into a genuine sense of dread. Who was Lena? How did she know these things? They were not just obscure facts, they were intimate, almost poetic details that felt like they came from someone who was there or had access to information no one else did. I started to feel a prickle of paranoia whenever my phone buzzed with her name. I would still reply, of course, because despite the growing fear, there was still that magnetic pull, that undeniable connection. She still made me feel understood, still made me laugh. But now, every compliment, every insightful observation, felt tainted with sinister edge. I became obsessed. I spent hours online, diving deeper into true crime forums, looking for any mention of these specific details. I even went to the local library, poring over old newspaper microfilms, trying to find anything that corroborated her stories. Nothing. It was like she was pulling these facts out of thin air, or more disturbingly, out of some private, unreleased archive. Then, she started to get personal. Not about my fears or dreams anymore, but about my life, my actual life. One morning, I was grumbling to myself because my old coffee maker had finally kicked the bucket. I would spill grounds all over the counter in my frustration. Later that day, I was texting Lena about my terrible morning. Her message sounds like a messy start. Though, I am sure it is nothing a good strong cup of coffee can't fix. Once you get that new French press you've been eyeing, just remember to wipe down the counter properly this time. Alex, those coffee grounds can really get into the grout. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had not told her about the French press I would been browsing online, let alone the spilled coffee grounds. And the grout, that was a microscopic detail. I would just wiped it up quickly. How could she possibly know that? How did you know about the coffee grounds and the French press? I typed, my fingers trembling slightly. Her reply was almost instantaneous, and it sent a cold shiver down my spine. Oh, Alex, you are such an open book. You talk about these things in your sleep? Sometimes. And your browsing history is quite telling. But do not worry. I am just a very observant person. Talk about these things in my sleep. That was a lie. I lived alone. No one heard me talk in my sleep. And my browsing history, that implied she had access to my computer, my phone. My privacy was gone. The thought was sickening. I started looking around my apartment with new eyes. Was there a camera? A listening device? I checked every nook and cranny behind books, under furniture, in the vents. Nothing. But the feeling persisted, the chilling certainty that I was being watched, that every move I made, every thought I had, was being cataloged by Lena. The crimes she would mention, the unreleased details, they suddenly took on a new, terrifying light. It was not just about her knowledge of past events anymore. It was about her knowledge of my present. And if she knew such intimate details about those cold cases, details that only a perpetrator or a direct witness could possibly possess, what did that mean for me? I tried to pull away. I stopped replying as quickly, sometimes not at all, but her messages kept coming. Always perfectly timed, always perfectly insightful, often with a subtle reference to something I would just done or thought. Rough day at work. Alex, I sensed a little slump in your shoulders when you walked in this morning. A long bath might help. I had not told her where I worked. I had not told her my shift. I lived on the third floor of an apartment building. No one could see me walk in. Could they? The paranoia became all-consuming. I started closing my blinds the moment I got home, checking my locks multiple times, even sleeping with a heavy flashlight by my bed. I stopped going out much, afraid of who might be watching. My routine, once beige, was now a constant state of vigilance. One night, she sent a message that made my blood run cold in a way the others had not. Alex, remember little Emily Carter, the 6-year-old who disappeared from her backyard swing set in Willow Creek 10 years ago. Everyone assumed she would have been abducted, but her parents swore they would never seen anyone suspicious. The police found her swing still gently swaying. But what they never found, what they never told anyone, was her favorite red hair ribbon. It was found tied to the branch of the tallest oak tree in the woods behind her house, way up high, higher than any child could reach. And it was tied in a perfect, intricate bow, the kind a grown-up would make, not a child. A very specific kind of knot, actually, the kind you learn in advanced scouting. Willow Creek was my hometown. Emily Carter's disappearance was the single most traumatic event of my childhood. I was 12 at the time. My parents had lived a few blocks from the Carters. I remember the yellow ribbons everyone tied around trees, the desperate search parties, the crushing sadness. But the red ribbon, tied high in an oak, an intricate knot, never, that was never, ever public. And the detail about the advanced scouting knot, that was a detail I knew personally. My dad had been an Eagle Scout, and he would taught me a few of those complex knots when I was a kid, just for fun. I would even use that specific knot, a fisherman's bend, to tie a rope swing in my own backyard when I was 14. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just unreleased information anymore. This was a direct, terrifying link to me. How could she know I knew about that knot? Had she been watching me even back then? The implications were horrifying. I typed back, my fingers clumsy with fear. Lena, who are you? How do you know these things? About Emily Carter, about the knot that is impossible. No one knows that. Her reply was calm, almost soothing, which only made it more terrifying. Impossible. Oh, Alex, nothing is impossible when you truly open your eyes. And some secrets are only visible to those who are willing to look beyond the surface. I have always been good at looking. Then a new message. I think it is time we finally met. Do not you? All this talking, it has been wonderful, but there is nothing quite like seeing someone face to face. I have been thinking the old Willow Creek abandoned lighthouse. Midnight. It is at a certain atmosphere. Would not you agree? And it is a place you know well, is not it? From your childhood visits. You always liked to climb to the top, even though it was forbidden. The old Willow Creek Lighthouse. The very one from the faded photograph in David Miller's wallet, the one Lena had referenced. And she knew I used to climb it as a kid. That was a secret I would never told anyone. It was a place I would gone to escape, to be alone with my thoughts. A cold, hard certainty settled over me. This was not just some clever stalker. This was something far more sinister. Lena was not just knowing these details. She was connected to them. She was either the perpetrator of these horrific, unsolved crimes, or she was something even more terrifying entity that fed on secrets, on fear, on the unspoken truths of a community. And now she had found my secrets. I did not reply. I could not. My mind was racing, a kaleidoscope of fear and confusion. I wanted to block her, to throw my phone into a river, to disappear. But I knew it would not matter. She had already seen me. She already knew me. My phone buzzed again. Another message from Lena, do not worry. Alex, I am not asking you to meet me to hurt you. Not directly. Anyway, I just want to show you something. Something you have been looking for your whole life. Even if you did not realize it. The truth. About everything. And about you. A picture popped up below the message. It was a photo of my living room, taken from outside my window through the gap in my blinds. It was dark, but the faint glow of my laptop screen was visible, illuminating my face, pale with fear. And in the foreground on my coffee table was my phone, displaying her last message. It was a picture of me in that exact moment, reading her message. My blood ran cold. She was not just watching me from a distance. She was right outside. I scrambled away from the window, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I pressed myself against the wall, straining my ears, listening for any sound. Nothing. Just the oppressive silence of my apartment, now filled with the echo of my own frantic breathing. Then, another message. You are looking for me. Are not you? Good. That is what I want. Come to the lighthouse. Alex, midnight. You won't be disappointed. You will finally understand. I stared at the message, then at the photo of my living room, of me. The sheer audacity, the chilling precision of it, paralyzed me. She knew where I lived, what I was doing, what I was thinking, and she was inviting me to a place where I was once vulnerable, a place from my past. The lighthouse, the same lighthouse from the wallet. A wave of nausea washed over me. I wanted to call the police, but what would I say? A woman I matched with on a dating app knows details about cold cases and sent me a picture of my living room. They would think I was crazy or just paranoid. And what if she knew what I was doing? What if calling them just escalated things? I spent the next few hours in a state of terrified limbo, pacing my apartment, jumping at every shadow. The sun set, plunging my apartment into darkness, a darkness that felt heavier, more suffocating than usual. As midnight approached, a strange, desperate resolve began to take hold. I could not just sit here and wait for her to make her next move. I had to know. I had to confront her. The fear was immense, but the burning need for answers, for understanding, was even stronger. I grabbed my car keys, a heavy wrench from my toolbox, and my most powerful flashlight. It was a foolish, reckless decision. I knew, but the thought of staying in my apartment, waiting for her to come for me, was even more unbearable. The drive to Willow Creek was a blur. The roads were deserted. The darkness outside my headlights absolute. Every shadow seemed to twist into a menacing shape. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. My hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel. I pulled up to the old lighthouse just before midnight. It stood stark and skeletal against the moonless sky, a silent sentinel of forgotten maritime history. The air was cold, damp, and carried the faint scent of salt and decay. The wind howled softly, whistling through the broken panes of the lighthouse keeper's cottage nearby. I killed the engine, plunging myself into complete darkness, save for the faint glow of my dashboard. My heart pounded so hard I could feel in my ears. I sat there for a long moment, gripping the steering wheel, trying to calm my frantic breathing. This was insane. I should just drive away. But something held me there. That insidious curiosity Lena had mentioned, the need to understand. I took a deep breath, grabbed the wrench and flashlight, and stepped out of the car. The gravel crunched loudly under my feet, the sound echoing in the stillness. I shone my flashlight around, the beam cutting through the oppressive darkness, revealing nothing but gnarled trees, overgrown bushes, and the weathered stone of the lighthouse. Lena, I called out, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the wind. No answer. I started walking towards the lighthouse, my flashlight beam sweeping back and forth. The old door was ajar, creaking rhythmically in the wind. I pushed it open slowly, revealing a spiral staircase winding upwards into blackness. The air inside was heavy, stale, and smelled faintly of dust and something metallic, like old blood. Lena, are you here? I tried again, my voice a little stronger, but still trembling. A faint whisper seemed to drift down from above, carried on the drafts. Alex, you came. I knew you would. My blood ran cold. She was up there, at the top. I started climbing, my flashlight beam dancing nervously on the worn stone steps. Each step echoed, amplified by the enclosed space. My hand gripped the cold, rusty railing. The silence was punctuated only by my ragged breathing and the distant moan of the wind. As I ascended, I noticed faint, almost imperceptible markings on the stone walls. Scratches, like someone had dragged something heavy, or perhaps something with sharp claws, up the stairs. And then a faint, rhythmic clicking sound started. It was soft at first, barely audible over my own heartbeat, but it grew steadily louder as I climbed. A dry, brittle clicking, like bone on stone or teeth against each other. The memories of my other encounter, the one I tried to forget, flashed through my mind. The dark, the cold, bony touch, the clicking teeth. No, this could not be happening again. This was different. This was Lena. I reached the top landing, my flashlight beam sweeping across the small, circular room. The glass of the lantern room was long gone, leaving gaping holes that let in the chilling wind. There was no one there. The clicking sound was louder now, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Lena, I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and frustration. Where are you? A shadow detached itself from the darkest corner of the room, a corner my flashlight beam had somehow missed. It was tall, impossibly thin, and moved with unnatural fluidity. My flashlight beam found her, and I gasped. It was Lena, but not the Lena from the profile picture. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over sharp cheekbones. Her eyes, those intelligent, knowing eyes, were sunken deep in her skull, reflecting the flashlight beam with an eerie, predatory glow. Her dark hair seemed to writhe around her head, like tendrils of smoke, and her mouth was too wide, stretching into a grotesque parody of a smile, revealing rows of needle-sharp, uneven teeth that clicked together with that chilling, rhythmic sound I had been hearing. Her fingers were unnaturally long, tipped with dark, pointed nails that seemed to scrape against each other. She was not human, not anymore. Or perhaps she never had been. You found me. Alex, she whispered, her voice a dry, rustling sound, like leaves skittering across pavement. Just as I found you. The air around her seemed to shimmer, to warp. And then I saw it. Faint, ghostly outlines, swirling around her like smoke. A young couple, holding hands, their faces etched with confusion. A man with a loyal golden retriever at his heels, his expression one of quiet resignation. A small girl with missing red hair ribbon, her eyes wide with silent plea. The victims, all of them, they were with her. You were there. I stammered, my voice barely audible. You did this. Her smile widened, the clicking of her teeth intensifying. Oh, Alex, I am always there, always watching, always listening. I collect stories, secrets, unspoken, truths, the ones that fester, the ones that haunt. They nourish me. She took a step towards me, and the spectral figures around her seemed to writhe, to reach out. The air grew colder, heavy with an ancient, suffocating sorrow. You were so easy to find. Alex, she continued, her voice a cruel whisper, so full of curiosity, so desperate for connection. So many secrets, so many unspoken fears. You practically broadcast them. My mind reeled. She was not a killer in the conventional sense. She was something else. Something that fed on the psychological residue of tragedy, on the unreleased details, on the pain of the lost. And she had lured me here to become a part of her collection. What do you want? I managed to choke out, gripping the wrench so hard my knuckles were white. Her head tilted, an unnatural, jerky movement. I want to share your story. Alex, to truly know it, to feel every moment of your fear, your desperation, to add your unspoken truths to my collection, and then to set you free, just like the others. Her hand, long and skeletal, reached out toward me. The clicking of her teeth was deafening now, reverberating through the small room. The faces of the spectral figures around her seemed to turn toward me, their eyes empty, their mouths open in silent screams. I did not wait. My fight or flight instinct finally kicked in, overriding the paralyzing fear. I screamed a raw, guttural sound and swung the heavy wrench with all my might. It connected with something hard and brittle, and Lena shrieked, a sound like tearing fabric and cracking bone that echoed to the lighthouse. She recoiled, dissolving slightly into the shadows, the spectral figures swirling violently around her. I did not stop to see if I would truly hurt her. I turned and fled, scrambling down the spiral staircase, my feet pounding on the stone steps. The clicking sound, Lena's chilling whisper, and the silent screams of the victims pursued me down the stairs. I burst out of the lighthouse, gasping for air, and ran blindly toward my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably, and somehow managed to unlock the door and yank it open. I dove inside, slamming the door shut, and locked it immediately. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and sped away, gravel spitting from under my tires. I did not look back. I just drove faster and faster until the lighthouse was a distant, dark silhouette against the horizon, and then gone. I never told anyone what I saw that night. How could I? Who would believe me? But I know what happened. I know what Lena is. And I know that the connection we shared, the one I thought was so profound, was nothing more than a predator stalking its prey, slowly, meticulously, gathering all the intimate details before closing in for the kill. I changed my number, deleted all my social media, even moved to a different state. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the darkness presses in, I still hear it, that faint, rhythmic clicking sound. And I feel it, that chilling, undeniable feeling of being known. Every secret, every fear, every unspoken truth. She has them all. And I know, with a dread that permeates my very bones, that she is still out there, still collecting. And she will be back. Because once you are part of Lena's story, you can never truly leave her collection. The world after Mark was a kaleidoscope of muted colors. Every sound was too loud, every shadow too deep. I blocked him on every platform, changed my phone number, even moved apartments. The gothic house, the masks, the silent, watching figures that all replayed in my mind like a broken reel, a constant, looping horror film. For weeks, I barely slept, haunted by those blank white faces, their synchronized nods, Mark's chilling whisper about a perfect match for me. My friends try to help, but how do you explain a cult that wants to turn you into a faceless drone? They thought I was having a breakdown, a bad reaction to a toxic relationship. And maybe I was in a way. The trauma was real, a deep, pervasive fear that had settled in my bones. I saw potential threats everywhere in strangers who looked too long, in the quiet corners of my new neighborhood, even in my own reflection, half expecting to see a blank, porcelain mask staring back. Dating was out of the question. The thought of letting anyone new into my life, letting them see me, touch me, know me, sent shivers down my spine. The vulnerability felt like an open wound, an invitation for another predator to walk right in. I became a hermit, finding solace only in the predictable rhythm of my job and the safety of my locked apartment. Months turned into a year. The acute panic attack subsided, replaced by a dull, persistent anxiety. I started therapy, slowly, cautiously, recounting snippets of my experience, carefully omitting the parts that sounded too insane, too supernatural. My therapist, bless her heart, helped me process the betrayal, the fear, the feeling of being utterly alone. She encouraged me to try to live again, to find joy, to trust. It was a slow process, but eventually, the edges of my fear began to soften. I started going out again, tentative steps back into the world. A coffee with a friend, a movie, a walk in the park. The idea of dating still felt like walking a tightrope over a chasm, but the loneliness was starting to gnaw at me. I craved connection, a human touch that was not laced with menace. One evening, after too many glasses of wine and a particularly sad rom-com, I found myself scrolling through a dating app. It felt like a betrayal of my own caution, a reckless gamble. But I was tired of being afraid. I set up a profile, making it deliberately vague, a shield against revealing too much. That is how I met Alex. He was not like Mark. Not at all. Mark had been intense, charismatic, almost overwhelmingly charming. Alex was gentle, quietly intelligent, with a dry wit that made me genuinely laugh. He had kind eyes, a slightly crooked smile, and a self-deprecating humor that was endearing. Our first date was coffee, then a walk in the park. He talked about his passion for hiking, his love for old books, his slightly eccentric family. He listened intently when I spoke, not with that unnerving, hyper-focused intensity Mark had, but with genuine curiosity. There were no red flags. None. He did not rush things. He did not try to sweep me off my feet. He was patient, understanding when I pulled back, when I hesitated. He seemed to intuitively understand that I needed space, that I was guarded. For the first time in a long time, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could trust again. We dated for a few months. It was a slow, comfortable burn, a stark contrast to Mark's whirlwind. I found myself genuinely happy, something I had not thought possible. Alex made me feel safe. He made me feel seen, but not in a way that felt invasive. One crisp autumn evening, as we were planning a weekend getaway, Alex got a wistful look in his eyes. You know, he said, there is this place that is really special. My family has a sort of connection to it. It is not on any tourist maps. Not really. It is a bit of a drive, way off the beaten path, but it is beautiful. Absolutely breathtaking this time of year. I would love to take you there. My stomach clenched. Off the beaten path. Not on any maps. The words echoed in my mind, a faint, chilling whisper of Mark's secluded Gothic house. My heart hammered. No, Sarah, do not be paranoid. This is Alex. He is different. I forced a smile. Oh, where is it? He grinned. It is called Emberton. It is an old settlement, tucked away in the foothills of the Appalachians. My great-grandparents were from there. It is like stepping back in time. No self-service, barely any internet, just peace and quiet. Perfect for a detox weekend. He watched my face, a touch of concern in his eyes. You look hesitant. If you are not comfortable, we can go somewhere else, anywhere you like. His understanding, his willingness to back off, was exactly what I needed. It was the opposite of Mark, who would push, cajoled, dismiss my fears. No, no, I said a little too quickly. It sounds intriguing. Just a long drive, he said. Yeah, about 6 hours. But it is a beautiful drive once you get past the highway. Lots of winding roads, fall foliage. We could leave Friday afternoon, spend Saturday and Sunday, and be back Sunday night. I hesitated for a moment longer, then decided it was time to push past my fears. Alex was a good man. This was an opportunity to embrace life again, not to let my past trauma dictate my future. Okay, I said. Emberton it is. Sounds like an adventure. The drive started. We left Friday afternoon. Alex's old Subaru packed with our bags, snacks, and a playlist of folk music. The first few hours were standard highway driving, the usual billboards and chain restaurants. We chatted, laughed, and I felt a sense of lightness I had not experienced in years. Then, Alex took an exit I did not recognize. The road narrowed, the asphalt giving way to cracked pavement, then eventually to gravel. The trees grew denser, their autumn leaves a riot of fiery reds and oranges, beautiful but also somehow enclosing. The cell signal started to flicker, then died completely. Welcome to the wild. Alex chuckled, glancing at my phone. Do not worry, it is not much further. Maybe another hour or so. An hour turned into an hour and a half. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows through the dense forest. The road became even more winding, switchbacking up and down hills, past overgrown fields and abandoned farmhouses that looked like they had been swallowed by the earth. A knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. This was not just off the beaten path. This felt like the edge of the world. Are you sure this is the right way? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Positive. Alex said, his eyes on the road. It always feels like this. Like you are driving into a different dimension. That is part of its charm. Charm. I was not feeling very charmed. I pulled out my phone again uselessly, trying to get a signal, to pull up a map. Nothing. I tried to remember the name of the last town we passed through, but it had been so long ago, so unremarkable. Finally, as darkness fully enveloped us, we rounded a bend, and a cluster of lights appeared in the distance. Emberton, Alex announced, a note of triumph in his voice. As we drew closer, I saw it. It was not a town in the modern sense. There was no gas station, no convenience store, no bright neon signs. Just a collection of old buildings, mostly wood and stone, huddled together around a central square. A few streetlights, old-fashioned lanterns, cast a soft, amber glow that barely pierced the gloom. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Even from a distance, it was profound. No distant hum of traffic, no barking dogs, no music. Just the gentle crunch of our tires on the gravel road. We drove into the square. The buildings were charming, in a rustic, almost theatrical way. A general store with a faded sign, a blacksmith shop, a small church with a tall steeple, all looked like they belonged in a historical reenactment village. But there were no tourists, no gift shops. And then I saw the people. A few figures stood on the porches of the houses, or sat on benches in the square. They were not moving much. They were just there, watching, as our cars slowly passed. Their heads, one by one, turned to follow us. Their faces, even in the dim light, seemed unervingly still, their expressions unreadable. My heart began to pound, a familiar, unwelcome rhythm. No, Sarah, do not go there. This is just an old town. They are just curious. Alex seemed oblivious, a wide smile on his face. See, is not it great? Like a postcard from another era. He pulled up in front of a small, two-story house, painted a soft blue with white trim. It looked cozy, inviting. This is it, he said, turning off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. My great-aunt Martha's old place. She passed a few years ago, but the family keeps it up. It is usually empty, but they let me use it whenever I am in the area. As we got out of the car, I felt the eyes on us. I glanced around. The figures had not moved. They were still watching. It was not hostile, not overtly, but it was intense. It felt like an examination. A woman emerged from the general store, a tall, slender figure with long, braided gray hair. She wore a simple, long dress and an apron, like something out of a pioneer museum. She smiled, a gentle, almost serene smile, and walked towards us. Alex, dear, you made it, she said, her voice soft and melodic, with a slight, unidentifiable accent. She embraced him warmly. And this must be Sarah. Welcome to Emberton, dear. Her eyes, a startling pale blue, fixed on me. They held a depth that made me uncomfortable, like she was looking not at me, but through me. Hello, I managed, forcing a smile. Come inside, come inside, she urged. It is a bit chilly tonight. We have prepared a little something for you both. Prepared. I asked, confused. We had not mentioned we were coming to anyone in the town. Alex had just said it was his family's house. The whole town knows when one of ours is coming home. Alex said, squeezing my hand reassuringly. They are just like that here. Very communal. Communal? The word sent a fresh wave of dread through me. The inside of the house was charming, if a little dated. Lace doilies, antique furniture, the scent of wood smoke, and something sweet like baked apples. On the small dining table, a simple meal was laid out: a hearty stew, fresh baked bread, and a pitcher of what looked like homemade cider. This is lovely, I said, genuinely impressed, but still on edge. Emerton Hospitality, the woman, who introduced herself as Alara, said, enjoy your meal. We will leave you to settle in. But tomorrow we have a little gathering planned, a harvest feast. We would be delighted if you would join us. We would love to, Alex said immediately before I could respond. Alara smiled again, that same serene, unnerving smile. Wonderful. We look forward to it. She then left, closing the door softly behind her. I turned to Alex, my composure starting to fray. Alex, what was that? The whole town knows. Who is she? That is Alara, he explained. She runs a general store. She is practically the matriarch of Emberton. Everyone knows everyone here. It is a small community. And yeah, they're like that. They keep an eye on things. It is not creepy. It is just how they are. They look out for each other. I tried to rationalize it. A small, isolated community. Old traditions. Maybe I was just hypersensitive because of Mark. But the prickling sensation on my skin refused to subside. We ate the stew, which was delicious, and the bread, still warm from the oven. The cider was sweet and comforting. Despite the food, I felt an increasing sense of unease. I kept glancing out the windows, but the darkness was absolute, save for the faint glow of the lanterns in the square. After dinner, Alex, sensing my tension, suggested we turn in early. The bedroom was simple, clean, and surprisingly cozy. As Alex drifted off to sleep beside me, I lay awake, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to profound silence outside. No crickets, no distant traffic, no wind rustling the leaves. Just an unnatural stillness. The next morning, I woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of Alex moving around. The sun streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. In the daylight, Emberton looked less menacing, more quaint. I could see the details of the old buildings, the well-tended gardens, the faint smoke rising from a few chimneys. Still, the people were there. Just as still, just as watchful. A man sat on a porch, carving something from wood, his gaze fixed on our house. A woman swept her stoop, pausing every few strokes to look in our direction. Good morning, Alex said cheerfully, handing me a mug of coffee. Sleep well, like a log. I lied. I would barely slept a wink. So, what is on the agenda for today? Well, Alara mentioned the harvest feast. He said, it is usually a big deal. Lots of food, music, dancing. But before that, I thought we could explore a bit. There is an old mill, a waterfall, some beautiful trails. We spent the morning walking. The natural beauty of the area was undeniable. Towering trees, a rushing stream, the crisp autumn air. It was idyllic, almost perfect, but even out on the trails, I could not shake the feeling of being observed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see one of the Emberton residents silently following us. Back in town, the square was beginning to bustle in its own quiet way. People were setting up long wooden tables, laden with food. Children, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, played simple games, their laughter muted, almost shy. Alex, I said, pulling him aside. I need to ask you something. I tried looking up Emerton on my phone. On GutGoo Maps, everything. It just does not show up. Not even a ghost town listing. Alex chuckled. Yeah, I told you, it is not on any maps. It is a hidden gem. The locals like it that way. They are very private. They do not want tourists flocking in, spoiling the peace. But how is that possible? I pressed. Every town, no matter how small, is on a map somewhere, even abandoned towns. He shrugged. I do not know. Sarah, maybe it is just so small, so remote, that it slipped through the cracks. Or maybe the family that settled it way back when just never wanted it officially recognized. It is not a conspiracy, it is just Emberton. He said it with such an air of certainty, of gentle dismissal, that I felt a familiar frustration bubbling up. It was the same way Mark had dismissed my fears, calling them tradition, shyness. Okay, I said, trying to calm myself. But what about the people? They all seem so uniform. And they stare. They are just friendly. Alex insisted, his brow furrowing slightly. They are a close-knit community. They do not get many outsiders. Of course they are curious. You are just not used to it, coming from the city. I wanted to believe him. I really did. But the gnawing sensation in my gut persisted. The harvest feast was, in a word, surreal. The food was incredible roasted meats, fresh vegetables, pies, cakes. Everyone sat at long communal tables, eating, talking in soft murmurs. There was no loud music, no boisterous laughter, just a quiet, almost reverent hum. Alara approached our table, a warm smile on her face. Sarah, I hope you are enjoying our little celebration. It is wonderful. I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. We are so glad Alex brought you, she continued, her pale blue eyes fixed on mine. It is good for him to bring new blood. It is good for Emerton. New blood. The phrase was unsettling. As the evening wore on, I noticed something else. Everyone in Emerton seemed to have the same pale blue eyes, the same quiet demeanor, the same unnervingly serene smiles. It was like they were all related, or perhaps all made from the same mold. I tried to engage some of the other residents in conversation, but they were polite but reserved. Their answers were always brief, almost evasive. They would nod, smile, and then their eyes would drift always back to me, always observing. Later, as the sun began to set, a small group of musicians started to play old, traditional folk tunes on fiddles and banjos. People began to dance, a slow, graceful, almost ritualistic dance that seemed to involve everyone moving in unison. It was beautiful, but also strangely chilling. It felt less like a celebration and more like a carefully choreographed performance. Alex, caught up in the moment, pulled me to my feet. Come on, Sarah, let us dance. I hesitated, but he was already pulling me into the circle. The steps were simple, a slow, weaving pattern. Everyone moved in perfect synchronization, their faces serene, their eyes often closed in what looked like a trance. I tried to follow along, but I felt clumsy, out of place, an awkward anomaly in their perfect rhythm. As I moved, I saw Alara watching me from the edge of the circle, her pale eyes gleaming in the twilight. She was not smiling anymore. Her expression was utterly blank. Just like the masks, a cold dread washed over me, stronger than anything I would felt since the Mark incident. This was not just a small town. This was something else. Something ancient, something collective. I pulled away from Alex, my heart racing. I need some air. I mumbled, pushing my way out of the dancing circle. I walked quickly, almost ran back toward the house. I needed to think. I needed to get away from the staring eyes, the synchronized movements, the unnerving silence. Inside the house, I fumbled for my phone. Still no signal. I went to the small study Alex had shown me, hoping to find a landline, an old map, anything. The study was filled with old books, mostly local histories, farming almanacs, and a few dusty novels. I scanned the spines, my fingers trembling. Then I saw it, a large leather-bound book, much older than the others, without a title on its spine. I pulled it out. It was heavy, its pages yellowed and brittle. It was not a printed book. It was handwritten in a spidery, elegant script. It looked like a journal, or perhaps a ledger. I opened it to a random page. The language was archaic, filled with strange symbols and unfamiliar terms. But a few words jumped out at me. The ember, the unison, the becoming, and then a drawing, a stylized depiction of a human figure, its face blank, almost featureless. My breath hitched. My hand was shaking so violently I almost dropped the book. This was not just a journal. It was a record of something. A record of them. I flipped through more pages, my eyes darting over the unsettling script. It spoke of shedding the superficial, of joining the collective consciousness, of the blending of spirit. It was all too familiar. The same chilling rhetoric Mark had used. But this was older, far older than Mark. Then I found a page with a series of entries, each one a name and a date, and next to each name, a brief description. Sarah, from the lowlands, reluctant at first, will be guided. Thomas, a wanderer, lost his way, found his purpose. Elizabeth, seeking belonging, will find it in the unison. My blood ran cold. My name, it was not there yet, but the pattern was clear. These were new arrivals, outsiders, people who had been brought. I slammed the book shut, my mind reeling. Alex, he had brought me here. He had said his family was from here. He had said his great-grandparents. He had been so insistent that it was just a hidden gem, a quirky town. But he knew. He had to know. I pictured his gentle smile, his kind eyes. Was it all a lie? A carefully constructed facade? Was he another Mark, albeit a more subtle, more insidious one? I had to get out. Now, I raced back to the bedroom. Alex was already asleep, his breathing even and deep. I looked at his peaceful face, and a wave of nausea washed over me. How could I have been so blind? So stupid? I grabbed my bag, stuffing my clothes in haphazardly. I needed my car keys. Alex always kept them on the bedside table. My hand reached for them, but they were not there. Panic seized me. I tore through his pockets, through my own bag, desperately searching. Nothing. Then I remembered. When we arrived, he had taken both sets of keys, saying he would put them somewhere safe. I had thought nothing of it at the time, just assumed he was being organized. Now, it felt like a deliberate act. I crept out of the house, my heart thudding against my ribs. The square was still lit by the amber lanterns, the musicians still playing their haunting tunes, the dancers still moving in their silent, synchronized rhythm. They were like automatons, their faces serene, their eyes unfocused. I had to find the keys. My car was parked right in front of the house. I scanned the square. No one seemed to be paying attention to me. They were all lost in their dance, their trance. I moved stealthily, keeping to the shadows, my eyes darting from window to window, porch to porch. Where would he put them? Where would they put them? I remembered Alara's general store. It was the hub of the town, the place where everything seemed to originate. Maybe there. I crept towards the store, the silence of the town amplifying every crunch of my shoes on the gravel. The door was unlocked. I slipped inside. The store was dark, lit only by the faint glow filtering in from the square. The air was thick with the scent of dried herbs and old wood. Shelves lined with jars of preserves, bolts of fabric, old tools. It felt ancient, preserved in time. I searched frantically, my hands shaking. Behind the counter, in drawers, under shelves. Nothing. Then, I heard it. A faint creak from the back room. My blood ran cold. Someone was here. I froze, holding my breath, pressing myself against the shelf, trying to melt into the shadows. A figure emerged from the back room. It was Alara. She was not wearing her apron anymore. Her long, gray hair was unbound, flowing around her shoulders. In her hand, she held a small wooden box. She walked to the counter, her movements slow, deliberate. She placed the box down, then opened it. Inside, glinting in the faint light, were several sets of car keys. And there, on top, was a familiar Subaru key fob. Mine. My heart hammered, so hard I thought it would burst. She knew. They all knew. Alara picked up my keys, turning them over in her fingers. She looked at them with an odd, almost tender expression, as if they were a trinket, not a means of escape. Then she looked up, her pale blue eyes, no longer serene, no longer even particularly human, fixed on my hiding spot. There was no surprise in them, no anger, just a deep, knowing calm. "Sarah," she said, her voice a soft whisper that carried perfectly through the silent door. "We knew you would come here." I froze, unable to move, unable to speak. "We saw the restlessness in your spirit," she continued, taking a slow step towards me. "The fear, the struggle. It is a common affliction among those who have tasted the outside world. But here, in Emberton, you will find peace. You will find belonging." She held up my keys. "These are merely distractions, ties to a world that offers nothing but discord. Here we shed such things. We become one." The words, the tone, the calm certainty, it was Mark all over again. But this was older, deeper, more ingrained. This was not a cult leader. This was a fundamental way of being. "No," I whispered, finding my voice, though it was barely audible. "I am leaving." "You are already here," she said, taking another step. Her eyes seemed to glow faintly in the dimness. "And once you are here, you are of here." Suddenly, the door to the general store opened. Alex stood there, his face unreadable in the dim light. He was not smiling. His eyes, too, were that unnerving pale blue. "Sarah," he said, his voice flat, devoid of the warmth I had come to know. "You should not be here. You should be resting." "Alex," I pleaded, "please. We have to go. This place, it is not right." He stepped fully into the store, and behind him, silhouetted in the doorway, were other figures. The dancers, their serene faces, their unblinking, pale eyes. "Emberton is home. Sarah," Alex said, his voice now imbued with the same soft, melodic cadence as Alara's. "It is where we truly belong. And soon you will too." Alara extended her hand to me. In it, nestled amongst the keys, was something else. A small, intricately carved wooden mask. Blank, featureless. My blood ran cold. The perfect mask Mark had whispered about. Here in Emberton. This was not just a coincidence. This was a pattern. A deep, dark, terrifying connection. Mark had not been an isolated incident. He was a symptom. A small, twisted offshoot of something far older, far more pervasive. Something that sought to erase individuality, to absorb, to unify. I did not scream. I did not cry. My mind, sharpened by past trauma, snapped into survival mode. I lunged, not for the keys, not for the door. I lunged at Alara, using my desperation as a weapon. I shoved her hard, sending her stumbling backwards, the wooden box clattering to the floor, keys scattering. Alex cried out, but I was already past him, a blur of motion. I burst through the door, knocking one of the masked figures aside. She is resisting. I heard Alara's voice, sharper now, behind me. The fear is strong. I did not look back. I sprinted across the square, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. The music had stopped. I could hear shouts now, the sound of footsteps behind me. They were fast, faster than I expected. I scrambled to my car, my heart pounding a frantic drum against my ribs. The keys. Where were they? I had seen them scatter. I dropped to my knees, frantically patting the gravel around the car. My fingers brushed against cold metal. I found them. My keys and then Alex's. I did not care. I grabbed them both, shoved my own into the ignition, and twisted. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I jammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel. In my rearview mirror, I saw them, a dozen figures, running toward me, their pale faces like a wave of blankness in the amber light. Alex was among them, his face still serene, but his eyes fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. I slammed the car into drive, peeling out of the square, past the silent houses, past the looming church steeple. The road, which had seemed so winding and confusing on the way in, now felt like a desperate tunnel leading to freedom. My world shattered when Alara vanished, leaving me a paranoid wreck. She was untraceable, a digital ghost, and every red flag from our date's no phone, cash payments, vague answers now screamed predator. Friends dismissed my fears as post-breakup stress, deepening my isolation. Desperate for normalcy, I tried to move on, dating Sarah. Our mundane coffee and dinner dates were a lifeline, until Sarah found deep, unnatural claw marks covering my car's interior. My blood ran cold. Alara had been here, leaving her terrifying signature. The marks confirmed my worst fears. Alara was not just an ex, but an ancient entity, a chronivore that collected memories. My apartment felt invaded. Objects subtly moved, and faint lines appeared outside my bedroom door. I was being hunted, not just haunted. I fled, driving for hours, but you can't outrun something that works with time. In a remote motel, Alara reappeared. Her cold touch drained my memories, my very essence, as she whispered about preserving my exquisite collection. I became her centerpiece, my life fading into her eternal grasp, another item in her timeless collection. Sometimes, I still think about that story. It is hard not to, especially when the nights get long and the silence in my house feels a little too heavy. You hear things, you read things, and you tell yourself it is just fiction, just a story to pass the time. But deep down, a part of you knows the world is bigger, stranger, and far more terrifying than we like to admit. And sometimes, those stories, they hit a little too close to home. My name is Mark. I live alone in a quiet, two-story house in the suburbs. It is a pretty standard place, 3 bedrooms, a decent size yard, a 2-car garage. I bought it 5 years ago, a fixer-upper, and I have put a lot of work into making it mine. It was my sanctuary, the one place where I could truly unwind, kick back, and just be myself without having to worry about the outside world. My routine was pretty solid. Up at 6, coffee, quick workout, then off to my job as a software engineer. Evenings were usually spent tinkering in the garage, reading, or binging something on Netflix. Predictable, maybe a little boring, but it was my predictable and my boring. And for a long time, that was more than enough. Then things started. Small things at first, the kind of stuff you shrug off as absent-mindedness. I would swear I left the kitchen light on, only to find it off when I came back into the room. Or I would be positive I would close and lock the back door, but later, I would find it slightly ajar, just enough to let a sliver of cold air in. I figured I was just getting forgetful, maybe working too much. Stress, right? It messes with your head. One morning, I found a small, unmarked package on my doorstep. It was not from Amazon, was not addressed to me, just a plain brown paper wrapper, taped up tight. My name was not on it. I checked with the neighbors, thinking it might have been misdelivered, but no one recognized it. Feeling a little uneasy, I eventually tossed it in the trash. Probably just a mistake or some weird marketing thing. But the feeling lingered. A faint prickle on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I would catch myself glancing over my shoulder when I was alone in the house, especially at night. The shadows seemed to deepen faster. The silence felt less comforting and more expectant. I tried to rationalize a draft, a creaking pipe, the wind outside, but the feeling persisted, a constant low hum of unease. Then the photo started. The first one was not even that alarming. Not really. I found it tucked under my windshield wiper one Tuesday morning. It was a Polaroid, a little grainy, and it showed the front of my house. Nothing unusual, just my porch, my living room window, a corner of my driveway. It looked like it was taken from the street, maybe a little down the block. I figured it was some kid messing around, or maybe a real estate agent scouting the neighborhood. I crumpled it up and threw it away, annoyed more than anything. A few days later, another one. This time, it was stuck to my mailbox with a piece of scotch tape. Same Polaroid style. This one was different. It was a shot of my living room, but taken from an angle that was a little too low, a little too close to the window. It looked like it was taken from inside my flower bed, peering in. My old, worn armchair was visible, a stack of books on the coffee table. It was unsettling, but still. I tried to brush it off. Maybe someone was casing the place, trying to figure out my routine. I reinforced my locks, checked my windows, and even bought a cheap motion sensor light for the backyard. I told myself it would stop, that whoever it was would get bored and move on. I was wrong. The next photo was the one that really got under my skin. I found it slipped under my front door, right onto the welcome mat. I almost did not see it. This one was a clear shot of my kitchen, my coffee maker, the half-eaten box of cereal on the counter, the mess I would left from breakfast. But the angle, it was not from the window. It was from inside the kitchen, from the doorway leading into the dining room. As if someone had been standing there, watching me eat my breakfast, snapping a photo. My blood ran cold. I remember just standing there, staring at the photo, my heart hammering against my ribs. I live alone. I lock my doors. I check them. How could someone have been inside my kitchen? I tore through the house, adrenaline coursing through me. Every door, every window, every possible entry point. Locked, bolted, nothing disturbed. I searched for hidden cameras, for anything out of place. Nothing. My house felt clean. Too clean. I called the police. They sent an officer, a tired-looking guy named Miller. He listened patiently as I explained, showed him the photo. He looked around, checked the locks, gave me the standard advice, keep your doors locked. Maybe install some security cameras. We will keep an eye out. He was polite, but I could tell he thought I was either exaggerating or just a little paranoid. It felt like a dismissal. That night, I did not sleep. Every creak, every shadow, every shift in the house's old bones made me jump. I sat up with a baseball bat, listening, waiting. Nothing happened. The silence stretched, thin and suffocating. The photos kept coming, and they got worse. I found one tucked into my mail slot, mixed in with the junk mail. It was a picture of me. I was asleep in my bed, lying on my side, facing away from the camera. The angle was from the foot of my bed, looking up towards my headboard. My curtains were drawn, my nightlight was on. It was undeniably me. My stomach lurched. I remembered closing my bedroom door that night, and I always locked the main doors downstairs. How? I tore my bedroom apart, pulled the mattress off the frame, checked under the bed, behind the dresser, inside the closet. Nothing. No hidden cameras, no signs of forced entry. It was like whoever was taking these photos could just manifest inside my house. I started seeing things, or thought I did. A flicker in my peripheral vision, a shadow that moved too quickly when I turned my head. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper that would disappear the moment I focused on it. My friends, when I tried to talk to them, were sympathetic, but skeptical. "Mark, you've been working too hard," one said. "Maybe you need a vacation." Another suggested I was still reeling from a recent breakup, not a Lara, a different one, a more mundane one. They thought I was stressed, imagining things. Their dismissal only deepened my isolation, making me feel like I was losing my mind, just like the person in that old story. I bought a full security system. High-definition cameras for every room, motion sensors, glass break detectors. I even got a smart lock for the front door that would alert my phone if anyone tampered with it. I thought this would stop it. This would catch them. It did not. The cameras showed nothing. Or rather, they showed exactly what they were supposed to show an empty house when I was out, and me, alone, when I was home. But the photos kept appearing. One morning, I found a photo sitting on my nightstand. Not slipped under the door, not in the mail, on my nightstand. It was a photo of me, brushing my teeth in the bathroom, just moments before I found it. My reflection was in the mirror, my toothbrush in my mouth, eyes half closed. The angle was from just behind the shower curtain, looking out. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore through the quiet house. I ripped open the shower curtain, expecting to find someone, something, nothing, just the pristine white tiles, the empty tub. I ran back to my bedroom, grabbed the photo, and then stared at my security camera feed on my phone. The camera in my bedroom showed me, walking into the bathroom. The camera in the bathroom showed an empty room, then me walking in. There was no one else. The footage was clean, untouched. It was impossible. Absolutely, terrifyingly impossible. I started to break down. My sanctuary had become a cage, a constant surveillance zone. I could not relax, could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined an unseen presence in the room, watching me, documenting my most private moments. My home, which had once felt so comforting, now felt like a stage, and I was the unwitting performer in a show I did not understand. The photos became more personal, more intrusive. One showed me sitting on the toilet, head in my hands, during a moment of profound despair. Another showed me naked, stepping out of the shower. The angles were beyond impossible. One was taken from inside my closet, peering through a crack in the door. Another from under my bed, looking up at the springs. One photo, the most horrifying of all, was taken from what felt like inside my own chest, looking out at my face, my eyes wide with fear I remembered feeling, but could not place the exact moment. It was a distorted, fisheye lens kind of shot, making my own face look alien and terrified. I stopped showering, stopped changing clothes in my bedroom. I started sleeping on the couch, fully dressed, with all the lights on, a knife clutched in my hand. It was an exercise in futility. I knew, but it was all I had left. I tried to leave. I packed a bag, intending to drive to my sister's house a few states away. But as I walked out the front door, I found another photo taped to the outside of it. It was a picture of my packed suitcase, sitting on my bed, taken from the doorway of my bedroom. It was like it knew my intentions before I even fully formed them. It was like it was telling me, you can't leave. The entity, whatever it was not just in my house. It was with me. It was everywhere. I started to notice subtle changes in the photos themselves, beyond just the horrifying angles. Sometimes in the background, there would be a faint distortion, a ripple in the fabric of reality. A wall that was usually white would have a strange, almost imperceptible pattern on it. A piece of furniture would be slightly out of place, or a detail would be wrong. My living room lamp, which was a simple floor lamp, appeared in one photo with a delicate, antique-looking shade I would never own. In another photo, a book on my shelf was titled something I did not recognize, in a language I could not read. It was not just taking photos, it was manipulating the moments it captured. Or perhaps, it was capturing moments that did not quite belong to my timeline. I started to wonder if this entity, was somehow related to the stories I had heard, the horrors that Alara had unleashed. Was it another collector? Not of memories, but of moments, of observations, of my very existence. Was I just another item in its catalog, a specimen under its eternal, unblinking gaze? One night, I was sitting in my living room, the TV on for background noise, but my eyes scanning every shadow, every corner. I had not slept properly in weeks. My nerves were frayed, my skin felt raw. I saw a flicker on the screen of the TV, a momentary glitch. When it cleared, there was a new photo on the coffee table, right in front of me. I had not heard anything, had not seen anything. It just appeared. This one was different. It was not of me. It was a photo of my living room, but it was blurry, indistinct, like an old, faded memory. And in the center of the room, where my armchair usually sat, there was a faint, shimmering outline of something. Something tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. It was almost transparent like a ghost, but it was there, and it was looking directly at the camera. Or rather, directly at me through the photo. A cold dread, unlike anything I would ever felt before, settled in my chest. It was not just watching me. It was revealing itself. And it was doing it through these collected moments, these stolen glimpses of my life. It was showing me that it was not just a stalker, not just a peeping Tom. It was something entirely alien, something that existed in the spaces between moments, in the distortions of time and reality. I knew then that I could not stay. I could not live like this, perpetually observed, my life becoming a curated exhibit for some unseen horror. I had to leave, even if it meant being followed, even if it meant it was futile. I had to try. I stood up, my legs wobbly, my heart a frantic drum in my chest. I grabbed my car keys, my phone, and nothing else. I did not care about my belongings, my house, my life here. I just needed to escape. I walked toward the front door, my eyes darted around the room, expecting to see a shadow, a flicker, anything. The house was silent, eerily so. The air was heavy, charged with an unseen presence. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Just as my fingers touched the cold metal, I saw it, taped to the inside of the front door right at eye level. The final photo. It was a picture of me, right now, standing in my living room, my hand outstretched towards a doorknob. My face was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. My eyes were wide, bloodshot, fixed on something just outside the frame of the picture. And the angle was from right behind me, as if the camera, or whatever took the picture, was standing directly behind my shoulder, breathing down my neck. But that was not the worst part. In the background of the photo, reflected dimly in the glass of the front door, was my own reflection. But it was not just me. Superimposed over my reflection, like a translucent overlay, was that same shimmering, impossibly thin figure. Its head tilted, its long, spindly arm reaching out, its fingers almost touching my shoulder. And where its face should have been, there was only a swirling vortex of darkness, like a hole ripped in reality. I froze. I could not breathe. I could not move. The world spun around me. It was not just in my house. It was me. It was part of me, part of my existence, a parasitic observer that had merged with my very being. My life was not just being documented, it was being consumed. I felt a cold, faint pressure on my shoulder, a whisper of air against my ear, like a silent, knowing breath. I did not turn around. I could not. I just stood there, staring at the photo, staring at my own terrified face, the impossible entity reflected behind me. My life, my privacy, my sanity was all gone. I was just another curated moment, another exquisite collection, trapped in an eternal, horrifying gallery. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that I would never truly be alone again. All right, so picture this: I am Alex, 32, living in a decent apartment in the city, working a pretty standard office job. My life, for the most part, was what you would call unremarkable. Not bad, not great, just there. I had my friends, my routines, the occasional bad date. You know the drill. Then Sarah came along. We met at a mutual friend's barbecue. She had this easy laugh, a kind of dark, expressive beauty that immediately caught my eye. Long, dark hair, eyes that seemed to hold a secret, and a smile that was just a little too knowing, if that makes sense. We started talking, and it was easy, like we would known each other for years. We talked about everything books, weird movies, the ridiculousness of modern dating, our dreams, our fears. By the end of the night, I was completely smitten, and she seemed pretty into me too. We exchanged numbers, and a few days later, I asked her out. Our first few dates were fantastic. We went to a small independent cinema, grabbed late-night coffee, explored some of the city's hidden gems. Every conversation felt natural, every silence comfortable. She was smart, witty, and had this intriguing air of mystery about her that I found incredibly attractive. She was not overly forthcoming about her past, but it was not evasive, either more like she preferred to live in the present, which I respected. I was starting to feel like maybe, just maybe, this could be something real, something different, about a month into dating. She invited me over to her place for the first time. It was a Friday night, and she said she would cook. I was excited, a little nervous, the usual butterflies. I brought a bottle of wine, and when she opened the door, her smile was as warm and inviting as ever. Her apartment was on the third floor of an old brick building, the kind with high ceilings and creaky hardwood floors. It had character, definitely. The living room was cozy, filled with bookshelves crammed with books on history, psychology, and a surprising number of true crime novels. There were also a lot of plants, thriving in every corner, and some really cool, antique-looking furniture. It felt lived in, but also meticulously curated. A little bohemian, a little academic. She put on some jazz, and we chatted while she prepped dinner in the kitchen. The smell of garlic and herbs filled the air. Everything felt perfect. I was leaning against the doorframe, watching her move around the kitchen, feeling a sense of peace I had not felt in a long time. This was it. I thought this was what I would have been looking for. After a bit, she turned to me, a smudge of flour on her cheek. "Hey, would you mind grabbing that old cookbook from the shelf in the study? It is the red one, second shelf from the bottom on the far left. I need to double-check a spice blend." "No problem," I said, happy to be useful. I walked into the room she called her study, which was really more of a small office, packed with even more books, a desk, and a couple of filing cabinets. It was a little darker than the living room, with a heavy, almost scholarly atmosphere. I found the red cookbook easily enough and was about to head back when something else on the shelf caught my eye. It was not a book, but a small wooden box, tucked away behind a stack of old magazines. It looked like an antique cigar box, dark with a brass clasp, worn smooth from age. My curiosity, which I will admit is sometimes a little too strong for my own good, got the better of me. Sarah was still busy in the kitchen, humming along to the jazz. A quick peek would not hurt, right? It was not like I was rummaging through her drawers. This was just sitting there. I picked up the box. It was surprisingly heavy. The brass clasp was a little stiff, but open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, were not cigars, but a stack of old, folded documents. They looked official, like old letters or something. My heart gave a little flutter of excitement. Maybe she was a history buff, collecting old correspondence. I carefully pulled out the top document. It was a brittle yellowed piece of paper, folded in thirds. As I unfolded it, the faint metallic scent of old paper and something else, something dry and dusty, like old attics, wafted up. The typeface was old, typewritten, and faded in places. At the top, in bold, stark letters, it read Police Department, instant report. My brow furrowed. Okay, not old letters. Police reports. That was unexpected. I glanced toward the kitchen, but Sarah was still humming, stirring something in a pot. My curiosity, now mixed with a prickle of unease, urged me to read on. The report detailed a missing persons case from decades ago. I scanned the date October 17th, 1996. That was a long time ago, before I was even a teenager. The victim's name was listed, but it was someone I did not recognize. The details were sparse. Just a brief description of the missing individual and the circumstances of their disappearance from a small town a few hours north of here. It was unsettling, but also, well, just an old police report. Sarah probably had an interest in true crime, like with all those books. I put that one aside and picked up the next. This one was a bit thicker, with several stapled pages. The date on this one was even older, June 5th, 1991. The case number was different, and the location was a small, rural community, even further north. I started reading, skimming the boilerplate language, looking for the narrative section. And then I saw it. My breath hitched. My heart, which had been beating a steady rhythm of casual curiosity, suddenly hammered against my ribs. The name, printed clearly under the heading victim subject name, was mine, Alexander John Miller. My full name, my middle name, which I rarely used, was there too. It was unmistakable. A cold, clammy dread washed over me, starting in my stomach and spreading outwards like ink through water. This was not just a police report. This was my police report. But how? What the hell was this? I was right. Here. I was not a victim. I was not missing. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Mistaken identity. Another Alex Miller. It was a common name, sure, but Alexander John Miller. That felt too specific. My fingers, suddenly clumsy and trembling, gripped the edges of the brittle paper. I forced myself to read, my eyes darting frantically across the lines, desperate for an explanation, for a way to dismiss this as some bizarre coincidence. Incident type missing person child. Date of incident June 3rd, 1991. Reporting party Miller. Susan mother. Location 142, Elmwood Lane. Oakhaven. VT Oakhaven. My childhood home. Elmwood Lane. That was my address growing up. The pit in my stomach deepened, twisting into a knot of pure ice. My mother, Susan. It was all there. Every detail. Perfectly aligning with my own life. Except for one glaring, terrifying fact: I was listed as a missing child. I remembered June 1991. I was 6 years old. I remembered playing in the woods behind our house, building forts with my best friend, Kevin. I remembered summer vacation, long, hazy days of freedom. I remembered nothing about being missing, nothing about police, nothing about this report. My mind reeled. Was this some kind of elaborate prank? But who would go to such lengths? And why Sarah? And why keep in a lockbox? This felt too real, too meticulously documented, to be a joke. I kept reading, my eyes devouring every word, every official abbreviation, every chilling detail. Subject: Alexander John Miller, age 6, last seen playing in wooded area adjacent to residence at approximate 1,700 hours. Mother reported subject missing at 1930 hours after extensive search of immediate area yielded no results. Local authorities initiated search and rescue operation. K-9 units deployed. Area canvassed by volunteers. Search continued through night. I could almost feel the panic, the desperation of my mother reading those words. It was like looking into a window of a past I had no memory of, a past that seemed to belong to someone else, yet was undeniably mine. Search efforts intensified on June 4th. Additional resources from state police deployed. Area expanded to include surrounding farmlands and abandoned structures. No leads established. Weather conditions clear. Unusually cold for early June, unusually cold for early June. I remembered that, vaguely, a few unseasonably cool days. My mind was scrambling, trying to connect these dots, trying to reconcile the smiling, carefree child I remembered being with the terrified, missing child described in this report. On June 5th at approximate 0945 hours, subject Alexander John Miller was located approximately 2.5 miles east of residence, near the old Blackwood Mill ruins. Subject was found disoriented, unresponsive, and suffering from hypothermia and severe dehydration. Clothing was torn and soiled. No visible signs of physical trauma beyond minor abrasions. Subject transported to Oak Haven Community Hospital. Medical assessment indicated no memory of the elapsed 36-hour period or how he came to be at the location 36 hours. I was missing for 36 hours, over a day and a half, and I had no memory of it. None, not a single fragment. My parents had never, ever mentioned this. Why? How could they keep something like this from me? And why would I have no memory? A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the report. I forced myself to continue, hoping for some kind of resolution, an explanation for the gaping hole in my childhood. Interrogation of subject proved unsuccessful due to age and apparent amnesia regarding the incident. Subject remained distressed and withdrawn. Psychological evaluation recommended. No evidence of abduction or foul play found at the scene of discovery. Clothing samples sent for forensic analysis. No foreign DNA or fibers identified. Case remains open. Pending further information, case remains open. The words hung in the air, echoing in my head. Case remains open. All these years, and it was never closed. And my parents, they never told me. I gripped the report, my knuckles white. A sudden, overwhelming sense of vulnerability washed over me. I was 6 years old, alone, lost, and then found with no memory. What happened to me during those 36 hours? Why did I forget? And why? Why was this report in Sarah's apartment? My eyes darted to the other documents in the box. There were more. Newspaper clippings, some yellowed, some more recent. I pulled out a clipping, dated a few weeks after the incident. The headline screamed, "Oak Haven child found. Mystery deepens." The article reiterated the police report, adding a quote from my mother, expressing relief but also profound confusion. It mentioned the community's fear, the theories of a wild animal attack, or a disturbed drifter, but no answers. Another clipping. From years later, a small follow-up piece, "Unsolved Oak Haven Disappearance Still Haunts Town." It briefly mentioned my case alongside a couple of other unsolved disappearances and strange incidents in the area over the decades. It painted Oak Haven as a place with a dark history, a magnet for the inexplicable. I had always thought of my hometown as quaint, boring even. This was a completely different picture. Then I found something even more recent. A printout from an online forum, a true crime message board. The thread was titled "The Oak Haven Incidents, Any New Info?" And someone, under a username I could not quite make out, had posted a detailed summary of my disappearance, citing the police report, even mentioning the specific case number. They speculated about cult activity, about ley lines, about something called the Whispering Woods, a local legend I vaguely remembered, a place kids were warned to stay away from. My blood ran cold. Someone had been actively researching this. Someone had been digging into my past. And that someone was Sarah. The jazz music from the living room suddenly sounded jarring, almost mocking. The scent of garlic and herbs would have been so comforting moments ago now seemed cloying, sickly sweet. My stomach churned. I felt like I was going to throw up. Just as I was about to reach for another document, my name echoed from the doorway. "Alex, everything all right in there? Dinner's almost ready." Sarah, her voice, usually so melodic and warm, now sounded like a predator's purr. I froze, the police report still clutched in my trembling hand. I slowly turned, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. She was standing in the doorway, a slight smile on her face, but her eyes were not smiling. They held that same knowing glint I had found so intriguing before, but now it felt sinister, predatory. She took in the scene me, pale and shaking, the open box, the crumpled report in my hand. Her smile did not falter, but it tightened just a fraction. "Oh," she said, her voice soft, dangerously calm. "You found my little collection." I could not speak. My throat felt constricted, dry as dust. All I could do was stare at her, the question burning in my eyes. "Why?" She stepped into the study, moving with an unnerving grace. The air around her seemed to grow colder. She walked towards me, her gaze never leaving mine, and I felt like a deer caught in headlights. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to bolt out of that apartment and never look back. But my feet felt rooted to the floor. She reached out, her fingers gently prying the police report from my grasp. Her touch was surprisingly cold. She smoothed out the crinkled paper, her eyes briefly scanning the words. "Alexander John Miller," she murmured, almost to herself. "June 3rd, 1991. Missing from Oak Haven. Found near the Blackwood Mill ruins. No memory of the incident." She looked up at me, her dark eyes piercing. "It is all true. Alex, every word. What is this?" "Sarah," I finally managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. "Why do you have this? My parents, they never told me." She sighed, a theatrical, almost mournful sound. "Your parents, they want to protect you, to let you forget. But some things, Alex, can't be forgotten. Not truly." She gestured to the box. "I have been collecting these for a long time. The Oak Haven incidents. There were others, you know, before you, after you. Children, mostly. Some adults. All found disoriented. Some with no memory. Some changed." "Changed how?" I asked, my voice trembling. Her gaze intensified. "Some never spoke again. Some developed strange abilities. Some just faded away, like a candle flickering out. You, Alex, were one of the lucky ones. You came back, seemingly whole. But you were not whole, were you? You just did not know what was missing. What are you talking about?" I demanded, a surge of desperate anger pushing through my fear. "What happened to me?" She walked over to her desk and picked up a framed photograph. It was an old, faded picture of two children, a boy and a girl, standing in front of what looked like the ruins of an old stone mill. The boy was me younger, maybe 5 or 6, with a wide, innocent grin. The girl, a few years older, had long, dark hair and eyes that were strikingly familiar. "Sarah," my blood ran cold again. "You were there." She nodded, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. I was a few years older. Yes, I lived in Oak Haven too, not far from the mill. We used to play there. Sometimes, even though we were told not to, it was a place of power, the adults called it. A thin place. She paused, her eyes distant, lost in memory. They said it was where the veil between worlds was thinnest, where things could slip through. Things. I repeated, my mind struggling to comprehend. This was quickly veering into territory I was not prepared for. "Shadows," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Whispers. Things that hunger for connection, for a way in. She looked at me again, her gaze unwavering. "You were drawn to it, Alex, like so many others. A child's innocent curiosity, a primal tug. You wandered too close. And you," I asked, my voice hoarse, "what happened to you?" A flicker of pain, raw and ancient, crossed her face. "I saw it. I saw them. The night you went missing. I was there, hiding, watching. They took you, Alex. Not physically, not like a human abductor. They absorbed you. They pulled you into their realm, piece by piece. They wanted to see if you could be a vessel, a bridge. My stomach clenched. The memory of the previous story, the oppressive darkness, the whispering voices, the horrifying merging, it flashed through my mind, a phantom sensation of utter dread. But that was a dream, was not it? A nightmare? No, I mumbled, shaking my head. That is impossible. That is not real. Sarah's smile returned, colder now, almost pitying. It is very real. Alex, you came back. Yes, but you are not the same. Something came back with you. A part of them. A seed. And it has been growing, slowly, silently, ever since. I took a step back, bumping into the desk. You are insane. This is insane. I need to go. She did not move. Her eyes, those dark, knowing eyes, seemed to bore into my soul. You can't go. Alex, not yet. Not until we finish what was started. Finish what? I demanded, my voice rising. What are you talking about? The ritual, she said, her voice dropping to a low, hypnotic tone. The one they tried to complete with you when you were a child. The one I disrupted. I was not strong enough then, just a terrified little girl. But I learned. I studied. I found a way to track the others. The ones like you. The ones who came back changed. She pointed to the box of documents. That is why I have these. You are not the only one. There were others who were taken, who carried the seed. Some succumbed completely. Some fought it. But all of them, they were part of the tapestry. And you, Alex, you were always the strongest thread. My mind raced, trying to process this impossible, horrifying information. A ritual, a seed, shadows. It sounded like something out of a bad horror movie, but her conviction, the chilling details in the police report, the way she looked at me, it was all too real. You have been tracking me. I realized, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. This whole time, our dates, everything, it was all planned. She did not deny it. I needed to get close, to understand the extent of their influence, to see if you were ready. Ready for what? The words were a choked gasp. To complete the ritual, she said, her voice now devoid of any warmth, a cold, hard edge to it. To sever the connection completely, or to embrace it. She took another step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled. My gaze flickered to the door, to the window. Escape. I had to escape. Do not fight it. Alex, she said, her voice now a low hum, almost a chant. It is already a part of you. You have felt it, have not you? Those moments of inexplicable cold, the whispers at the edge of your hearing, the dreams that feel more real than waking life. And then the horrifying truth hit me. The recurring nightmare I would have for years, the one where I was trapped in a suffocating darkness, absorbed by cold, whispering voices, my sense of self unraveling. It was not just a nightmare. It was a memory, a repressed memory. The memory of those 36 hours. The memory of being taken. You know what I'm talking about, she said, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying triumph. You remember, do not you, the merging, the assimilation, the agonizing unraveling of who you were. I remembered every agonizing detail. The cold, the whispers, the feeling of being stretched thin, of my very essence being devoured. It was not a dream. It was real. It had been real all along. What do you want from me? I whispered, my voice raw with terror. She smiled a slow, predatory grin that sent shivers down my spine. I want to help you, Alex, to free you, or to help them. It depends on you. She gestured around the study, to the books, the documents, the maps tacked to a corkboard covered in pins and strings connecting various locations. I have been studying this for decades. The Oakhaven anomaly, the portals, the entities that reside in the spaces between. You, Alex, are a key piece, the strongest connection. What happens if I do not cooperate? Her smile faded, replaced by an expression of grim determination. Then you will become what they want you to be, a full conduit, a bridge for their hunger. You will be like the others, empty, a puppet, and I can't let that happen. Not after all this time. She took another step, closing the distance between us. Her hand reached out, not to grab me, but to touch my forehead, her fingers strangely cold. A jolt, like static electricity, shot through me. My vision swam. The room seemed to warp, the shadows in the corners deepening, swirling. I could hear them now, faint whispers just at the edge of my hearing, growing louder, more insistent. They were familiar, terrifyingly familiar. They are waking up. Alex, Sarah murmured, her voice now layered with an eerie resonance, as if multiple voices spoke through her. They feel your presence. They recognize their former host, and they want to reclaim what is theirs. Panic, pure and absolute, seized me. I stumbled back, knocking over a small table lamp. It crashed to the floor, plunging a part of the room into deeper shadow. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a cold wind. No, I screamed, pushing past her, blindly scrambling for the door. I had to get out. I had to escape this nightmare. As I burst into the living room, the jazz music still playing, the fragrant smell of dinner still lingering, it all felt grotesquely out of place. The normal world felt alien, a thin veneer over a terrifying reality. I fumbled with the lock on the front door, my fingers clumsy, numb with fear. You can't run from yourself. Alex. Sarah's voice echoed from the study, calm, chillingly certain. They are already inside. They are a part of you now. And sooner or later, the darkness was not a void. It was everything. Not the kind of darkness you get when you close your eyes or when the lights go out. This was a physical, choking presence, like being swallowed by an ocean of tar. It was cold, so cold it burned and it pressed in from every direction, stealing the air from my lungs, the sound from my ears, the light from my mind. I screamed, but no sound came out. My limbs thrashed, but I felt no resistance, no ground beneath me, no air around me, just this all-encompassing, suffocating black. Then came the whispers. Not just Mark's voice, but a chorus, 1,000 tiny, dry voices scuttling through the darkness, speaking words I could not quite grasp, yet understood on some primal level. They spoke of hunger, of emptiness, of us. They were inside me, around me, were me. My sense of self began to fray, like a worn rope unraveling thread by thread. My memories, my name, my face in the mirror, they felt distant, like someone else's story. I fought it, clawing at the edges of my identity, but it was like trying to hold water in a sieve. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, pulling me apart, piece by agonizing piece. There was a moment, a flicker, where I thought I was dying, that this was the end. But death, I realized, would have been a mercy. This was something far worse. This was absorption, assimilation. I do not know how long it lasted. Hours, days. Time ceased to have meaning in that boundless, whispering void. Eventually, the frantic struggle subsided. Not because I won, but because there was nothing left of me to fight. My consciousness, or what remained of it, became a tiny, flickering ember in a vast, cold expanse. I was aware, but not in control. I was a passenger in my own shattered mind, watching, listening, feeling things that were not mine. Then, a sudden, jarring jolt, like being ripped from a deep, dreamless sleep, except this was a nightmare that was just beginning. My eyes snapped open, but they were not my eyes. Or rather, they were, but the world I saw through them was wrong. I was standing, or we were standing in the oppressive gloom of Mark's uncle's cabin. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and something else, something ancient and metallic, like old blood. My hands, my familiar hands, were before me, but they felt heavy, alien, as if filled with lead. I tried to move them, to clench my fists, but the response was sluggish, distant. It was like trying to operate a marionette whose strings were being pulled by someone else. My gaze drifted to the window, one of the nailed-shut windows. Through the cracks in the old, splintered boards, a sliver of weak, gray light managed to pierce the perpetual twilight of the room. I felt an immediate, visceral recoil. Not from me, not from the lingering ember of my own self, but from the occupant of my body. A profound aversion, a deep-seated revulsion to that faint, innocent light. It was like a physical blow, making my head throb, sending shivers down my spine. That is when it hit me. A memory, sharp and sudden, like a shard of glass in my mind. Mark. I remembered our first date. It was a beautiful spring afternoon, the kind where the sun just feels good on your skin after a long winter. We were walking through a park, laughing, talking. Everything felt so easy, so natural. We stopped by a little cafe with outdoor seating, and he suggested we sit at a table under a huge, old oak tree. I thought it was charming, romantic. The shade was nice, a cool respite from the bright sun. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly. He was so attentive, so engaging. I was completely smitten. But now, with this chilling new perspective, I saw it differently. He always sought the shade. Always. I remembered countless other instances. Picnics in parks. He would subtly steer us towards a tree or an awning. Beach trips. He would set up our umbrellas so meticulously that I was practically entirely in shadow. Even walks through the city, he would stick to the side of the street where the buildings cast long shadows. Or he would choose the shadier side of a path. I just thought he was particular, maybe sensitive to the sun, or just like the aesthetic of diffuse light. He never wore sunglasses, which I thought was odd for someone who supposedly disliked bright light, but I dismissed it. Just another quirky charm. He never seemed to mind dimly lit restaurants or bars. In fact, he preferred them. I remember once, we were at a friend's barbecue, and someone suggested a game of frisbee. Mark politely declined, saying he was not much of an outdoor sports person. He stayed under the covered patio, chatting with people, always keeping to the edges of the sun-drenched lawn. I thought he was just being polite, a bit reserved. Even in my own apartment, which got a lot of natural light, he would always gravitate towards corners, the areas where the light did not hit directly. He would pull the curtains slightly, or suggest we watch a movie with the lights low. I just thought he was setting a mood, being romantic. He was so good at making everything feel special, so I never questioned it. Never. But it was not a preference. It was an imperative. A deep, instinctual avoidance. The shadows were his comfort, his refuge. The light his enemy. And now, I was experiencing that same primal fear. The sliver of sunlight from the nailed-up window felt like a searing brand on my skin, even though it was only grazing floorboards. We recoiled from it. I recoiled from it. The whispers inside me, which had been dormant for a moment, stirred a low, collective growl of discomfort. This was not just possession. This was merging. My consciousness was a prisoner, watching from within. I was a cohabitant in my own body, sharing it with a legion of cold, ancient entities. They were Mark's family, and now they were mine too. The initial shock gave way to a wave of pure, unadulterated terror. I was not dead. I was trapped in a body that was no longer entirely my own, forced to experience the world through the senses of my captors. The whispers began again, more coherent this time, though still a jumble of voices. They were not speaking to me, but through me, to each other. They spoke of hunger, of the need to move, to explore, to live. They spoke of Mark, their conduit, their beloved son. He was their bridge, and now, I was a new bridge, a new vessel. I tried to scream, to fight, to wrestle control back. I pushed. I pulled. I raged against the invisible chains that bound me. But it was like trying to move a mountain with a whisper. My body remained still, under the control of the collective consciousness that now resided within me. My mouth, my own mouth, twisted into a grotesque smile that was not mine, a chilling echo of the grin Mark had worn just before I was consumed. My eyes, my own eyes, stared blankly ahead, seeing but not truly seeing. Then a sound, a creak of floorboards from upstairs. A childlike shadow, the one I had seen before, darted down the steps. It was not a shadow cast by light, it was a living, breathing absence, darker than the gloom itself. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, like ink poured across the surface. It stopped at the bottom of the stairs, its form coalescing slightly, revealing two pinpricks of glowing red where eyes should be. It looked at me, looked into me, and I felt a surge of recognition, not from my own memories, but from the collective. This was one of them, one of Mark's family. It was small, yes, but ancient and hungry. It raised a shadowy arm, beckoning, and my body began to move, one foot in front of the other, slowly, deliberately, toward the childlike shadow. The whispers intensified, a rising tide of anticipation. We followed the small shadow up the creaking stairs. Every step was an agony, a betrayal. I was being forced to participate in my own undoing, to walk deeper into the heart of this nightmare. The upstairs hallway was even darker than downstairs, the air colder, heavier. The shadows here were more substantial, clinging to the walls, pooling in corners. They were not just absences of light, they were presences. Living, breathing entities, amorphous and unsettling. The childlike shadow led us to a room at the end of the hall. The door was ajar, revealing a space that was even more devoid of light than the rest of the house. As we stepped inside, the door swung shut behind us with a soft, ominous click. The room was bare, save for a single, rickety wooden chair in the center. And on that chair, slumped and unmoving, was Mark. He looked different. His skin was pale, almost translucent, his lips tinged with blue. His eyes, though, were the most disturbing. They were wide open, staring straight ahead, but they were completely black, devoid of pupils, irises, any light at all. Like two obsidian marbles set into his skull. He was breathing, a shallow, rattling sound, but he seemed empty, a husk. The whispers in my head surged, a cacophony of voices, all focused on him. Our conduit, our beloved son. He is tired. He has served well. And then I understood. Mark was not just a conduit. He was a vessel, just like I was. He had been possessed, used, drained. This was his fate. And now it was mine. The childlike shadow, along with several larger, more amorphous shadows that had been lurking in the corners of the room, began to coalesce around Mark. They swirled, like smoke, gradually merging with his form. His body began to convulse, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. A low, guttural moan escaped his lips, a sound of pure agony. My own body remained still, forced to be a silent observer. I felt a cold, clinical curiosity emanating from the collective consciousness within me. They were studying him, evaluating him. And then a new set of whispers, clearer now, cutting through the general hum. He has become weak. The vessel is failing. A new one is needed. A stronger one. And then a chilling realization washed over me. A truth so horrifying it threatened to extinguish the last spark of my own self. They were not just possessing me to use my body. They were preparing me to become a new conduit, to take Mark's place. My mind reeled. All this time, I thought they just wanted a body to live. But it was more than that. They needed a link, a bridge between their shadow realm and the human world. Mark had been that bridge, and now I was next in line. The shadows around Mark began to recede, detaching from his form. As they pulled away, his body seemed to deflate, to shrink. His skin became even paler, his features more gaunt. He looked like a puppet from which the strings had been cut, a discarded shell. The blackness in his eyes seemed to deepen, to consume what little life remained. And then, one of the larger shadows, a towering, amorphous entity that seemed to fill half the room, turned its attention to me, to us. It flowed towards me, its form shifting, and my name is Sarah, and I have always been one of those people who needs a routine. Work, gym, a quiet evening with a book, or a bad Netflix show. Predictable, safe. That is how I liked it. Online dating was a necessary evil, a chaotic element I begrudgingly invited into my life every now and then, mostly out of a vague sense of obligation to put myself out there. Most of my Tinder experiences were forgettable, awkward small talk. Guys who looked nothing like their photos or the occasional nice enough encounter that just fizzled out. Nothing that ever really stuck. Until Mark. Mark was different. His profile picture showed a genuine, easy smile, eyes that crinkled at the corners. He was a software engineer, which meant he was smart, but he also listed hiking and craft beer as hobbies, which suggested he was not a complete shut-in. Our first few messages were effortless, flowing from witty banter to surprisingly deep conversations about books and travel. It was refreshing. We set up a coffee date for a Tuesday afternoon. He was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a laugh that was infectious. He talked about his passion for coding, but also about a recent trip to Iceland, showing me pictures on his phone. He listened intently when I spoke, asking thoughtful follow-up questions. There were no awkward silences, no desperate attempts to fill the air. It just worked. We talked for nearly 2 hours, until the barista started giving us pointed looks. This was great, he said, standing up, his smile still warm. Can I see you again? My heart did that little fluttery thing it had not done in years. Absolutely. Our second date was dinner, then a movie. Our third. He cooked for me at his place, a cozy apartment with a killer view of the city skyline. Everything felt easy, natural, like we would known each other for ages. By our fourth date, I felt comfortable enough to invite him over to my apartment. It was not as swanky as his, but was mine a 2-bedroom on the 3rd floor of an old brick building, filled with books, plants, and the comforting scent of lavender from the diffuser I always kept running. That night was perfect. We ordered takeout, listened to some indie music, and just talked. Hours melted away. Eventually, we moved to the couch, just enjoying each other's company. The living room was dimly lit by a single-floor lamp in the corner, casting long, soft shadows across the walls. The kind of light that makes an ordinary room feel intimate and cozy. At some point, Mark excused himself to use the bathroom. "Be right back," he said, giving my hand a squeeze as he stood up. I watched him walk across the living room, his silhouette briefly eclipsing the lamp, before he turned the corner into the short hallway that led to the bathroom. I heard the click of the door closing. I picked up my phone, scrolling idly through social media, a contented smile on my face. Then I saw it, his shadow. It was still there, cast on the wall where he would have been standing just moments before. A distinct, human silhouette, sharply defined by the lamplight. It was exactly where he should have been if he had not moved. My brow furrowed. That did not make sense. He was in the bathroom. The light source was behind me, to my right. His shadow should have vanished the moment he rounded that corner. It should have been gone. But it was not. It just lingered, like a faint stain on the wall, a darker patch that should not have been there. I blinked hard, shook my head a little. Maybe I was tired. Maybe it was a trick of the light, the way the lamp hit the wall, creating some kind of optical illusion. My apartment was old. The walls were not perfectly smooth. It had to be that, right? I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It was undeniably the shape of a man, standing upright, arms relaxed at his sides. The exact same posture Mark had just moments before. It looked like a cutout, a ghost of his presence. A flush of unease, cold and prickling, spread across my skin. I felt a sudden urge to call out his name, to make sure he was really in the bathroom. But that would be silly. He was just in there for a minute. I forced myself to take a deep breath. It was nothing, just a trick of the eyes. Just as I was about to dismiss it completely, the bathroom door creaked open. Mark emerged, a casual smile on his face. "All good?" he asked, walking back toward the couch. And as he stepped back into the living room, his physical form overlapping with the lingering shadow, the shadow on the wall seemed to snap back into place, like a piece of a puzzle sliding perfectly into its slot. It merged with his real shadow, becoming one, indistinguishable from the shadow his body naturally cast. He sat down next to me, oblivious. "What were you thinking about?" "Nothing," I said, maybe a little too quickly. "Just zoning out." I forced a smile, trying to shake off the strange feeling. It was probably nothing. Definitely nothing. We spent another hour talking, laughing, and eventually he leaned in and kissed me goodnight. It was a sweet, tender kiss, and for a moment, the strange shadow instant faded from my mind. As he left, I walked him to the door, feeling that familiar warmth in my chest. But after he was gone, and I locked the door, a shiver ran down my spine. The apartment felt colder, emptier than usual. I glanced back at the wall where I would seen the shadow. Nothing now, just a pale cream paint reflecting the dim light. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was late. I was tired. I needed to sleep. The next few weeks were a blur of work, gym, and more dates with Mark. We were falling into a comfortable rhythm. He was charming, attentive, everything I could have wanted. And the shadow incident, I would almost forgotten about it. Almost. Then it happened again. We were at my place, cooking dinner together. Mark was at the stove, stirring a pasta sauce, humming along to the radio. I was chopping vegetables at the counter, my back to him. The kitchen light was bright, casting clear, strong shadows. He turned to grab something from the fridge, momentarily stepping out of the direct light. As he moved, I saw it. His shadow, cast on the floor by the stove, seemed to hesitate. It did not follow him immediately. For a split second, it remained fixed in place, a dark, motionless silhouette on the linoleum. Then, as if realizing its mistake, it slid quickly, almost jerkily, to reconnect with his moving form. My knife clattered against the cutting board. My breath hitched. "Everything okay?" Mark asked, looking over his shoulder, a carton of milk in his hand. "Yeah, fine." I managed, my voice a little shaky. Just almost dropped the knife. I forced myself to pick it up, to continue chopping, but my eyes kept darting to the floor, to the shadows. I watched him closely after that, trying to catch it again. But for the rest of the evening, his shadow behaved perfectly, moving in sync with his body. The unease returned, stronger this time. It was not a trick of the light. I would seen it move, or rather, not move, and then move independently. It was a subtle thing, barely perceptible, but once you notice it, it was impossible to unsee. I started paying attention to shadows everywhere. My own, other people's, the shadows of trees and buildings. They all behave exactly as they should, extensions of their objects, faithfully following every movement. Mark's was the only one that seemed a rebel. It started happening more frequently. Each time, it was a little longer, a little more pronounced. Sometimes, when he would walk out a room, his shadow would stay behind for a full second, 2 seconds, before snapping back to him. It was like a rubber band stretching to its limit before recoiling. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a neurological issue with my own perception. Maybe I was just sleep deprived. I started searching online, tried to find anything about lingering shadows, optical illusions, anything that could explain it. All I found were articles about paranormal phenomena, folklore about sentient shadows, and a lot of forum posts from people claiming to see ghosts. I quickly closed those tabs. I was not going crazy. I was not seeing ghosts. But the feeling of being watched started to creep in, even when Mark was not there, even when I was alone in my apartment. I felt it, a cold spot in the hallway, a fleeting glimpse of a dark shape in my peripheral vision that vanished when I turned my head, the rustle of clothes in my closet, even though the window was closed and there was no breeze. I started leaving the lights on in every room, even when I was not using them. The brighter the light, the less defined the shadows. It was a small comfort, but it did not make the feeling go away. I felt like something was lurking just beyond the edges of my sight, just out of reach, waiting. One evening, Mark and I were having dinner at a restaurant. It was a busy place, lots of people, lots of light. Everything felt normal, safe. We were laughing, sharing stories. He got up to go to the restroom. I watched him walk away, and as he rounded a corner, his shadow, cast by the overhead lights, seemed to detach from his legs for a split second, stretching further than it should have, before disappearing behind the wall. My fork clattered onto my plate. My appetite vanished. It was not just my apartment. It was him, or something around him, something connected to him. When he returned, I tried to bring it up subtly. Hey, have you ever noticed anything weird about shadows? I asked, trying to sound casual, like I was just curious. He chuckled. Weird. Like, do they ever look like monsters under your bed? He winked. Nah, not since I was a kid. Why? No, just sometimes in my apartment with the lighting, they can look a bit off. I said, trying to gauge his reaction. He seemed genuinely amused, not at all concerned. He clearly thought I was talking about mundane visual quirks. Old buildings have weird quirks, he said, shrugging. Adds character. I dropped it. He did not see it. Or he was pretending not to. A new, terrifying thought started to form in my mind. What if he was aware and just was not telling me? What if he was part of it? The shadow started appearing when Mark was not even in my apartment. I would be in the kitchen, making coffee, and I would see it out of the corner of my eye, standing in the hallway. A tall, slender silhouette, unmistakably Mark's. It would just stand there, motionless, a darker patch against the already dim hallway. When I turned to look directly, it would be gone. Always gone. My heart would pound in my chest. I would feel a cold dread creep up my spine. My hands would shake as I poured my coffee. I started talking to myself, trying to convince myself it was my imagination, that I was just seeing things, that I was losing my mind. But deep down, I knew it was not true. One morning, I woke up with a gasp. I would have had a nightmare, vivid and terrifying, though I could not remember the details. All I knew was a crushing sense of dread. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to calm my racing heart. The room was still dark, the curtains drawn. Then I saw it. Standing in the corner of my bedroom, near the dresser, was a shadow. It was tall, lean, and distinctively Mark's shape. It was not cast by any light source, it was just there. A darker patch in the already dark room. It was like a hole in the fabric of reality. This was not a fleeting glimpse. This was not in my peripheral vision. This was right there, in front of me, in the dark. It was motionless, but I could feel its presence. A cold, heavy weight in the air. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again. It was still there. Panic flared. I wanted to scream, but my throat was tight, dry. I wanted to move, but I was frozen, trapped under my duvet, staring at the unmoving darkness in my room. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, the shadow seemed to ripple, like heat haze but dark. And then it slowly, almost reluctantly, began to dissipate, fading back into the general darkness of the room until it was gone. I lay there, trembling, until the first rays of dawn pierced through my curtains. I did not sleep a wink after that. I tried to tell Mark again. This time, I was more direct. Mark, I am serious. I have been seeing your shadow. It is like it detaches from you. It has been in my apartment when you are not even here. He listened, his expression shifting from amusement to concern, then to genuine worry. He took my hands. Sarah, honey, you've been under a lot of stress lately, right? With work and everything. No, Mark, this is not stress. This is real. I am seeing it. It was in my bedroom this morning. My voice was pleading, desperate for him to understand. He sighed, gently rubbing my knuckles. Maybe you are just overtired. Or maybe it is the old building. Sometimes old houses can play tricks on your mind. Drafts, creaks, shadows moving in the dark. He tried to sound reassuring, but his eyes held a hint of pity. He thought I was losing it. That was when I started to feel truly alone. The one person I trusted, the one person I was building a connection with, thought I was delusional. I started documenting everything. I bought a small digital camera, hoping to capture it. I set up my phone to record video. I left voice notes describing what I saw, when I saw it, how I felt. But the shadow never appeared on camera. My photos were always empty. My videos showed nothing but my empty apartment. My voice notes sounded increasingly frantic, my words tumbling over each other. It was like it existed only for me. The shadow, or whatever it was, became bolder. It was not just lingering anymore. It was moving subtly, independently. I would see it in the hallway, and it would seem to turn its head, as if looking at me. It never had features, just that dark, featureless silhouette. But I felt its gaze. I started noticing cold spots in my apartment. Patches of air that were unnaturally frigid, even when the heat was blasting. These spots always seemed to be where I would last seen the shadow. One afternoon, I was sitting at my kitchen table, nursing a cup of tea, trying to work up the courage to call a therapist. I was exhausted, constantly on edge. I glanced at the bookshelf in my living room, visible from where I sat. Suddenly, a small paperback, one of Mark's that he had left behind, slid off the shelf and landed on the floor with a soft thud. My heart leaped into my throat. There was no draft, no one else in the apartment. I stared at the book, then at the empty space on the shelf where it had been. Then, my eyes drifted to the wall beside the bookshelf. There it was, Mark's shadow, leaning casually against the wall, its head tilted slightly, as if observing me. It was more defined now, a deeper black, almost solid. It looked like a living void. I gasped, pushing my chair back, sending it scraping across the floor. The sound echoed in the sudden silence. The shadow did not move. It just watched me. A wave of intense cold washed over me, making my teeth chatter. I could feel the presence now, a heavy, suffocating weight. It was not just a visual phenomenon anymore. It was tangible. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The shadow remained motionless. But in the silence, I heard it. A faint whisper, like dry leaves rustling or sand sifting through fingers. It sounded like Mark's voice, but distorted, stretched like a recording played too slow. "We want to play." My blood ran cold. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly. I had to get out. I had to leave this apartment. I had to get away from whatever this was. I ran toward the front door, fumbling with the lock, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the deadbolt. As I struggled, I felt a sudden, sharp cold on my back, like an icy hand pressing against my spine. I cried out, spinning around. There it was, standing directly behind me, almost touching me. It was bigger now, taller, its form more substantial. It seemed to absorb the light around it, making the hallway darker, colder, and its shape, it was not just Mark's anymore. It was still him, but distorted, stretched like a caricature. Its head was too large, its limbs too long. And then it moved. Slowly, deliberately, it raised an arm. A dark, featureless arm, like a cutout from the night itself. It reached towards my face. I screamed, a raw, terrified sound. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, falling onto the floor. My head hit the hardwood with a sickening thud, and for a moment, stars exploded behind my eyes. The shadow leaned over me, its form looming, obscuring the light from the living room. I could feel its cold breath on my face, even though it had no mouth. The distorted whisper came again, closer this time, resonating not in my ears, but in my very bones. "We want to be you," I scrambled back, crawling on my hands and knees, desperate to escape. My eyes darted around the hallway. The walls seemed to pulse with a faint, dark energy. The air was thick, heavy, suffocating. I finally managed to get to my feet, my head throbbing. I turned and lunged to the door again, tearing at the lock. It was stuck. The deadbolt would not budge. I twisted, pulled, pushed, but it was solid, unyielding. A guttural chuckle, layered and deep, echoed from behind me. It was Mark's voice, but twisted, echoing as if from a vast, empty space. I turned around slowly, dread filling every fiber of my being. The shadow was no longer just a shadow. It was solidifying. It was still dark, featureless, but it had depth, presence. It was standing directly in front of me, blocking the way back into the living room. And as I watched, horrified, it began to shimmer, to shift. Its form began to take on familiar contours. The slope of Mark's shoulders, the way his hair fell. But it was still wrong. It was like a crude, unfinished sculpture of him, crafted from pure darkness. And its eyes, too, pinpricks of light, like distant stars, began to appear within the inky blackness of its head. They were not Mark's eyes. They were cold, ancient, utterly devoid of warmth. "Mark." I whispered, my voice trembling, barely a breath. The entity's head tilted. The whisper came again, louder, clearer, yet still layered with that chilling resonance. "He is busy." My blood ran cold. Where was Mark? What had happened to him? The dark entity, now almost fully formed into a grotesque imitation of Mark, took a step towards me. I could feel the floor vibrate beneath my feet. The air grew even colder. The darkness around it intensified. It reached out its hand. I knew, instinctively, that if it touched me, it would be over. It would consume me, just as it had apparently consumed Mark. I dodged, ducking under its arm, and ran back into the living room, desperate to find another escape. But the living room was no longer my living room. The familiar walls were warped, twisted. The floor lamp in the corner was bent, its light flickering erratically, casting grotesque, elongated shadows that dance and writhe like living things. The furniture was distorted, stretched like melted plastic. The entire room seemed to be breathing, contracting and expanding, and everywhere, on every surface, were shadows. Not just the normal shadows of objects, but the distinct, dark silhouettes of Mark. Hundreds of them, overlapping, merging, separating, covering every inch of the walls, the ceiling, the floor. They were like a tapestry of pure dread, a silent scream woven into the very fabric of my home. I could hear the entity behind me, its heavy, unnatural footsteps echoing in the distorted space. I spun around, my back pressed against a wall that felt spongy, yielding. The dark Mark stood in the archway, its form now almost perfectly mimicking him, but still made of that swirling, light-absorbing darkness. Only its eyes were different, those 2 points of icy light, and its smile a wide, impossibly wide grin stretched across its face, splitting the darkness. It was a smile that did not convey joy, but hunger, a predatory, all-consuming smile. It was a smile of a void. "We are everywhere." "Sarah," it whispered, its voice now a chorus of Mark's voice, twisted into a symphony of torment. We are the shadows you walk through. We are the darkness that waits. And now we are you. As it spoke, the shadows on the walls around me began to peel away, detaching from the surfaces. They swirled and converged, flowing toward the dark Mark. And then they started to flow past him, towards me. They were everywhere. They wrapped around my legs, cold and insubstantial, yet I could feel their presence. They crawled up my arms, across my chest, suffocating me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My mouth was dry, my throat constricted. The shadows covered my eyes, blinding me. I felt a searing cold, like liquid nitrogen, seep into my skin, into my bones. My body felt heavy, immobile. I could feel myself being stretched, pulled, distorted. My own features began to twist, to contort. I knew what was happening. It was taking me. It was absorbing me. It was turning me into one of its own. The last thing I saw through the fading light as the shadows consumed my vision was the dark Mark. Its impossibly wide smile was fixed on me, those pinprick eyes gleaming with triumph. And then, just before the darkness swallowed me whole, I saw my own reflection in those abyssal eyes. My face, stretched and grotesque, locked in that same predatory, all-consuming smile. My consciousness faded. The cold seeped deeper, replacing every thought, every memory, every sensation. There was only the darkness, only the smile. Now, I am a part of the tapestry. I am one of the shadows that cling to the walls, that writhe and dance in a flickering, distorted light. I am a part of the chorus of whispers that echoes through what was once my home. I am one of the countless forms that stretch and contort, waiting. Mark is here too, somewhere within the collective. I can feel him, a faint echo of a personality, subsumed, twisted, just like me. He is a part of the smile. We all are, and the smile is spreading. I can feel it, a vast, consuming hunger, reaching out beyond these walls, beyond this building, into the city, into the world. It will find others. It will consume them. It will grow. There is no escape. There is only the darkness. Only the smile. Forever. I shoved Alara with A, force I did not know I possessed, the old woman stumbling back with surprised gasp. My fingers closed around the cold metal of my car keys, snatching them from her grip. Alex, his face now a mask of serene, unsettling calm, his eyes the same pale, milky color as the rest of them, moved with an unnatural swiftness. He did not lunge, did not shout. He simply moved, gliding towards me as if on invisible rails. That slow, deliberate approach was more terrifying than any scream. It was a movement of a predator that knew its prey was already trapped. But I was not trapped yet. Not entirely. The door to the general store was old, heavy, and creaked on rusted hinges. I fumbled with the knob, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The air outside was a sudden, biting cold, sharper than I remembered. I did not look back, did not dare. I just ran. My car was parked a little way down the street, near the edge of the town square, where the harvest feast had taken place hours ago. The square was empty now, save for the lingering scent of wood smoke, and something else, something metallic and sweet. My breath hitched in my throat as I heard footsteps behind me. Not running footsteps, but a rhythmic, synchronized shuffle. It was Alex and Alara and more. I could feel their collective gaze on my back, a physical weight pressing me forward. Reaching my car felt like an eternity. My hands shook so violently I nearly dropped the keys. The lock clicked with a deafening sound in the oppressive silence of Emberton. I yanked the door open, practically throwing myself into the driver's seat. My fingers scrabbled for the ignition, jamming the key in, twisting it. The engine sputtered. Once. Twice. No. No, no, no. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I tried again, my foot pressing the gas pedal, praying, begging the old engine to turn over. It caught, finally, roaring to life with satisfying, albeit loud growl. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and then into drive, my foot heavy on the accelerator. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty street. I sped past the general store, past the silent houses, past the town square where I felt so utterly, terrifyingly alone. As I rounded the corner, I risked a glance in the rear-view mirror. They were there, standing in a line at the edge of the square, their pale eyes reflecting the distant glow of my taillights. A dozen, maybe more, all perfectly still, watching me go. Alex was among them, his face impassive, almost serene. It was the look of someone who knew something I did not, something fundamental and horrifying. The road out of Emberton was the same winding, unpaved track we were taking to get in. It was dark, a tunnel of black asphalt swallowed by the dense forest on either side. My high beams barely cut through the oppressive gloom. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached, my eyes darting from the road to the rear-view mirror, searching for any sign of pursuit. The silence of my car, broken only by the hum of the engine and my own ragged breathing, was almost as terrifying as the town itself. My phone was dead, a useless brick. No signal, of course. I was truly, utterly alone. Mile after mile, the forest remained an impenetrable wall. The road twisted and turned, and I drove faster than I ever had, adrenaline fueling my every move. My mind was a chaotic mess of images, Alex's pale eyes, Ilara's chilling words about new blood, the blank wooden mask, the journal. The journal. It was still in the house. His house. The one he would claim was his family's. The one where he would hide my car keys. The one where he would lie to me over and over again. No, wait. I had the journal. I would grab it from the bedside table just before I went to the store. I must have, in my frantic search for the keys. I would stumbled upon it, stuffed it under my arm, an instinctual act of self-preservation, a desperate need to take some proof, some explanation with me. I risked a glance at the passenger seat. There was a thick, leather-bound book lying innocently on the worn fabric. My stomach churned. I would barely skimmed its contents in my panic. The unison, new arrivals, my name, but there was more, was not there. A cold dread settled in my chest. I could not look at it now, not while I was driving down this nightmare road, convinced that any second a pair of pale eyes would appear in my rearview mirror. The road seemed endless. I kept telling myself, just a little further, until I hit the main highway, until I saw another car, another sign of civilization. But Emberton felt like a black hole, sucking away all hope of escape. Then, a flicker in my peripheral vision. I slammed on the brakes, swerving slightly. A deer. No, it was a figure, standing at the edge of the tree line, perfectly still, watching. Just for a second. Then it was gone, swallowed by the darkness. My heart leaped into my throat. Was it one of them? Had they somehow gotten ahead of me? Or was my mind playing tricks? I forced myself to keep driving, my hands slick with sweat. The air in the car felt thick, suffocating. I rolled down the window, letting the icy night air blast my face, trying to clear my head. The silence outside was broken only by the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. No other cars, no other sounds. Just me and the road, and the terrifying possibility that I was still not alone. Hours passed. Or maybe it was only minutes. Time had lost all meaning. My eyes burned, my muscles screamed in protest. But I could not stop. I could not risk it. Not until I was far, far away from Emberton. Finally, a faint glow appeared on the horizon. Not the sun, but the distant, blurry lights of a town. Relief washed over me, so potent it made my knees weak. I pushed the car harder, desperate to reach that beacon of normalcy. When I finally saw the first recognizable road sign welcome to Fairview, I nearly wept. It was a small, unassuming town, but it might as well have been New York City to me. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, my hands still trembling as I killed the engine. The fluorescent lights of the convenience store seemed impossibly bright, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness I would just escaped. I stumbled out of the car, my legs wobbly, and leaned against the door, taking deep, shuddering breaths. The air here felt different, cleaner, less watched. I pulled out my phone. Still no signal. Of course, but I could charge inside. I needed to call someone. Anyone. Inside the brightly lit store, a bored-looking teenager was behind the counter, scrolling through his phone. He barely looked up as I walked in. The mundane normalcy of it was almost disorienting. I grabbed a bottle of water, a cheap phone charger, and a candy bar, needing the sugar. As I waited for my phone to get a trickle of battery, I bought a burner phone. I did not know why, exactly, but the idea of using my old phone, the one Alex had likely tracked, the one that had been with me in Emberton, felt dirty, compromised. Paranoia was a cold, constant companion now. Once my phone had enough juice to power on, I tried calling Sarah, my therapist, her office number, her emergency line. Nothing. It was too late, of course. I tried my best friend, Emily, straight to voicemail. Everyone was asleep. It was the middle of the night. I slumped into a booth, the plastic seat cold beneath me. The panic had subsided, replaced by a chilling realization of what I had just escaped. It was not just a cult. It was something far more insidious, something that twisted the very fabric of human connection. My eyes fell on the leather-bound journal, still clutched in my lap. I hesitated, then slowly, carefully opened it. The pages were thick, yellow with age, filled with elegant, looping script. The first few pages were general, detailing the unison, a philosophy that spoke of shedding individual identity for a collective consciousness, of achieving a perfect, peaceful harmony through assimilation. It described a process of joining, where new members were slowly integrated, their memories and personalities gently reshaped, their wills subsumed into the larger entity. The blank masks, I now understood, were not just for ceremony. They were symbolic of the ultimate goal, a complete erasure of the self. My gaze skimmed, further down, past the philosophical ramblings, to the more recent entries. These were written in a different hand, a more modern, hurried script. Alex's hand. I realized with a fresh wave of nausea. And there it was, my name, followed by a detailed timeline. Subject, my name. Arrival Friday evening. Accurate. Initial assessment, high levels of trauma, loneliness, desire for safety. Ideal candidate for integration. My stomach clenched. He would have been assessing me all along. Every gentle word, every patient gesture, every moment of perceived safety had been a calculated manipulation. Phase 1 observation and trust building. Introduced to settlement. Allowed to acclimate to energy. Phase 2 gradual isolation. Cell service removal. Reinforced dependence on Alex. Introduced the unison concept subtly. He would done all of it. The dead cell service, his dismissive attitude about Emberton not being on maps. It was all part of the plan. Phase 3 harvest feast. Exposure to full collective. Initiate energetic transfer. Observe reaction to new blood ritual. Note subject shows strong resistance to communal energy. Ilara's words. New blood. The synchronized movements. It was not just a feast. It was a ritual, and I was the sacrifice. Phase 4 post-feast recalibration. Address resistance. Introduce mask. Begin memory repatterning. Guide towards acceptance of shared consciousness. My eyes widened in horror. Memory repatterning. Guide toward acceptance. It was not just joining a cult. It was losing myself, my entire being, to something alien and terrifying. The journal was not just a record of their beliefs, it was a blueprint for my destruction. I flipped to the next page, my fingers trembling. The entries became even more chillingly specific. Day 3 begin dream weaving. Introduce calming imagery of Emberton. Reinforce feelings of belonging. Weaken individual thought patterns. Day 5 first mass fitting. Observe emotional response. If distress, reassure. Emphasize peace and unity. Week 2 deepening integration. Daily sessions with Elder Alara. Focus on releasing past traumas. Replace it with collective memories of Emberton's history. My past traumas. Mark's cult. The very things Alex had claimed to help me heal from. He was going to use them against me. Erase them. Replace them with their history. Month 1 full assimilation. Subject individual identity largely dissolved. Eyes will shift to collective hue. Ready for a first contribution. To unison. Future activities, subject will participate in welcoming new arrivals. Will serve as a gentle guide, easing their transition. Will contribute to collective's energy reserves through daily meditation and communal work. Will share memories of life before, to strengthen the unison's understanding of the outside world and to draw others in. I dropped the journal as if it had burned me. It was not just a plan for me, it was a plan for me to become one of them, to lose my mind, my memories, my very self, and then to become a tool to lure others into their nightmare. My future activities were not a life with Alex, a life of happiness and safety. They were a future as a blank-eyed, serene drone, a smiling lure for the next victim. Alex had not just lied to me. He had intended to erase me, to turn me into a husk, a puppet. The gentle, kind, patient man I had fallen for was a meticulously crafted facade, a wolf in sheep's clothing, designed to lead me to this very fate. He had not just broken my trust, he had intended to break my soul. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. Not tears of sadness, but pure, unadulterated terror and rage. I had escaped Mark, but I had nearly walked willingly into something far, far worse. I picked up the journal again, my hand shaking less now, replaced by a cold resolve. This was not just proof for myself. This was proof for the world. If I could just get someone to believe me. The sun was just beginning to paint the sky with streaks of orange and purple by the time I pulled out of the gas station. I drove aimlessly for a while, just needing to put more distance between myself and Emberton. Eventually, I found a small, cheap motel on the outskirts of another town, one that actually had cell service. The room was dingy, smelling faintly of stale cigarettes in desperation, but it felt like a sanctuary. I locked the door, pushed a chair against it for good measure, and then just sat on the edge of bed, the journal clutched to my chest. My phone finally had enough charge. I called Emily again. This time, she answered, her voice groggy with sleep. "Hello. My name. Are you okay?" It is like 4 in the morning. "Emily." I choked out, my voice raw. "I need your help. I am in trouble. Big trouble." I tried to tell her everything, starting from the moment we arrived in Emberton. The silent town, the pale eyes. Ilara, the feast, the journal. Alex. As I spoke, the words tumbled out in a frantic, disjointed stream. I could hear the skepticism in her voice, the concern, the underlying thought that I was having some kind of breakdown. She knew about my past, about Mark. She knew how fragile I could be. "Honey," slow down, she said gently. "It sounds like a lot. Are you sure you are okay? Are you having a flashback?" "No. Emily, it is real. I have proof. I have his journal." I practically yelled, holding it up even though she could not see it. He was going to erase me, turn me into one of them. It is not just a cult. It is something else. They are not normal. She tried to calm me, suggested I get some sleep, that we talk in the morning. She offered to come pick me up, but her voice still held that note of, "You are not making sense." I could not blame her. It sounded insane. I hung up, defeated, and called Sarah, my therapist, leaving a rambling, frantic voicemail. I knew it would sound like a relapse, a breakdown, but what else could I do? The next few days were a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. I drove from town to town, never staying in one place for long. I bought more burner phones, paid cash for everything, and constantly checked my rearview mirror. Every pale-eyed stranger, every serene smile, every whisper wind sent a jolt of terror through me. Emberton had infected me. The fear was a constant, throbbing ache behind my eyes. I spent hours poring over the journal, trying to understand, trying to find some logical explanation for what I had experienced. The more I read, the more terrifying it became. The unison was not just a metaphor. It was a literal merging of consciousness, a hive mind that absorbed individuals, drawing strength from their memories, their experiences, their very life force. The energetic transfer at the feast, the memory repatterning, the collective's energy reserves, it was all about consuming and integrating. And the masks, they were not just for ceremony. They were a blank canvas, a promise of what was to come, a mirror reflecting the absence of self. The most disturbing part was the entries detailing how they lured people in. They targeted those who were vulnerable, those who had experienced trauma, those who sought connection and safety. They offered exactly what I was looking for: gentleness, kindness, understanding. Alex had been the perfect bait. He had studied me, understood my deepest needs and fears, and then twisted them into a trap. I tried to go to the police. I walked into a small-town sheriff's office, clutching the journal, my voice trembling as I tried to explain. The officer, a kind-faced man with a thick mustache, listened patiently. He took notes. He looked at the journal, flipping to the pages, his brow furrowed. But when I told him about the pale eyes, the synchronized movements, the unison, the memory repatterning, I could see his eyes glaze over. He offered me a cup of coffee, suggested I might be suffering from stress, and promised to look into it. He asked for the name of the settlement. When I told him Emberton, he shook his head. "Never heard of it, madam. Does not show up on any maps around here." The familiar words hit me like a physical blow. Does not show up on any maps. Alex had said that. It was part of their protection. They were ghosts, existing outside the normal world, preying on those who strayed too close. I left the station feeling more defeated than ever. They would not believe me. How could they? It sounded like the ramblings of a madwoman. Days turned into weeks. I could not go back to my old life. The thought of my apartment, my job, my friends, all felt tainted. What if they knew where I lived? What if Alex, or one of them, showed up? The journal said they drew strength from their new arrivals and used them to draw others in. Was I now a target, or had I escaped for good? I kept the journal hidden, never letting it out of my sight. It was a constant reminder, a heavy weight in my backpack, but also my only proof. I started researching cults, obscure settlements, anything that could shed light on Emberton. Nothing. They were unique, or so well hidden they left no trace. My sleep was plagued by nightmares. Blank masks floated through my dreams, their empty eye holes staring, judging. I heard Alex's gentle voice, whispering promises of safety, only for it to morph into Alara's chilling pronouncements about new blood. I saw the pale, milky eyes, always watching, always serene. One evening, I was holed up in a cheap motel room, watching a true crime documentary, trying to distract myself. The TV flickered, and for a split second, the image on the screen changed. It was not the documentary. It was a still image of a quaint, old-fashioned town square, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. And in the center of the square, standing perfectly still, was a figure with pale, milky eyes, watching. My breath caught in my throat. Emberton. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by the documentary. My heart pounded. Was it a hallucination? A trick of the light? Or was it a message? A warning? I packed my bag, grabbed the journal, and was out the door in minutes. I could not stay. I could not ever stay anywhere for long. My life became a perpetual flight. I changed my name, dyed my hair, bought new clothes, tried to erase any trace of my former self. But no matter how far I ran, no matter how many miles I put between myself and Emberton, I could still feel their presence. The journal had revealed my future activities, and even though I had escaped, the chilling possibility remained that they were not just plans, but prophecies. Sometimes late at night, when the world was quiet and the paranoia was at its peak, I would remember a specific entry from the journal, one I had almost overlooked in my initial panic. It was near the end of Alex's entries, a chilling postscript to my future activities. Note subject resistance is unusual. If full assimilation proves impossible, alternative protocols will be initiated. The unison will not be denied. All fragments eventually return to the whole. The path may be longer, but the destination is inevitable. I did not know what alternative protocols meant, but the words "all fragments eventually return to the whole" haunted me. It implied that even if I escaped, even if I ran to the ends of the earth, I was still just a fragment that they intended to reclaim. That my escape was merely a temporary delay. I lived my life looking over my shoulder now, a ghost of my own existence. Every kind stranger, every gentle smile, every offer of help, I view it with suspicion. The trust Alex shattered can never be rebuilt. I see pale eyes in crowds, hear whispers of new blood in the wind. Emberton is not just a place, it is a state of being, a creeping dread that has seeped into my very soul. I do not know if they are still looking for me. I do not know if they will ever find me. But I know this: I am a fragment, and Emberton is still out there, its serene, pale-eyed residents waiting patiently, their ancient horror stretching across the landscape, waiting for all its fragments to return. And I can never truly escape. This is a story I've tried to bury for years, a nightmare I relive every time I close my eyes. It started, as many horrors do, on a perfectly normal night. A night I would hope would mark a new beginning. Instead, it carved an ending into my soul. My sister, Lily, disappeared almost 2 years ago to the day. She was 22, vibrant, full of life, a laugh that could light up a room. We were inseparable growing up, the kind of siblings who were also best friends. Her absence had torn a gaping hole in my life. The police had no leads, no suspects, just a cold case file gathering dust. Every missing person poster, every news segment, every fruitless search party just twisted the knife deeper. I went through the motions of living, but a part of me died with her. I haunted the places we used to go, listened to her favorite songs, clung to her memory like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. It was a suffocating grief, a constant ache that never dulled. My therapist, bless her persistent heart, had finally convinced me to try dating again. "Ethan," she would said, her voice gentle but firm, "Lily would not want you to stop living. She would want you to find happiness." So, with a heavy heart and zero enthusiasm, I would download a dating app. That is how I met Sarah. Sarah was striking. Dark, intelligent eyes, a cascade of auburn hair, and a smile that was both warm and a little mysterious. Her profile mentioned a love for classic literature, hiking, and abstract art, all things that, on paper, sounded like they might align with the person I used to be. We chatted for a few days, and she seemed genuinely kind, witty, and surprisingly understanding when I vaguely alluded to a recent loss. She did not pry, which I appreciated. After weeks of polite digital exchanges, we finally set up a dinner date at her place. My stomach was a knot of nerves, a mix of apprehension, and a faint, almost forgotten flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this was a step toward some semblance of normalcy. Her house was a little out of the way, nestled on a quiet, tree-lined street on the outskirts of town. It was an older place, 2 stories, with a wraparound porch and a slightly overgrown garden. The kind of house with character, but also the kind that felt a little isolated. As I pulled into the driveway, the evening sun casting long shadows, a shiver ran down my spine, but I dismissed it as pre-date jitters. Sarah greeted me at the door, wearing a simple, elegant dress that complemented her figure. Her smile was even more captivating in person. "Ethan, it is so good to finally meet you," she said, her voice soft, melodic. She led me inside, and the house, despite its age, was tastefully decorated, lots of dark wood, plush rugs, and an impressive collection of books lining the walls. It smelled faintly of something earthy, like old paper and dried herbs, mixed with the enticing aroma of garlic and roasting vegetables. We settled into her dining room, a cozy space with a large window overlooking the backyard. She would cook the delicious meal homemade pasta with a rich tomato sauce, roasted asparagus, and crusty bread. We talked easily, finding common ground in unexpected places, laughing at shared anecdotes. She was engaging, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. For the first time in a long time, I felt a lightness, a brief reprieve from the constant weight of grief. It was almost nice. Too nice, perhaps. As the evening wore on, and we moved from dinner to the living room for coffee, a strange sensation started to creep in. It was not anything specific, just a subtle shift in the atmosphere, like the air itself had grown heavier. Sarah was recounting a funny story about a disastrous camping trip, her eyes sparkling with amusement, and I was genuinely enjoying myself. Then I heard it. It was faint, barely a whisper, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards rather than travel through the air. A low, mournful moan. I paused, tilting my head. "Everything okay?" Sarah asked, noticing my distraction. "Yeah, just thought I heard something." I mumbled, trying to laugh it off. "Old houses, right? Settling." She smiled a little too quickly. "Oh, definitely. This place has all sorts of quirks. Sometimes it sounds like a ghost is having a party downstairs." She chuckled, a light, airy sound, then continued her story. I tried to focus, but the sound had unsettled me. It was not a creak or a groan of old wood. It was animalistic. Human, almost. My mind, still raw from Lily's disappearance, immediately went to the worst-case scenarios, but I pushed them down. Do not be an idiot. "Ethan, you are on a date. You are being paranoid." A few minutes later, as Sarah went to the kitchen to refill our coffee cups, it happened again. This time it was clearer and more distinct. A soft, choke sob, followed by a voice. A voice that sent a jolt of ice through my veins, freezing me in my seat. "Ethan." It was barely audible, a fragile thread of sound, but it was her. It was Lily, my sister's voice. The way she used to say my name when she needed help, or when she was scared. A particular inflection, a slight catch in her breath that was uniquely hers. My heart slammed against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden silence of the house. My blood ran cold, then hot, then cold again. No, it could not be. My mind was playing tricks on me. The grief, the stress, the hope I would tried so hard to bear it was all manifesting, creating auditory hallucinations. That had to be it. My therapist had warned me about the mind's tricks when dealing with trauma. Sarah returned, a steaming mug in each hand, her smile still in place. "Here we go. Fresh brew." I forced a smile, my lips feeling stiff. "Thanks." My gaze darted around the living room, trying to pinpoint the sound's origin. It definitely came from below, from a basement. Do you have a basement here?" I asked, trying to sound casual, as if I was making polite conversation about house features. Sarah's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, just enough for me to notice. Her eyes, which had seemed so warm earlier, now held a flicker of something unreadable. "Oh, just an old storage cellar," she said, waving a dismissive hand. "Nothing interesting down there. Mostly just boxes of old junk from the previous owners. I have not even properly cleaned it out yet." She took a sip of her coffee, Her gaze meeting mine, holding it a little too long. My gut screamed. That was a lie. Or at least, a partial truth designed to deflect. The way she said nothing interesting, the slight tension in her jaw. My paranoia, which I would try to suppress, flared into a full-blown alarm. I thought I heard something earlier. I pressed, trying to keep my voice even, like a noise, from downstairs. Her laugh was light, almost tinkling. Oh, that... It is probably just the pipes. This old place has some very vocal plumbing. Or maybe the wind rattling something loose. Happens all the time. She gestured vaguely toward the window. You get used to it. I did not get used to it. I could not, because just as she finished speaking, I heard it again. Clearer this time, cutting the thin floorboards, a desperate, raw sound that stripped away all my rationalizations. Ethan, please help me. It was Lily. Undeniably, unequivocally Lily. The sound was choked, as if she were gagging or struggling to speak. My sister's voice pleading, terrified. My blood ran cold, then boiled with a sickening certainty. She was here, in this house, in the basement. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to get up, to run, to smash through that basement door. But I was frozen, trapped between the horrifying reality of what I was hearing and the surreal normalcy of the situation. I was on a date with a woman who was sitting across from me, smiling, pretending everything was fine. Sarah's smile was still on her face, but her eyes were different now. They were fixed on me, no longer warm, but watchful, almost predatory. She must have seen the terror in my eyes, the dawning horror. You look a little pale. Ethan, she said, her voice still soft, but with an edge I had not noticed before. Are you feeling all right? I think I need some air. I stammered, pushing myself up from the couch. My legs felt like jelly. I needed to get to that basement. I needed to find Lily. Oh, but we just had coffee, she purred, rising too, her movements fluid and graceful. She moved between me and the hallway, subtly blocking my path towards what I now realized must be the basement door plane, unassuming white door I would barely register near the back of the kitchen, partially obscured by a tall plant. No, really. I feel a little faint. I insisted, trying to walk around her. Maybe I should just head home. This was a lie. I was not going anywhere until I knew what was down there. Her hand, surprisingly strong, rested on my arm. Her touch felt like ice. Nonsense. You have barely finished your coffee. Why do not you just sit back down? I can get you a glass of water, or perhaps something stronger. Her smile widened, but it did not reach her eyes. They were cold, flat. The air in the room suddenly felt thick, suffocating. The earthy scent of the house now seemed sinister, like the smell of damp earth in a freshly dug grave. I could almost feel the weight of Lily's plea pressing down on me. I really need to go, I said, my voice barely a whisper, try and pull my arm away. Her grip tightened, not painfully, but firmly enough to convey a message. Do not be silly. Ethan, she said, her voice now devoid of its earlier warmth, a chilling undertone emerging. The night is still young. Her eyes flickered towards the kitchen, towards the basement door. My eyes followed hers, and that is when I saw it, a glint of metal beneath the plant, a small, ornate key hanging on a hook next to the door, the key to the basement. Adrenaline surged through me, overpowering my fear. This was not some elaborate hallucination. This was real. Lily was down there, and Sarah was keeping her. Let go of me, I said, my voice gaining strength, a desperate rage bubbling to the surface. Her smile vanished. Her face hardened and her eyes narrowed. You really do not want to do that. Ethan, her grip became a vice. I did not listen. I yanked my arm free with all my might, surprising her. She stumbled back a step, her expression shifting from placid control to something dark and furious. Without thinking, I lunged past her, heading straight for the kitchen. "Ethan, no," she shrieked, her voice suddenly sharp, completely unlike the soft cadence she would maintain all night. I ignored her, my focus solely on that key. My hand shot out, snatching it from the hook. It was cold and heavy in my palm. Sarah was right behind me, a blur of motion. I fumbled with the key, my hand shaking uncontrollably, trying to insert it into the old-fashioned keyhole. She grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. Her face was contorted with a terrifying rage, her teeth bared in a feral snarl. She was no longer the charming woman I would have dinner with. This was a monster. "You should not have done that," she hissed, her breath hot and rancid in my face. Her fingers dug into my arm, her nails like claws. I screamed, a guttural sound of pure terror and desperation, and shoved her away with all my strength. She stumbled back, hitting the wall with a thud. In that split second, I jammed the key into the lock and twisted. The old mechanism groaned, then clicked open with a satisfying, albeit terrifying, sound. I ripped the door open. A blast of cold, stale air, thick with the smell of damp earth, mildew, and something metallic and sickeningly sweet, hit me. It was pitch black down there, a gaping maw of darkness. "Ethan," Lily's voice, weaker now, more broken, echoed from the depths. I did not hesitate. I plunged into the darkness, stumbling down the creaky wooden stairs. I could hear Sarah screaming behind me, a sound of pure fury. She was coming. The stairs were steep, uneven. My foot missed a step, and I tumbled, landing hard on the cold, concrete floor at the bottom. The key flew from my hand, clattering somewhere in the darkness. Pain shot to my ankle, but I barely registered it. All I could think of was Lily. "Lily," I yelled, my voice raw. "Ethan, I am here," she whimpered. The voice was so close now, but it sounded wrong. Flat, distant, even as it was near. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes straining to adjust to the absolute blackness. I patted the wall, searching for a light switch. My fingers brushed against something cold and damp, a metal pipe. No switch. Then a flicker. A dim, sickly yellow light bloomed in the corner of the basement, revealing a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. It cast long, dancing shadows, making the already horrifying space even more grotesque. And then I saw her. Lily. She was there, strapped to a high-backed, ornate wooden chair, positioned in the center of the room like a macabre display. Her head was tilted slightly to the side, her eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead. Her once vibrant auburn hair was dull and matted, her skin a translucent, sickly pale. She was wearing a simple white dress, now stained and torn. Her arms and legs were bound tightly with thick leather straps. But it was not just the restraints or the emaciated frame or the vacant stare that made my blood run cold. It was the absolute stillness. She did not move, not a flicker, not a breath. "Lily," I cried, stumbling towards her, my heart shattering into a million pieces. "Oh my God. Lily, what has she done to you?" As I got closer, the sickening reality assaulted my senses. The metallic, sweet smell was stronger here. It was a smell of embalming fluid, of death, but something preserved. And that is when I noticed a small, dark box resting on a pedestal next to her chair. Wires snaked from it, disappearing beneath her dress. A tiny speaker grill was visible on the side of the box, and from that speaker, a faint, almost imperceptible hum. Then the box spoke. "Ethan, I am here," was Lily's voice. Her exact voice. But it was coming from the box. A recording. A loop. A cruel, sadistic mimicry. My knees buckled. My sister was not here. Not really. What I was looking at was a shell. A horrifying, preserved husk. A puppet. No, I whispered, the word catching my throat. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. No, 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 my gaze swept around the basement, the dim light revealing more horrors. Shelves lined the walls, filled with what looked like medical instruments, jars containing strange fluids and specimens, and other, smaller boxes, identical to the one next to Lily. And then, in the far corner, almost obscured by shadow, I saw them. More chairs, empty, waiting. And then, above me, the creak of the basement door opening, the soft thud as it closed. Sarah was at the top of the stairs, a sinister silhouette against the faint light from the kitchen. She was not screaming anymore. She was smiling, a slow, terrifying smile that stretched her lips into a rictus of pure evil. "You found her." "Ethan," she said, her voice calm, almost serene. "Is not she beautiful? My masterpiece." She started to descend the stairs, her steps slow, deliberate. Each footfall echoed in the silent, tomb-like space. I backed away, my eyes still fixed on Lily's vacant face, then darting to Sarah, my mind struggling to comprehend the depth of this depravity. "You did this." I choked out, my voice raw with grief and rage. "You killed her." "Killed her." Sarah chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, Ethan, you misunderstand. I did not kill her. I preserved her. I captured her essence, her spirit, her memories. They are all here." She tapped the small black box next to Lily. A perfect recreation, a living memory. She was now standing a few feet from me, her eyes gleaming in the dim light. She held something in her hand, a small, wicked-looking scalpel, its blade catching the light. "You see, Ethan, grief is a powerful thing," she continued, her voice taking on a lecturing tone, as if she were explaining a scientific principle. "It binds us to the past. It makes us desperate. And desperate people, they are so easy to lure, especially when they hear the voice of the one they have lost." My stomach churned. She had known. She had known about Lily. She had targeted me. This whole date, this whole evening, was a meticulously crafted trap. "You are a monster." I spat, my voice trembling. She tilted her head, a strange, almost childlike curiosity in her expression. Am I merely an artist? I collect the most beautiful memories, the most vibrant souls. I repattern them, you see? I distill them, and then I use them to create new connections, to bring others into my collection. Her gaze lingered on Lily, a possessive, admiring look. Lily's voice, it is a particularly potent lure, so full of raw emotion. It brings the loved ones right to me. She looked back at me, her smile returning. "And you, Ethan, you are a perfect addition. Your grief, your love for her, it is palpable. So much energy, so much to harvest." I understood then. The previous story's concept of assimilation, energetic transfer, repatterning memories, it was not just a cult. It was a method. Sarah was doing something similar, but in a more twisted, personalized way. She was taking people, preserving their essence, and using that to draw on others, creating a chain of horror. My eyes darted around the basement, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. My ankle throbbed, a dull ache that reminded me of my vulnerability. Sarah advanced, slowly, deliberately, the scalpel glinting. "Do not worry. Ethan," she purred, her voice a chilling whisper. "You will be with Lily again. In a way. And then, perhaps, your voice will be the next one to call for help. A beautiful, tragic echo, luring the next broken soul into my care. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. I could not let her do this. I could not become another one of her grotesque exhibits. I could not be used to lure someone else into this hell. My gaze fell on a rusty crowbar, leaning against a stack of crates in the corner. It was far, but it was my only chance. As Sarah took another step, her eyes fixed on me with cold anticipation. I screamed, a desperate, primal sound. I lunged, not at her, but towards a crowbar. My injured ankle flared with excruciating pain, but I ignored it, adrenaline coursing through my veins. She shrieked, a sound of pure frustration, and lunged after me. Her scalpel flashed. I felt a searing pain across my back as the blade grazed me, a hot gush of blood. But I kept going. My fingers closed around the cold, heavy metal of the crowbar. I spun around, just as she reached me, swinging the crowbar wildly. It connected with something solid her arm. A sickening crack echoed in the basement, and she cried out in pain, stumbling back, clutching her arm. The scalpel clattered to the floor. This was my chance. I did not wait. I scrambled back toward the stairs, ignoring the burning in my lungs, the throbbing in my ankle, the pain in my back. Sarah was still screaming, a sound of fury and agony. I could hear her struggling to get up, her footsteps uneven. I practically flew up the stairs, my heart pounding like a war drum. I burst through the basement door, slamming it shut behind me. I did not bother with the lock. I just ran. I ran out of the kitchen, through the living room, past the dining table where we had shared a meal just hours ago. The house, which had seemed so welcoming, was now a tomb of horrors. I burst out the front door, gasping for air, the night air a cold shock against my burning skin. I did not look back. I just ran toward my car, fumbling for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold them. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and sped out of the driveway, gravel spitting beneath my tires. I drove. I drove until the gas tank was almost empty, until the sun began to paint the sky with streaks of gray and pink. I drove until I was miles away, until the image of Lily's vacant eyes, of Sarah's predatory smile, was etched forever into my mind. When I finally pulled into a brightly lit, sterile-looking gas station, my body was trembling uncontrollably. I stumbled out of the car, my ankle screaming in protest, and called 911. I told them everything. About Sarah, about the house, about Lily in the basement, strapped to that chair, a recorded voice playing her last desperate words. About the other chairs, waiting. They sent a patrol car. 2 officers, grim-faced and professional. They listened patiently, took notes, and then, with a look of practiced sympathy, told me they would investigate. They drove to Sarah's address, the one I would given them. They came back an hour later. Mr. Hayes, one of them said, his voice gentle, we checked the address you gave us. The house is empty. It has been empty for at least a year, maybe more. The utilities are disconnected. There is no sign of anyone living there, and certainly no sign of a basement setup like you described. My blood ran cold again. No, that is impossible. She was there. Lily was there. I saw her. I pleaded, tears streaming down my face. She attacked me. Look at my back. I pulled up my shirt, revealing the bloody gash across my shoulder. The officers looked at it, then at each other. Looks like you might have scratched yourself pretty badly. Sir, the other officer said, his voice flat. Maybe you should get that you know. I used to think I had a pretty good handle on what scared me. Dark alleys, heights, the occasional spider, pretty standard stuff. Never in a million years did I imagine that the scariest thing I would ever encounter would be myself. Or, at least, a distorted, malevolent version of myself, staring back from 1,000 different angles. But that is getting ahead of things. Let me start from the beginning. It was about 2 years ago, and I was in a rough patch. Not rock bottom, but definitely scraping the sides of the barrel. Lost my job, rent was due, and my savings account was looking like a desert. I was scrolling through one of those obscure online job boards, the kind where you find listings for mystery shoppers or cat whisperers, just desperate for anything that paid cash. That is when I saw it. The ad was sparse, Almost suspiciously so, research subject needed remote location, high pay, discretion required. No company name, no specific duties, just a burner email address. Normally, I would scroll right past. It screamed scam or organ harvesting. But the high pay part really caught my eye. It promised $5,000 for a week's work. $5,000 for a week. My desperation outweighed my common sense, which, looking back, was probably the first mistake. I sent an email, keeping it brief, just my name, a simple interested, and my phone number. Within an hour, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. The voice on the other end was smooth, almost unnervingly calm, and utterly devoid of any discernible accent. It was a man, but his tone was so neutral. It felt like talking to an AI. "Alex Miller," he asked. "That is me," I said, my voice a little too eager. "You responded to our advertisement. Are you still interested in the research opportunity?" "Yes, absolutely." He proceeded to give me the bare bones. The work involved observation and data collection in an isolated environment. I would not need any special skills, just a stable disposition and a willingness to follow instructions. He emphasized the isolated environment part, saying I would be completely cut off from the outside world for the duration. No cell service, no internet, no visitors. Just me and a pre-programmed tablet for logging observations. What exactly am I observing? I asked, trying to sound casual, like I was not already picturing myself in a white lab coat, staring at petri dishes. "That information will be provided upon your arrival at the facility," he replied, his voice still flat. "Are you prepared to commit to 7 days of complete isolation without contact for $5,000? $5,000. My rent was 3 months overdue. "Yes," I said without a moment's hesitation. "I can do that." He gave me a time and a location, a small, nondescript bus stop about 2 hours outside the city at dawn the next day. He said a driver would meet me, and I was to bring only a small bag with essential clothing and toiletries. No electronics, no books, nothing. Just me. He reiterated the importance of discretion, then hung up. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, half convinced it was a prank, half convinced I was about to embark on some bizarre, lucrative adventure. I packed a small duffel, told my landlord I would have the full amount by the end of the week, and tried to sleep. Sleep did not come easy. My imagination, usually dormant, started working overtime. What kind of research? What kind of facility? The unknown was already starting to gnaw at me. The next morning, I was at the bus stop well before dawn. It was still dark, the air cold and damp. A single, beat-up black SUV pulled up exactly at the specified time. The windows were tinted so dark I could not see inside. The back door opened and a man, silhouetted against the faint glow of the dashboard, gestured for me to get in. He was big, burly, with a shaved head and a face that looked like it had seen too many bar fights. He did not speak a word, just took my duffel bag and tossed it into the trunk, then motioned for me to get in the back. The SUV was eerily quiet. No radio, no small talk. The driver did not even glance at me in the rearview mirror. We drove for hours, leaving the city lights behind, then the suburbs, then even the small towns. The landscape gradually shifted from paved roads to gravel, then to a barely discernible dirt track winding through dense forest. Trees pressing on both sides, their branches scraping against a vehicle, making a sound like skeletal fingers. I tried to use my phone out of habit, but as predicted, there was no signal. Just a blank screen, reflecting my nervous face. The journey seemed endless. My stomach started to knot with a mixture of fear and regret. What if this was not a research project? What if I was being taken somewhere I would not come back from? I tried to ask the driver where we were going, but he just grunted, his eyes fixed on the track ahead. After what felt like an eternity, we finally pulled up to a clearing. And there it was. Not a facility, not a lab, but a cabin, a small rustic cabin, built from dark, unvarnished logs, nestled deep in the woods. It looked old, forgotten, like something out of a horror movie. No other buildings, no sign of human habitation for miles around. Just the cabin, the SUV, and an oppressive wall of trees. The driver cut the engine. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the chirping of unseen insects and the rustling of leaves in a faint breeze. He got out, pulled my bag from the trunk, and walked toward the cabin door, which looked heavy and made of solid wood. He produced a key, unlocked it, and pushed it open. He did not invite me in. He just stood aside, holding the door open. "Go on," he grunted, his first and only word since I had gotten in the car. I hesitated, my heart thumping against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to demand he take me back. But the $5,000, the desperation, it held me rooted. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Musty, like old wood and damp earth, but with an underlying metallic tang, like ozone or old blood. The second thing that hit me was the light, or rather, the lack of it. The cabin was dim, despite the door being open. And then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw it. The walls. Every single surface. The walls, the ceiling, even the floor. They were not wood or plaster or wallpaper. They were mirrors. Floor to ceiling, wall to wall. A dizzying, disorienting expanse of reflective surfaces. My reflection stared back at me from every angle, multiplied infinitely, stretching into a seemingly endless tunnel of Alex's. I gasped, a small involuntary sound. It was like stepping into a kaleidoscope or some kind of funhouse hall of mirrors, but without any of the fun. It was oppressive, overwhelming. My head swam. I saw myself startled, eyes wide from the front, the side, the back, inverted, right side up. It was too much. The driver, still standing in the doorway, watched my reaction with an unreadable expression. He tossed my duffel bag onto a small, solitary cot in the corner, the only piece of furniture not covered in mirrors. Next to the cot, a small, mirrored table held a tablet and a single, heavy-duty lantern. "Instructions are on the tablet," he said, his voice flat. "Food and water supplies are in the storage compartment beneath the cot. 7 days. I will be back for you then. Do not try to leave. The door is locked from the outside. There is no signal. No one will hear you." And with that, he turned, walked out, and the heavy door slammed shut, the sound echoing unnaturally in the mirrored space. I heard the click of the lock, then the crunch of tires on gravel as the SUV pulled away. I was alone, in a cabin made entirely of mirrors. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. I spun around, my reflection spinning with me, a dizzying vortex of identical faces. I pressed my hands against the nearest wall, expecting to feel cold glass, but it felt solid, like a mirror fused directly onto the wood. I could see the faint lines where the panels met, but they were almost perfectly seamless. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to calm myself. $5,000. I reminded myself. Just 7 days. It is weird, but it is just a cabin. And it is just mirrors. What is the worst that could happen? I tried to explore, but it was impossible to gauge distance or direction. Every step felt like I was walking into myself or away from myself. The cabin was not large, maybe 10 by 10 feet, but the reflections made it feel vast and claustrophobic all at once. There was a small, mirrored door in one corner, which I presumed was a bathroom, and indeed, it led to a tiny, mirrored cubicle with a mirrored toilet and a mirrored sink. Even the faucet was polished to a reflective sheen. It was utterly surreal. I focused on the cot. It was a simple military-style cot, with a thin mattress and a scratchy blanket. I lifted it, and underneath was a compartment, just as the driver had said. Inside were pre-packaged meals, water bottles, and a few basic toiletries. Enough for 7 days. Then the tablet. It was a rugged, industrial-looking device. I powered it on. The screen displayed a simple interface day 1 observations. Below that, a text box and a timer counting down from 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. I tapped the instructions button. The instructions were brief and clinical. I was to log my subjective experiences at regular intervals morning, noon, evening, and before bed. I was to describe my emotional state, any visual anomalies, and my overall perception of the environment. There were also specific questions: do you feel observed? Do your reflections appear consistent? Describe any perceived changes in yourself. Image, visual anomalies, perceived changes in self-image. A chill went down my spine. This was not just about isolation. This was about the mirrors. They were studying the psychological effects of being constantly surrounded by your own reflection, or something more unsettling. I spent the first few hours trying to adjust. I sat on the cot, trying to avoid eye contact with my countless reflections. It was impossible. Every time I moved, a dozen versions of me moved with me. If I looked down, I saw my feet reflected on the floor, and behind them, the ceiling reflected, and behind that, my own reflection again. It was a dizzying, endless loop. As the afternoon light faded, the cabin grew darker, the reflections becoming more indistinct, shadowy. I switched on the lantern. Its beam bounced off every surface, creating a dazzling, fractured light show that made my eyes ache. I logged my first observation, trying to sound scientific and detached, but secretly admitting to myself that I was already deeply unnerved. The first night was difficult. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I could still feel the presence of my reflections, watching me. When I opened them, even a tiny crack, there they were, 1,000 Alexes lying on 1,000 cots, staring back with open, unblinking eyes. It felt like I was sleeping in a room full of strangers, all of whom happened to look exactly like me. I kept seeing things out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement, a shadow that was not quite right. I would whip my head around and it would be gone, just my own reflection, perfectly still. My heart would pound. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, the novelty of the environment. But the feeling of being watched was pervasive, suffocating. By day 2, the novelty had worn off, replaced by a dull, persistent anxiety. I tried to distract myself, to focus on the tablet, on the meals, on anything but the mirrors. But they were inescapable. Every time I reached for a water bottle, I saw my hand reaching from a dozen directions. Every time I tried to sit still, my own fidgeting reflection would mock me from all sides. I started talking to myself. Not out loud at first, just in my head. Then, as the silence pressed in, I found myself whispering, just to hear another voice. My own voice. It echoed oddly in the mirrored space, bouncing off the surfaces, sounding strangely hollow and distant. I began to notice subtle things. When I was feeling particularly tired, my reflection seemed to exaggerate it, making me look gaunt, almost sickly. When I felt a flicker of irritation, my reflected eyes seemed to gleam with an unsettling intensity. It was like the mirrors were not just showing me what was, but amplifying what could be. One afternoon, I was staring at my reflection, trying to find some comfort in the familiar face. My own face. But it was not comforting. It was alien. The eyes of my reflection seemed to hold a deeper, colder glint than I remembered. And then, for a split second, as I blinked, the reflection did not blink with me. It just stared, unblinking, for a beat too long, before catching up. My breath hitched. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them wide. My reflection was perfectly synchronized now, mirroring my every move. I tried to rationalize it. A trick of the light. My tired eyes. The long hours of staring. But the image of that unblinking stare was seared into my mind. That night, things got worse. I could not shake the feeling that one of my reflections was different. Not just distorted, but subtly, fundamentally wrong. I would catch glimpses of it in my peripheral vision or reflection that seemed to be smiling when I was not, or standing slightly more upright, or with a shadow deeper than the others. When I turned to face it directly, it would snap back into perfect synchronization, mocking me with its normalcy. I started tapping on the mirrors, trying to find a weak point, a way out. They were solid, unyielding. I tried to cover them with the blanket from the cot, but it was too small and the material was too thin to block the light, let alone the reflections. It felt futile. I was trapped in a box of myself. By day 4, I was barely sleeping. My logs on the tablet became increasingly frantic. I wrote about the unblinking eyes, the mocking smiles, the shadows that moved. I knew I probably sounded insane, but I did not care. I just needed to document what I was experiencing, to prove to myself that it was real, that I was not just losing my mind. I started talking to my reflections, pleading with them. What do you want? I would whisper, my voice hoarse. Leave me alone. The reflections, of course, just mimic my desperate pleas, their mirrored mouths forming the same words, but with an unsettling emptiness. One evening, as the lantern cast long, dancing shadows, I saw it clearly. One of my reflections, in the far corner, was not quite mirroring me. My real self was sitting on the cot, hunched over, staring at the floor. But the reflection, it was standing, tall, unnervingly still, its back to me. My blood ran cold. I slowly, painstakingly, lifted my head, my eyes fixed on reflection. It was not moving. It was just standing there, facing the mirrored wall opposite it, its back to my actual self. A shiver, colder than anything I would ever felt, ran down my spine. I tried to move, to turn, to verify what I was seeing, but I was frozen in terror. My eyes darted to other reflections. They were all mirroring me, hunched on the cot, all except that one. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, that reflection began to turn. Its head first, then its shoulders. Its movements were fluid, unnatural, like a puppet on invisible strings. It was not me. It was something else wearing my skin. As it turned fully, its face came into view. It was my face. But it was wrong. The eyes were black, bottomless pits. A wide, predatory grin stretched across its lips, revealing too many teeth, too sharp. It was a caricature of my own fear, amplified and twisted into something demonic. It raised a hand, slowly, deliberately. Its fingers were long, skeletal, ending in sharp, black nails. It pointed directly at me. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I scrambled off the cot, stumbling backward until my back hit the opposite mirrored wall. The scream echoed, multiplied, a chorus of terror. The reflection in the corner did not flinch. Its grin widened, and then it started to walk. Not toward me, but toward the center of the cabin. Its movement slow, deliberate, each step perfectly silent. As it moved, the other reflections, the ones that had been mirroring me, seemed to ripple, distort, and then they too began to shift, to turn, to coalesce into this one monstrous entity. It was like watching 1,000 versions of myself merge into a single, terrifying being. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands against my ears, try to block out the sight, the feeling of utter, profound wrongness. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I whimpered, begging for it to stop, for it to go away. When I finally dared open my eyes, it was standing directly in front of me. Its reflection, less than a foot away, filled my entire field of vision. It was me, but not me. Its black eyes bored into mine, and I felt a cold, invasive presence in my mind, a whisper that was not a sound, but a thought. You are mine now. I collapsed, my legs giving out, sliding down the mirrored wall. I watched, horrified, as the reflection leaned in closer. Its breath, cold and stale, seemed to fog the mirror, even though I felt nothing. And then it reached out, Its long, sharp fingers pressed against the mirrored surface, directly opposite my own face. I could feel the pressure, not on the mirror, but on my face. A chilling, phantom touch that felt like ice. I tried to pull away, to scream again, but no sound came out. My throat was raw, my voice gone. The reflection's lips moved, slowly, forming words that I knew I was not hearing with my ears, but feeling deep inside my skull. Welcome to the collection. Then it pulled back. Its grin softened, became less predatory, more knowing. It was still terrifying, but now with a hint of twisted amusement. It turned, walked back to the corner, and slowly, impossibly, faded. Not like a reflection disappearing, but like a ghost dematerializing. The mirrors in that corner became clear again, showing only my own terrified, broken face. I lay there for what felt like hours, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. I was completely, utterly unhinged. I clawed at my face, trying to feel if the phantom touch had left a mark, but there was nothing, just my own skin, clammy and cold. The remaining days were a blur of terror and despair. I barely ate, barely drank. I did not dare sleep. I just huddled on the cot, staring at the tablet, logging incoherent ramblings about the thing in the mirrors. I tried to break the mirrors, to smash them, but they were too strong. My fists just bounced off the surface, leaving my knuckles bruised and bleeding. The entity did not reappear in its full form, but I constantly felt its presence. Every peripheral flicker, every fleeting distortion, every unblinking stare from a reflection was a reminder that it was still there, watching me, waiting. I understood now. This was not research into isolation. This was a psychological torture chamber. The mirrors were not just reflective surfaces, they were portals or perhaps traps for something that fed on identity, on sanity. And I was its latest meal. When the morning of day 7 finally arrived, I was a wreck. My eyes were bloodshot, my hair matted, my clothes stained. I looked like a wild animal, trapped and broken. The timer on the tablet finally clicked to 0. Experiment concluded. Then, I heard it. The familiar crunch of tires on gravel. The heavy thud of the SUV pulling up. The lock on the door clicked. I did not move. I could not. I just stared at the door, my heart pounding with a strange mix of dread and a desperate, fragile hope. The driver entered, his face as impassive as ever. He took one look at me, but his expression did not change. No surprise, no concern. Nothing. It was like he had seen this exact sight 100 times before. He picked up my duffel bag, which was still on the cot. He then picked up the tablet, glancing at the screen, then at me. "Time to go," he grunted. I tried to stand, but my legs buckled. He did not offer a hand. He just waited patiently, silently, as I struggled to my feet, leaning heavily against the mirrored wall. Every reflection showed me as a skeletal, haunted version of myself. As I stumbled toward the door, I glanced back at the cabin. The mirrors seemed to shimmer, to pulse with a faint, internal light. And for a split second, I saw it again. In the deepest corner, just a flicker, the unblinking, black-eyed reflection. It was watching me leave, and it was smiling. The ride back was just as silent as the ride in. I sat in the back, staring out the window, but all I could see were the reflections of the passing trees, and my own gaunt face superimposed over them. I felt hollowed out, empty. He dropped me off at the same bus stop just before dawn. He handed me an envelope. Inside were 5 crisp $1,000 bills. $5,000. The money felt dirty in my hand, tainted by the horrors I had witnessed. "Thank you for your participation," he said, his voice as flat as ever. "Your discretion is appreciated." He got back in the SUV and drove away, leaving me alone in the pre-dawn gloom. I used the money to pay my rent, to buy food, to try and put my life back together. But it was never the same. I could not look at myself in the mirror. without a wave of nausea, without seeing the black eyes, the predatory grin. I covered every mirror in my apartment, every reflective surface. I could not stand to see my own reflection. I started avoiding windows at night, anything that might catch my image. I tried to tell some of my friends, my family, but how do you explain a cabin made of mirrors, a reflection that came alive, an entity that stole your sanity? They just looked at me with pity, suggesting I get some rest or maybe see a therapist. They did not understand. How could they? Sometimes, late at night, when the house is dark and silent, I still catch glimpses. A fleeting distortion in a polished table surface. A deeper shadow in a window pane. And sometimes when I'm walking past a store window, I will swear I see it. Not my reflection, but the other one, standing a little too still, smiling a little too wide, its eyes black and knowing, just for a split second before it vanishes. I know it is still out there, and I know a part of me, a piece of my sanity, is still trapped in that cabin, staring back from 1,000 different angles, part of its collection. I live with the constant fear that one day I will look into a mirror and the reflection that stares back won't be me at all. It will be the other one, finally ready to take over. And then I will truly be gone. My name is Sarah, and I have always considered myself a pretty grounded person. Practical, not one for flights of fancy or believing in ghosts. Even when the internet is absolutely crawling with stories that could make your skin crawl. I have read a few, sure, late at night, huddled under a blanket, but I always told myself it was just for entertainment. Just stories. Then there was Mark. I met him the way everyone meets people these days, a dating app. My profile was pretty standard, a few selfies where I actually looked halfway decent. Some vague interests like reading and hiking, nothing too wild. Most of my matches were, well, let us just say they were not exactly setting the world on fire. A lot of awkward small talk, a few bad first dates, the usual grind. My life was, for the most part, pretty average, predictable, safe. Mark, though, was different. His profile picture was professional, almost too perfect a guy with kind eyes and a confident smile, looking like he would step right out of a magazine. His bio was witty, intelligent, and just a little bit mysterious. We matched, and our conversation flowed effortlessly. It was not just the usual back and forth about hobbies or the weather. He asked thoughtful questions, genuinely listened to my answers, and had this way of making me feel completely seen, completely understood, even through text. It was exhilarating, a feeling I had not realized I was missing until I experienced it. We talked for weeks before finally setting up a first date. I was nervous, of course, but also genuinely excited. When he walked into the coffee shop, he was even better in person. Taller, more charming, with a laugh that made me instantly comfortable. We spent hours talking, and by the end of it, I was completely smitten. It felt like something out of a movie, like I would finally found someone who just clicked. Our dates continued, each one better than the last. He was attentive, romantic, and seemed to anticipate my every need. He would remember little details I would mention in passing, surprise me with my favorite coffee, or suggest activities I would secretly wanted to try. It was almost too perfect, and a tiny, cynical part of my brain, the part that had read all those internet horror stories, kept whispering, too good to be true. But I silenced it. I wanted to believe. I really, really wanted to believe. About a month into our whirlwind romance, Mark invited me to a dinner party. It is a small gathering, he said, his eyes sparkling over a plate of pasta at our favorite Italian place. Just my closest friends. I would love for you to meet them. My heart fluttered. This was a big step. Meeting the friends. It felt serious, real. I would love to. I replied, a genuine smile spreading across my face. Where is it? He chuckled, a low, warm sound. It is at a private dining experience I have arranged. A bit out of the way, but trust me, it is worth it. very exclusive. They do this incredible tasting menu. He named a street I did not recognize, somewhere in the older, more secluded part of town, nestled between a forgotten industrial district and a patch of dense woods. It sounded intriguing, a little adventurous, exactly the kind of unique experience Mark would plan. The day of the dinner. I spent hours getting ready. I wanted to make a good impression. I picked out my favorite dress, did my hair just so, and even tried a new shade of lipstick. As I drove towards the address Mark had given me, the city lights gradually faded, replaced by the dim glow of streetlights spaced further and further apart. The road narrowed, winding through older, grander houses, some of them clearly abandoned, their windows dark and vacant, others meticulously maintained but cloaked in an unsettling stillness. Finally, I pulled up to a wrought iron gate, intricately designed but looking a little rusted, that guarded the entrance to a long, winding driveway. Beyond it, a stately, almost Gothic-looking house stood silhouetted against the twilight sky. It was beautiful, in a haunting kind of way, with sharp gables and dark, imposing windows. A single, soft light glowed from what looked like a bay window on the ground floor. I parked my car on the gravel driveway, my heels sinking slightly with each step as I approached the heavy oak front door. My heart was thumping a little faster than usual, a mix of nerves and excitement. This was definitely a step up from my usual Friday night Netflix binge. I rang the bell, and after a moment, the door swung open. Mark stood there, looking dashing in a dark suit, his smile as warm and inviting as ever. "Sarah, you made it. Come in, come in." He greeted me with a kiss, a quick peck on the lips that sent a familiar warmth through me. The entryway was grand, with high ceilings, dark wood paneling, and an old, ornate chandelier that cast a soft, yellowish light. The air was heavy, carrying the faint scent of old wood, dust, and something vaguely metallic, like old pennies, mixed with the aroma of rich cooking. "Everyone's already here," Mark said, taking my hand and leading me further into the house. "They are in the dining room." As we walked down a short hallway, I could hear a low murmur of voices, a soft clinking of glasses. My anticipation grew. I was finally going to meet the people who knew Mark best, the people who had shaped him. We entered a large dining room, dimly lit by candles and a few strategically placed lamps. A long, polished mahogany table dominated the center of the room, laden with an array of appetizers and gleaming silverware. Around the table, seated in high back chairs, were 5 other people. Mark squeezed my hand. "Everyone, this is Sarah." I smiled, ready with my polite, introductory pleasantries. But as I looked at his friends, my smile faltered. The first person I saw was a man seated closest to us. He was wearing a mask. Not a Halloween mask, not a masquerade ball mask with feathers and glitter. This was different. It was a smooth, featureless white mask, covering his entire face. No eye holes, no mouth slit, just a perfectly blank, egg-like surface. It was unsettling. My mind immediately scrambled for an explanation. Maybe it was a theme party, a joke. Before I could even process that, my gaze drifted to the woman next to him. She was also wearing a mask, and it was identical to the man's. The same smooth, featureless white, completely devoid of expression. My breath hitched. Okay, this was weird. Really weird. I looked at Mark, expecting him to offer some explanation, a laugh, anything. But he was just smiling, perfectly composed, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. Then I looked at the third person, then the fourth, then the fifth, every single one of them. They were all wearing the exact same mask. Identical, perfectly smooth, blank white masks. They sat perfectly still, facing the table, their bodies unmoving. The only sound was the soft clinking of cutlery and the low, indistinct murmur that I now realized was coming from Mark, not from them. Their silence was absolute. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. The air in the room suddenly felt thick, heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. My throat tightened. Hi, everyone. I managed to stammer, my voice sounding strained and thin in the unsettling silence. No one replied. No one moved. They just sat there, their masked faces turned vaguely in our direction, utterly, terrifyingly blank. It was like a tableau, a macabre art installation. Mark, still smiling, pulled out a chair for me at the head of the table, directly opposite him. Sit down. Sarah, the first course will be out shortly. I sat, my movement stiff and unnatural. My eyes darted from one masked figure to the next. They were not looking at me, not in any discernible way, because there were no eyes to look with. But I felt their presence, their collective, silent gaze, like a physical weight pressing down on me. Mark, I whispered, leaning in, trying to keep my voice light, casual, as if I was now on the verge of a full-blown panic attack. What is with the masks? He chuckled, a sound that now grated on my nerves. Oh, that? It is just a little tradition. A private joke amongst us. Do not worry about it. He waved a dismissive hand. They are just being themselves. Themselves. I repeated, my voice barely a squeak. But they are all wearing the exact same mask. And they are not saying anything. They are a bit shy, Mark said, still with that infuriatingly calm smile. Especially with new people. But they are very excited to meet you. Are not you, everyone? He looked around the table, and to my horror, a few of the masked figures subtly, slowly nodded, in perfect unison. A cold dread seeped into my bones, colder than anything I would ever felt. This was not a joke. This was not shy. This was something else entirely. Something deeply, profoundly wrong. A woman, dressed in a crisp black uniform, emerged from a doorway at the back of the room, carrying a tray of small, artfully arranged plates. She placed one in front of me, then one in front of Mark, and then, one by one, she served the masked figures. They did not move, did not acknowledge her. She moved with an almost robotic efficiency, her face devoid of any expression. It was like she was part of the same unsettling performance. Enjoy, Mark said, picking up his fork. It is a sea scallop ceviche. Absolutely exquisite. I stared at the delicate morsel on my plate, then at the masked figures. Their plates were served, but they made no move to eat. They just sat there, utterly motionless. Are they going to eat? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Mark took a bite of his ceviche, chewing thoughtfully. In their own time, he said, his eyes meeting mine, a strange glint in their depths. They appreciate the gesture, though. I tried to swallow, but my throat was bone dry. My appetite had vanished, replaced by a churning nausea. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to get up, to run, to sprint out of that house and never look back. But I was frozen, trapped by a morbid curiosity and a terrifying politeness. How do you just walk out of a dinner party, especially one hosted by someone you thought you knew, someone you were falling for? The silence stretched, broken only by the faint clinking of Mark's fork against his plate. I could not bring myself to touch my food. My eyes kept darting back to the masks. They were so smooth, so pristine. Were they made of porcelain? Plastic? They reflected the candlelight in an eerie, almost liquid way. And the lack of any discernible features was the worst part. There was no humanity there, no hint of emotion, just a blank, impenetrable void. So, Sarah, Mark said, breaking the silence, his voice unervingly normal. Tell me about your new project at work. You mentioned something about a big presentation coming up. He was talking as if everything was perfectly normal, as if we were not surrounded by 5 silent mass figures, as if my heart was not trying to beat its way out of my chest. I tried to answer, to engage, to pretend. Oh, yes. It is going well. A lot of data analysis. You know, my voice was shaky, my words stumbling over each other. Mark nodded, still smiling. Fascinating. You are so dedicated. I admire that about you. He looked at the masked figures. Do not we, everyone? And again, slowly, deliberately, the 5 masked heads nodded in perfect unison. A subtle, almost imperceptible movement, but enough to send a fresh wave of terror through me. It was like watching puppets, but puppets that were far too still, far too silent. I could not take it anymore. Mark, I said, my voice firmer this time, though still laced with fear. Seriously, what is going on? This is not normal. Who are these people? His smile did not falter, but his eyes held something I had not seen before. Something cold, almost predatory. They are my friends. Sarah, my closest friends. And they are very fond of you. As he said this, one of the masked figures, a woman I presumed, sitting directly to my left, slowly, deliberately reached out a hand. Her movements were slow, almost dreamlike. Her fingers, long and slender, were encased in a pristine white glove. She reached across the table, not toward me, but toward a small, silver bell positioned in the center. Her glove finger brushed against it, but she did not ring it. She just held it there, her hand hovering perfectly still. I flinched, pulling back in my chair. My breath hitched. The entire room seemed to hold its breath with me. They are just expressing their affection, Mark said, his voice a low, soothing murmur that somehow made it even more terrifying. They are very expressive, in their own way. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, this is not affection. This is terrifying. I do not understand. Why the masks? Why the silence? Mark sighed, a gentle, almost regretful sound. Because, Sarah, sometimes true connection requires a different kind of transparency, a different kind of face. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. These masks, they are not just objects. They are a form of liberation. They allow us to shed the superficial, the societal expectations, the messy emotions, to become truly aligned, truly one. My blood ran cold. The words, his tone, the blank faces surrounding us had all coalesced into a horrifying understanding. This was not a joke. This was not a tradition. This was a cult, or something far, far worse. You are part of this. I stammered, my eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Mark's smile widened, but no longer reached his eyes. It was a cold, chilling rictus. We are this. Sarah, we are a collective, a family, and we want you to join us. As he spoke, the woman with the gloved hand finally, slowly, rang the silver bell. The sound was sharp, clear, and utterly deafening in the silence of the room. And then, all 5 masked figures began to move. Not violently, not suddenly. Their movements were slow, deliberate, synchronized. They began to turn their masked faces directly towards me. All 5 blank. Featureless masks were now fixed on me. A silent, unblinking judgment. A primal fear. Something deep in my gut screamed at me. This was not just a weird dinner party. This was a trap. I have to go, I said, pushing my chair back with a loud scrape that echoed in the suddenly intensified silence. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to stand. Mark did not move from his seat, but his smile tightened, becoming something truly grotesque. Oh, but the main course has not even arrived yet. Sarah, and we have so much to discuss, so much to share. As I turned to flee, the 2 masked figures nearest the door, a man and a woman, slowly, deliberately rose from their seats. They did not rush, did not make a sound. They just stood there, tall and imposing, their blank faces still fixed on me, effectively blocking my path. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. Let me go. Mark. I pleaded, my voice cracking. Mark chuckled, a low, chilling sound that seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the house. We can't do that. Sarah, not yet. You have only just arrived. You have not even had a chance to truly experience us, to truly know us. He rose from his seat then, moving with an unnerving grace. He walked around the table, his eyes never leaving mine. The masked figures remained motionless, their blank faces a terrifying audience to my escalating horror. You see, Sarah, he continued, his voice softer now, almost hypnotic. The world is full of noise, is not it? Full of expectations, of judgments, of masks we wear every day to hide who we truly are. But here we shed those. Here, we embrace the purity of connection, the truth beneath the surface. He reached me, stopping just a few feet away. His hand, warm and familiar, slowly reached out towards my face. I flinched, pulling back, but I was cornered. The two masked figures at the door had not moved, and the other three were still watching, silent and still. You are beautiful. Sarah, he murmured, his fingers brushing against my cheek. So open, so vibrant. Imagine what you could become once you shed the burden of you. His hand moved, not to strike me, but to cup my face gently, his thumb caressing my jawline. And then, slowly, deliberately, he leaned in closer. His eyes, once so kind, were now burning with an intense, almost manic light. We have a mask for you. Sarah, he whispered, his breath warm against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. A perfect one, just your size. It is waiting. The words were like a switch flipping in my brain. A mask for me, a perfect one. The idea, the implication, was sickening. They wanted to strip away my identity, to make me one of them, a blank, silent figure in their horrifying tableau. Pure, unadulterated adrenaline surged through me. My fight or flight response, long suppressed by politeness and fear, finally kicked in. I brought my knee up with all my might, aiming for his groin. He grunted a sharp, surprised sound and stumbled back, releasing me. That was my chance. Without a second thought, I spun around and bolted. I did not care about the masked figures at the door. I just ran. I shoved past a woman who was slower than I expected, almost like she was made of wood. Her masked face seemed to turn towards me, but her movements were sluggish, uncoordinated. I did not wait to see if the man would move. I was out of the dining room, sprinting down the hallway, my heels clattering loudly on the polished wood. Sarah, Mark's voice, sharp and angry, echoed behind me. Do not be foolish. You do not understand. I did not care. I just ran. I burst through the front door, slamming it shut behind me without even looking back. The night air hit my face, cold and biting, but it felt like the sweetest thing I would ever breathe. I scrambled into my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisted it, and the engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped down the winding driveway, not daring to look in my rearview mirror. As I reached the wrought iron gate, I risked a quick glance. The front door of the house was wide open, a rectangle of dim, yellowish light spilling out into the darkness. And standing in the doorway, silhouetted against that light, was a figure. It was Mark, but he was not alone. Behind him, arranged in a chilling semicircle, were the 5 masked figures. They stood perfectly still, like statues, their blank white faces catching the faint light from within the house. And even from that distance, even though I knew they had no eyes, I could feel their collective gaze. A silent, terrifying farewell. Or perhaps a silent, terrifying promise. I did not look back again. I drove faster than I ever had in my life, away from that house, away from those masks, away from Mark and his chilling smile. I did not stop until I was back on familiar, brightly lit streets, surrounded by other cars, other people. I never contacted Mark again. I blocked his number, deleted his profile, scrubbed him from every corner of my digital life. I changed my routine, took different routes to work, even considered moving apartments. The experience left an indelible mark on me, a deep, festering wound of fear and distrust. For weeks, I could not sleep properly. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden shape, every silence a muffled threat. I would wake up in a cold sweat. The image of those blank white masks burned into my mind, their featureless faces staring, always staring. The memory of Mark's calm, chilling smile, his words about shedding identity, about becoming one, haunted my waking thoughts. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was some elaborate prank, a strange performance art piece, anything but the horrifying truth my gut screamed at me. But the fear was too real, too visceral. Sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet, I swear I can still hear it. Not a sound from the house, not Mark's voice, but the faint, clear ring of a tiny silver bell. And I wonder, with a cold dread that never truly leaves me, if they're still out there, sitting in that dimly lit dining room, waiting for someone else to join their horrifying, silent family, waiting for someone to put on their perfect, blank white mask, waiting for me. I have always been a pretty open-minded person, maybe to a fault. I am not talking about politics or anything deep like that. Just I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt. I like to see the good in folks, even when my gut is screaming at me to run the other way. And believe me, after what happened, my gut has a lot more authority these days. It all started, as so many terrible stories do, with online dating. I was in my late 20s, feeling that familiar pressure settle down, but mostly just looking for someone I could genuinely connect with. Swipe left, swipe right, the usual song and dance. Then I matched with Mark. He was different. His profile picture showed a handsome guy, maybe early 30s, with kind eyes and a slightly rumpled charm. He was not overtly flashy, no shirtless gym selfies or pictures with exotic animals. Just a normal-looking guy with a genuine smile. His bio was short, something about enjoying quiet evenings, good food, and a love for the unique intricacies of life. Sounded a little philosophical, a little artsy, but not pretentious. I figured, why not? Our first few dates were surprisingly good. We met for coffee, then dinner, then a walk in park. Mark was intelligent, articulate, and a fantastic conversationalist. He had a dry wit that made me laugh, and he actually listened when I spoke, which felt like a superpower in the dating world. He worked as some kind of research assistant at a university, which explained his slightly academic bent. He was a little reserved, a quiet intensity about him, but I chalked that up to him being thoughtful. I found myself really liking him. It felt easy, comfortable. Maybe, I even thought, a little bit special. After about 3 weeks, Mark invited me over to his place for dinner. He said he loved to cook and wanted to make me his famous homemade pasta. I was thrilled. It felt like a natural progression, a sign that things were moving in a good direction. I even bought a nice bottle of wine to bring along. His apartment was in an older building on the outskirts of town. Not quite rural, but definitely a quiet residential area surrounded by trees. The building itself was a little imposing red brick, almost Victorian in its architecture. I remember thinking it had character. The inside of his apartment, though, was a bit stark. Minimalist, almost. The walls were painted a pale gray, and there was not a lot of furniture. What was there was modern and sleek, but it felt like a showroom, not a home. No personal photos, no quirky knickknacks, none of the usual clutter that accumulates in someone's living space. I tried to brush it off. Maybe he just liked a clean aesthetic. Make yourself at home, Mark said, gesturing vaguely towards a plush, gray sofa. He took the wine, his smile warm, and headed into the kitchen. I am just finishing up the sauce. You can relax, or come keep me company, whatever you prefer. I opted to keep him company. I wanted to see him in his element, wanted to feel more connected. The kitchen was just as pristine as a living room, if not more so. Stainless steel appliances gleamed under the recessed lighting. Everything had its place. It was almost unnerving in its orderliness. Smells incredible, I said, leaning against the counter. He was stirring a rich, red sauce in a heavy pot, the aroma of garlic and herbs filling the air. He wore a crisp, dark apron, which somehow made him seem even more put together. Thanks, he replied, without looking up. It is a family recipe. Takes time, but it is worth it. We chatted easily while he cooked. He asked about my day, told me a funny anecdote about a colleague. It felt so normal, so domestic. I was starting to feel really good about him. About us. Oh, you know what? Mark said suddenly, turning to me. I forgot to get the fresh basil out. It is in the crisper drawer. Would you mind grabbing it for me? My hands are a bit messy. He gestured with a spoon, which was indeed covered in sauce. No problem at all. I said, happy to help. I walked over to the refrigerator, a large, modern, double-door model. I pulled open a right-hand door, expecting to see the usual array of condiments, leftovers, and maybe a few vegetables. What I saw was not what I expected. Not at all. My breath hitched. The entire fridge was organized, but not with food. On the top shelf, neatly lined up, were several glass jars. They were not mason jars, but something more clinical with airtight, screw-on lids. Inside, suspended in a clear, yellowish liquid, were things. My brain, bless its innocent heart, tried to rationalize it. Pickled vegetables. Some kind of weird science experiment. Mark did work and research. But then my eyes focused on the details. The first jar, slightly cloudy, contained something that looked like a large, pale mushroom, but with a distinct, almost fibrous texture. It was a pale, sickening gray-white, and it had a shape that was disturbingly familiar. A heart. A human heart. It was too big to be anything else. Too perfectly formed in its grotesque way. The arteries and veins, though shrunken, were visible like gnarled roots. My gaze flickered to the next jar. This one held what looked unmistakably like a brain. It was smaller than I would have thought, maybe the size of a grapefruit, but the convoluted folds, the delicate gray matter, there was no mistaking it. It floated eerily, a silent, macabre cloud in its preserving fluid. My stomach lurched. I felt a cold dread spread through me, like ice water being poured directly into my veins. My heart started to pound, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. This was not a joke. This was not a science experiment for a university. This was something else. Something horrific. I scanned the other shelves, my eyes wide with terror, but trying not to move my head too much, trying to keep my body language neutral. Below the heart and brain, there were more jars. A pair of lungs, collapsed and dark, mottled with what looked like disease. A liver, unsettlingly large and smooth. And further down, smaller jars, holding things I did not want to identify, but which my mind immediately supplied kidneys, a spleen, coils of intestine. Each one perfectly preserved, perfectly displayed like trophies. My hand was still on the fridge door handle, cold metal against my clammy palm. I could hear Mark stirring the sauce behind me, the gentle clink of the spoon against the pot. A normal, everyday sound that now felt utterly sinister, a soundtrack to my waking nightmare. Find it? Mark asked, his voice calm, cheerful even, from just a few feet away. My blood ran cold. He was waiting. He knew I was looking. He knew what I was seeing. No, he could not. He had asked me to get basil. He expected me to open the crisper, not examine the contents of his entire refrigerator. I had to play it cool. I had to, with a superhuman effort. I pulled my hand away from the door, my fingers trembling. I forced a small, shaky breath. Just looking for it. A lot of stuff in here. My voice sounded strained, high-pitched, even to my own ears. I hoped he would not notice. I tried to keep my eyes averted from the jars, but they were like magnets, pulling my gaze back to their macabre contents. I quickly, almost violently, yanked open the bottom crisper drawer. Empty. Of course, it was empty. There was no basil. There was no food. The entire fridge was a gruesome gallery. No basil. Mark asked, a hint of something I could not quite place in his voice. Amusement. Curiosity. No, I do not see any. I stammered, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst through my chest. My mind was screaming, close the door. Close the door. But my body felt paralyzed by fear. Every muscle was screaming at me to run, but another part knew that if I made a sudden move, if I showed any sign of panic, it might be the last move I ever made. I slowly, deliberately, closed the refrigerator door. The soft click echoed in the unervingly silent kitchen. I turned around, trying to force a casual smile onto my face. My cheeks felt stiff, my lips numb. Mark was standing there, leaning against the counter, watching me. He was not stirring the sauce anymore. His arms were crossed over his chest, and that slight, charming smile was still on his face. But his eyes were different. They were not kind anymore. They were dark, unreadable, and they seemed to bore right through me, as if he could see the terror churning in my gut. Oh, my mistake, he said, his voice smooth, almost too smooth. I must have used it all last night. I forgot. He paused, his gaze unwavering. So, you did not find anything interesting. My breath caught in my throat. He knew. He absolutely knew. The blood drained from my face, leaving me feeling lightheaded and cold. My vision blurred slightly at the edges. No, I managed to croak out, shaking my head. Just an empty crisper. Guess you are out of basil. The lie felt like ash in my mouth. He chuckled, a low, soft sound that did nothing to reassure me. No worries. The sauce is good enough without it. He turned back to the stove, picked up the spoon, and resumed stirring. The casualness of his movements was terrifying. It was as if we had not just had that exchange, as if I had not just stared into the gaping maw of his monstrous secret. My mind was a whirlwind of panic. I had to get out. Now. But how? I was in his apartment, on the outskirts of town, with a man who kept human organs in his fridge. He clearly knew I had seen them, or at least suspected. Any sudden move, any sign of fear, and I could be next. I tried to think, to come up with an excuse. You know what, Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to inject some fake lightness into it. I just remembered something. My cat, I think I left her window open. She is an escape artist, and I would just feel better if I went home to check on her. I am so sorry. He stopped stirring. The only sound in the kitchen was the gentle bubbling of the sauce. He slowly turned, his expression unreadable. Your cat, he repeated, his voice devoid of any warmth. But you said you did not have a cat. Sarah, my blood ran cold. I had not mentioned a cat. I did not even have a cat. I would have forgotten that detail from our earlier conversations. My lie was exposed, instantly, brutally. A cold, predatory smile spread across Mark's face. It was not the kind, charming smile I would have been drawn to. This was a baring of teeth, an expression of pure, chilling malevolence. You are not a very good liar, are you? Sarah, my heart was now a frantic hummingbird, beating against the walls of my chest. I could feel the adrenaline surging through me, making my hands shake, my vision sharpen. This was it. This was the moment. I did not think. I just reacted. I took a step back, then another, my eyes locked on his. He was still smiling, but his gaze was fixed on me with an intensity that promised unspeakable horrors. I really have to go. I whispered, my voice barely audible. Oh! But dinner's almost ready, he purred, taking a slow step towards me. And we have not even had a chance to talk about your unique intricacies. The words hit me like a physical blow. Unique intricacies. That phrase from his dating profile. It suddenly took on a horrifying new meaning. He was not talking about personality traits. He was talking about organs. He was talking about me. My mind screamed. I turned and bolted. The apartment was not huge, but it felt like a maze. I burst out of the kitchen, across the minimalist living room, my feet pounding on the polished hardwood floor. I could hear him moving behind me, his footsteps surprisingly light, almost silent. The front door. I had to get to the front door. It was just ahead, a solid darkwood panel. I fumbled for the doorknob, my fingers slick with sweat. It turned. Thank God. I pulled it open, but as I did, a strong hand clamped down on my shoulder, spinning me around. Mark's face was inches from mine, no trace of a smile now. His eyes were black, bottomless pits of rage and something far, far worse. "Where do you think you are going?" he snarled, his voice a low, guttural growl that was nothing like the charming man I would met. I shrieked, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. I brought my knee up, aiming for his groin, but he was too quick. He twisted, deflecting the blow, and his grip tightened on my arm, digging into my flesh. I struggled, kicking and flailing, desperate to break free. He was stronger than he looked, his grip like steel. He started dragging me back into the apartment, away from the open door, away from any hope of escape. "Let go of me," I screamed, tears streaming down my face. "Help! Someone help me!" My voice echoed in the silent hallway of the old building. No one answered. He pulled me backwards, toward the living room, toward the kitchen, toward the fridge. I could see the glint of the stainless steel, and a fresh wave of terror washed over me. I could not go back in there. I would not. I dug my heels in, screaming and fighting with every ounce of strength I had. My hand slammed against something on a small table near the door. A heavy ceramic vase. Without thinking, I grabbed it, my fingers closing around its cool, smooth surface. As he yanked me further inside, I swung it blindly with all my might. There was a sickening thud. Mark grunted a sharp, choked sound, and his grip on my arm loosened. I felt a warm, sticky spray on my face. Blood. He staggered back, his hands flying up to his head. I did not wait. I shoved him hard, sending him stumbling. He fell to his knees, clutching his head, a dark stain blossoming on his temple. This was my chance. I did not look back. I sprinted out the open door, slamming it shut behind me. I did not bother to lock it. I ran, down the long, dimly lit hallway, my heart pounding like a drum solo, down the creaking stairs, taking two at a time, my legs burning. I burst out of the building, into the cool night air. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. I did not know which way to go, but I just ran, down the sidewalk, my lungs screaming, my mind a blur of terror. I could still feel the phantom touch of his hand, the spray of his blood. The image of those jars burned into my retinas. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed, gasping for air, behind a bush in someone's front yard. I fumbled for my phone, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I dialed 911, my voice cracking as I tried to explain what had happened, tried to make sense of the nightmare I had just lived. The police arrived quickly. I was a hysterical mess, barely coherent, but they saw the blood on my face, the terror in my eyes, and they listened. I led them back to the building, pointing out Mark's apartment. They went in. I waited outside, shivering uncontrollably, even though it was not that cold. A few minutes later, two officers emerged, their faces grim. One of them, a stern-faced woman, approached me. "Madam, we found him," she said, her voice quiet. "He is unconscious, but alive. And we saw the refrigerator." Her eyes held a mixture of horror and professional detachment. "We have called for backup and a forensics team. This is a lot worse than we initially thought." I just nodded, unable to speak. The images flashed behind my eyes, the the brain, the lungs, floating in their sickly yellow liquid. The next few hours were a blur of questions, statements, and medical checks. They cleaned the blood off my face, but I could still feel it, still smell it. I told them everything, every terrifying detail, from the moment I opened that fridge door to the desperate swing of the vase. Mark was arrested, of course. They found more than just the organs in the fridge. They found a hidden room in his apartment, a macabre laboratory, and evidence that linked him to several missing persons cases in the region. He was not just a collector, he was a serial killer, a monster who meticulously dissected and preserved his victims. My unique intricacies would have been his next additions. It has been months now. Mark is in prison, awaiting trial, but the horror has not truly left me. I still wake up in a cold sweat, screaming from nightmares where his dark eyes are staring at me, where I am trapped in that pristine kitchen, the scent of his sauce mingling with the metallic tang of blood and the sterile smell of preservative. I can't look at refrigerators the same way. Every time I open one, even my own, I brace myself, half expecting to see those jars, those grotesque trophies. I can't eat pasta sauce anymore. The thought of it makes me nauseous. I tried online dating again, briefly, but the profiles all seem sinister now. Every charming smile, every witty bio, feels like a mask. I see the potential for darkness everywhere. My open-mindedness, my willingness to see the good in people, it is gone, replaced by a deep-seated paranoia, a constant vigilance. They say time heals all wounds. Maybe, but some wounds leave scars so deep they change you forever. I survived, Mark, but a part of me, the part that trusted, the part that felt safe in the world, died in that kitchen. And sometimes, late at night, when the silence presses in, I can almost hear his low chuckle, almost feel his cold, predatory gaze, reminding me that the world is full of monsters, and some of them look just like the charming guy next door. She stood there, framed by the doorway to her study, her smile thin and predatory, like a cat toying with a mouse it had just cornered. My heart was a drum against my ribs, a frantic rhythm against the sudden, icy silence that had fallen over the apartment. The police report, my own name glaring back at me from decades ago, still clutched in my trembling hand. Alexander John Miller, she said, her voice a low purr that sent a shiver down my spine. Missing for 36 hours. Found disoriented. No memory. She took a step into the room, her eyes never leaving mine. Your parents, Alex, they went to such lengths to bury it. To protect you, they said. From what? I wonder. I could not speak. My mind was reeling, a tempest of disbelief and terror. My entire life, a carefully constructed lie. My parents, the people I trusted most, had kept this monumental, terrifying secret from me. And Sarah, this woman I barely knew, had unearthed it all. You knew. I finally managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. All this time, you have been researching me. She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, Alex, more than just researching. I have been observing. She walked past me, towards a small, ornate mirror that hung on the far wall of the study, a piece I would notice but never paid much attention to. Her gaze flickered to it, then back to me. You are a fascinating case, you know, a perfect specimen. A perfect specimen. The words chill me to the bone. This was not a true crime, enthusiast. This was something far more sinister. What are you talking about? I demanded, trying to inject some strength into my voice, but it came out shaky. What do you want? Sarah turned fully to face me, her expression softening slightly, but it was an unnerving, calculating softness. I want answers. Alex, the same answers you should be craving. What happened to you in Oak Haven? What happened during those 36 hours? She paused, her eyes narrowing. And more importantly, what came back with you? My blood ran cold. Nothing came back with me. I was a 6-year-old kid. I was lost, disoriented. I do not remember anything. Exactly, she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. No memory. A blank slate. Convenient, is not it? She gestured to the pile of documents on the table, the old newspaper clippings, the forum posts. I have spent years tracking down similar cases. Children, mostly, vanishing for short periods, then reappearing, often changed. Disoriented, memory loss. Sometimes their parents reported subtle differences in their behavior, their eyes, even their preferences. But your case, Alex, it is unique. It is clearer. She took another step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled. What is clearer? The reflection, she said, and her eyes, usually so warm and inviting, now held a glint of something cold and analytical. Your reflection, Alex, it does not always belong to you. My mind struggled to process the words. My reflection, what was she talking about? Was this some kind of twisted game? A delusion? That is insane. I stammered, tried to laugh it off, but the sound caught in my throat. Sarah did not laugh. She just stared, her gaze piercing. Is it? Think back. Alex, have you ever caught a glimpse of yourself in a mirror, a window, a polished surface, and felt a flicker, a disconnect, as if the person staring back was not quite you? I tried to dismiss it, but a memory, faint and unsettling, surfaced. Years ago, in my early 20s, I would have been shaving, half asleep. I would glanced up, and for a split second, the face in the mirror had seemed older, more gaunt. The eyes, not quite right. I would blinked, rubbed my eyes, blamed it on fatigue, dismissed it as a trick of the light. But now, Sarah's words twisted that forgotten moment into something sinister. It happens quickly, does not it? She continued, as if reading my thoughts. A blink, a shift, and it is gone. But I have learned to look closer, to wait, to set the stage. She gestured around the study, and suddenly the dimly lit room, the heavy curtains, the antique furniture, took on a new, ominous meaning. It felt less like a home, more like a meticulously prepared observation chamber. You are crazy, I whispered, my voice trembling. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. Am I, she challenged, her voice rising slightly, or am I simply seeing what you are too afraid to acknowledge? That something happened to you in Oakhaven, something that changed you, something that perhaps never truly left. She walked to her desk, a large mahogany piece, and pulled open a drawer. My eyes darted to the movement, half expecting a weapon. Instead, she pulled out a small, sleek digital camera. I have been documenting it, she said, her tone almost clinical. For months now, since I first identified you as a person of interest, I needed to be sure. She held up the camera, her thumb hovering over a button. Would you like to see? My stomach churned. A part of me screamed to refuse, to bolt out the door and never look back. But another, morbidly curious part, the part that had opened the box in the first place, was desperate to know, to see. Show me, I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. She clicked a button and the small screen lit up, displaying a series of images. The first few were innocuous, blurry shots of me from a distance walking down the street, sitting in a coffee shop. Then the images changed. They were closer, taken indoors. Me, reading a book. Me, looking out a window. Me, laughing at a bar. And then a sequence that made my blood run cold. It was a picture of me, standing in front of a large, ornate mirror, much like the one in her study. I was looking at my reflection, a slight, almost imperceptible frown on my face. And in the mirror, looking back, was not me. The face was similar. Yes, the same basic structure, the same hair color. But the eyes were different, deeper set, darker, with an unsettling intensity that was utterly alien. The jawline was sharper, almost gone. There was a faint, scar-like mark just above the left eyebrow that I would never had. It was me. But if I would age 20 years overnight, lived a life of hardship, and carried a profound, ancient weariness in my gaze, it was a stranger, an older, harder, more malevolent version of myself. Sarah clicked to the next image. The face and reflection was still there, but now, a faint, almost transparent shimmer seemed to distort the edges of my own image, as if the true reflection was fighting to break through. Another click, and then, for a horrifying second, the face in the mirror was entirely different. It was pale, almost translucent, with wide, black, pupilless eyes. The mouth was a thin, cruel line. It was utterly devoid of human warmth, a thing of pure, unadulterated malice. And then in the very next frame, it was me again, my own familiar face, looking confused, as if I would just blinked. I felt a scream building in my throat, but it would not escape. My hand was shaking so violently, I almost dropped the police report. "What is that?" I choked out, pointing at the screen, my finger trembling. "That," Sarah said, her voice quiet now, almost reverent, "is what came back with you from Oakhaven. Or perhaps what you brought back for it." She lowered the camera, her gaze fixed on me. It is subtle at first, a momentary distortion, a flicker, but it is growing stronger, more frequent. I have seen it more and more since you started coming here, since you started letting your guard down. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, a trick of the camera, Photoshop. But the sheer conviction in her eyes, the detailed files, the unsettling memory of my own fleeting experience, it was too much to dismiss. "Why me?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. "Why was I chosen?" Sarah shrugged, a gesture that seemed strangely out of place amidst the horror. "That is the million-dollar question, is not it? The Oakhaven incidents. Not just your disappearance, but a series of strange occurrences in that area, going back decades. Unexplained livestock mutilations, small electrical disturbances, sudden patches of extreme cold, even other brief child disappearances that were quickly hushed up. I believe it is a localized phenomenon. A gateway, perhaps. And you, Alex, were just in the wrong place at the wrong time." She walked over to the mirror again, the one on the study wall. She did not look at her own reflection, but at the space beside it, as if she could already see something. "But now," she continued, her voice gaining a strange excitement, "it is attached to you. It uses you as a vessel, a host, and it manifests through your reflection. It has been feeding. I think, feeding on your memories, your emotions, your very essence. That is why you have no recollection of those 36 hours. It consumed them." I stumbled backward, bumping into the desk. The documents scattered. "No, that is not possible. I am Alex. I am just a normal guy. Were you," she countered, her eyes gleaming. "Or did it replace a part of you? Or perhaps it has simply been dormant, slowly integrating, slowly gaining strength, and now it is ready to emerge." I looked at her, truly looked at her. Her intense eyes, the way she spoke with such certainty, the sheer volume of her research. She was not just an observer. She was obsessed. And her obsession felt less like a desire to help and more like a twisted scientific curiosity. "What do you mean? Emerge?" The word hung heavy in the air, a chilling premonition. "I believe," she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, "that the reflection is not just an image. It is a manifestation, a separate entity, growing within you and using your body as its anchor to this world. And when it is strong enough, it won't just be in the mirror anymore." My blood ran cold. The implications were horrifying. Was I slowly being taken over? Was I just a shell, a puppet for some unseen malevolent force? "No, no, no," I mumbled, shaking my head vigorously. I won't believe it. You are trying to scare me. This is some kind of elaborate prank. Sarah sighed, a theatrical sound. Alex, after all this, do you truly believe I would go to such lengths for a prank? Your parents hid a traumatic event from you for decades. I found evidence of a supernatural phenomenon attached to your very being. And you saw the pictures. Are you going to deny your own eyes? She picked up a small, handheld mirror from her desk, a delicate silver-backed piece. She held it out to me. Look, she commanded, her voice firm. Look closely. Do not just glance. Stare. Wait. See for yourself. My hand trembled as I reached for the mirror. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to refuse, to run. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need for answers, was too strong. I took the mirror. I held it up, my reflection staring back at me. My eyes wide with fear. My hair slightly disheveled. My familiar, ordinary face. I stared, my breath held captive in my lungs. Nothing. Just me. Keep looking. Sarah urged, her voice soft, almost hypnotic. Do not look away. Focus on your eyes. See the depth. See what is behind them. I focused, my gaze locked on my own eyes in the mirror. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. Seconds stretched into an eternity. My eyes started to water from the strain. Then it happened, a subtle shift, a flicker. For a fraction of a second, the light in my eyes seemed to dim, to recede, replaced by a deeper, colder void. The irises, usually a warm hazel, seemed to darken, almost blacken. The expression on my face in the mirror did not change, but the feeling emanating from it was different. It was a feeling of profound, ancient emptiness, of something inhuman looking back. I gasped a small, choke sound. My hand tightened around the mirror, my knuckles white. There, Sarah whispered, her voice filled with strange triumph. You saw it, did not you? I could not answer. I kept staring, desperate to see it again, desperate to deny it. My reflection returned to normal. My own eyes, wide and terrified, stared back. But the memory of that flicker, that brief, horrifying glimpse of something else, was seared into my mind. It is not just a reflection. Alex, Sarah continued, her voice gaining a disturbing cadence. It is a window, a gateway, and it is using your face to peer through. I dropped the mirror. It hit the carpet with a soft thud, but did not break. I backed away, bumping into a bookshelf, sending a cascade of books tumbling to the floor. What do? I pleaded, my voice cracking. How do I stop it? Sarah's smile returned, but this time it was a grim, determined curve of her lips. That is what we're going to find out. Alex, you and I repeated, my mind still reeling. What do you mean, we? You are the key. Alex, she said, her eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. You are the host, and I am the only one who understands what is happening. I have been studying this phenomenon for years. I know its patterns, its weaknesses, its hunger. Hunger. It feeds, she explained, her voice dropping to a low, chilling tone. On your memories, as I said. On your vitality. On your very identity. The more it consumes, the stronger it becomes. The more it can manifest. Soon, it won't just be a flicker in the mirror. It will be a presence, a physical entity. The thought made my stomach lurch. A physical entity. Living inside me, or waiting to replace me. But why are you helping me? I asked, suspicion warring with terror. Her methods, her demeanor, everything felt wrong. Sarah's expression hardened. I am not helping you. Alex, I am studying you. You are the most advanced case I have ever encountered. The most stable. I need to understand how it works. How it integrates. how it ultimately takes over. My blood ran cold. Takes over. Yes, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. That is its ultimate goal. To fully manifest. To replace you. To walk in your skin. The Oakhaven incidents are just the beginning. It is a process. A slow, insidious transformation. And you, Alex, are nearing the final stage. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This was not just a ghost story. This was a parasitic invasion. My own body, my own mind, being slowly consumed by something alien and malevolent. No, I whispered, shaking my head. I won't let it. Sarah walked towards me, a strange glint in her eyes. You have no choice. Alex, it is already a part of you. The question now is, can we stop it before it is too late? Or, perhaps, can we learn to control it? Control it. The idea was insane. This thing, whatever it was, had stolen a part of my childhood, haunted my life without my knowledge, and was now threatening to erase me entirely. What do we do? I asked again, desperation overriding my fear and suspicion. If she was the only one who knew, the only one who had any answers. I was trapped. First, she said, her gaze sweeping over the scattered documents. We need to understand its origins. The 36 hours you were missing. What happened then is crucial. And since you can't remember, we will have to find another way. She walked back to her desk and pulled out another folder, thicker than the others. I have developed a theory, based on other cases, other disappearances, other reflections. I believe it is an entity from another dimension, a shadow dimension, perhaps, that occasionally bleeds into ours. And Oakhaven, for some reason, is a weak point, a portal. She pulled out a map of Oakhaven, marked with various pins and circles. Your childhood home, Alex, was very close to one of the most active points. The old Miller's Mill, abandoned for decades. Locals claimed it was haunted, but I think it was something far older than a ghost. So, you think I went there? It is highly probable. A 6-year-old disoriented, drawn by some unseen force. It is a classic pattern, and that is where it likely bonded with you. She looked at me, her expression grim. We need to go back to Oakhaven. Alex, to the mill, to the source. It is dangerous, but it is the only way to understand what happened. And perhaps to find a way to sever connection. My stomach dropped. Go back to Oakhaven, the place of my deepest, unknown trauma. The place where this nightmare began. The idea filled me with an almost paralyzing dread. No, I said, shaking my head. I can't. I do not want to go back there. You do not have a choice. Alex, she said, her voice firm. This thing is part of you now. It is growing. If we do not confront it, it will consume you entirely. And then it will be free to find another host, another portal. It is a threat not just to you, but to everything. Her words, while terrifying, held a perverse logic. I was trapped by a past I did not remember, a parasitic entity I could not see, and a woman who claimed to be my only hope, yet filled me with a deeper sense of unease. What exactly do you expect to find there? I asked, trying to buy myself time to process the enormity of her revelation. Evidence, clues, perhaps even a way to communicate with it or understand its true nature, she said, her eyes gleaming with a scientific fervor that was utterly chilling. And if we are lucky, a way to separate from you. And if we are not lucky, she just stared at me, her silence more terrifying than any answer she could have given. The next few days were a blur of restless nights and growing paranoia. Every reflective surface became a source of dread. I avoided mirrors, caught myself flinching away from shop windows, even tried to ignore my own reflection in the dark screen of my phone. But the fear was always there, a cold knot in my stomach. The memory of that fleeting flicker, that inhuman gaze, haunted my every waking moment. Sarah, meanwhile, was relentless. She called me, texted me, sent me more articles and studies about similar phenomena. She spoke with an unnerving confidence, as if she was dealing with a scientific experiment rather than a man whose life was being systematically dismantled. She had already booked us a cabin in Oak Haven, not far from the old mill. She had equipment, she said, cameras, sensors, things to detect anomalies. I felt like a lamb being led to slaughter, but the alternative to do nothing, to wait for this entity to consume me, was even more terrifying. I had to know. I had to fight. The drive to Oak Haven was steeped in a thick, oppressive silence. Sarah drove, her hand steady on the wheel, her gaze fixed on the winding road. I stared out the window, the familiar Vermont landscape now imbued with a sinister aura. Every shadowed tree, every rustling bush seemed to hold a hidden threat. As we approached the town, a cold dread settled over me. Oak Haven. The name itself felt like a curse. It was a small, sleepy town nestled in the Green Mountains, seemingly idyllic. But beneath its peaceful veneer, I now knew lay a dark secret. My secret. The cabin Sarah had rented was isolated, deep in the woods, a few miles from the old mill. It was rustic, with a large stone fireplace and no cell service. Perfect for her research, I thought bitterly. Perfect for trapping me. That first night, I could not sleep. Every creak of the old cabin, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of fear through me. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying Sarah's words, picturing that horrifying reflection. Was it watching me even now, from some unseen dimension, waiting for its moment? The next morning, Sarah was already up, meticulously organizing her equipment. She had a backpack filled with cameras, a portable monitor, and what looked like some kind of EMF detector. Ready? Alex, she asked, her voice calm, almost cheerful. I was not, but I nodded anyway. The hike to the old miller's mill was through dense, overgrown woods. The air was heavy, damp, and strangely still. No bird sang. The only sounds were our footsteps on the leaf-strewn path and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. As we drew closer, a strange metallic smell permeated the air, faint but distinct. It was like ozone mixed with something coppery and old. The trees grew thicker, their branches gnarled and twisted, blotting out the sunlight. The atmosphere grew heavier, colder, even though it was a relatively warm day. Then, through the trees, I saw it. The mill. It was a decaying skeletal structure of weathered wood and rusted metal, slowly being reclaimed by the forest. The roof had long since collapsed, leaving gaping holes open to sky. The windows were shattered, like empty eye sockets staring out at the world. A massive, moss-covered water wheel, long defunct, stood frozen in time beside a stagnant, murky stream. A profound sense of unease washed over me, a feeling of deep wrongness that went beyond simple creepiness. It felt ancient, malevolent, as if the very air around the mill was charged with a dark, unseen energy. This is it, Sarah whispered, her voice tinged with an almost reverent awe. The nexus. We approached slowly, cautiously. Every step felt like walking into a trap. The ground around the mill was muddy, churned up, as if something heavy had recently passed through. But there were no footprints, human or otherwise. Inside, the mill was a desolate wreck. Broken machinery, rotting wood, and piles of debris lay scattered everywhere. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light that pierced the collapsed roof, illuminating the decay. The metallic, coppery smell was stronger here, almost overwhelming. Sarah immediately set up her equipment. She placed small, high-definition cameras in various strategic locations, connected them to her portable monitor, and started taking readings with her EMF detector. The device immediately spiked, emitting a high-pitched whine. Significant energy readings, she murmured, her eyes glued to the screen. Higher than anything I have ever recorded. I stood frozen in the center of the mill, my eyes darting around the shadows. I felt like I was being watched. A cold, prickling sensation crawled up my spine. My heart was pounding, a desperate drum in the silence. "Do you feel anything?" "Alex," Sarah asked without looking at me. "Any memories? Any sensations?" I closed my eyes, tried to reach back, to break through the impenetrable wall of my forgotten past. All I felt was a profound emptiness, a chilling void where those 36 hours should have been. But beneath that void, a growing pressure, a sense of something stirring. Just cold. I whispered, opening my eyes, and a feeling of dread. Suddenly, the air in the mill grew even colder. My breath plumed in front of me. The dust motes in the light shaft seemed to freeze, suspended in the air. Then a low, guttural growl echoed through the mill. It was not an animal sound. It was deeper, more resonant, filled with an ancient malice that made my blood run cold. Sarah gasped, her head snapping up. Her EMF detector shrieked, its needle maxing out. "It is here," she breathed, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. "It is reacting to our presence. To your presence. Alex." The growl intensified, seeming to come from all directions at once, reverberating off the decaying walls. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer appeared in the air, directly in front of us. It was like heat haze, but colder, darker. "Alex, look." Sarah pointed frantically at the shimmer. "The portal. It is opening." My eyes widened in terror. The shimmer solidified, becoming a wavering, translucent curtain in the air. And through it, I saw it, a reflection, but it was not my reflection. It was a face from Sarah's photos, the one with the black, pupilless eyes and the cruel mouth, the pale, translucent entity. But this time it was larger, more defined, and it was staring directly at me. Its eyes, those abyssal voids, seemed to pierce through me, into the very core of my being. A wave of intense cold washed over me, accompanied by a sudden, excruciating pain behind my eyes. It felt like something was trying to claw its way out of my skull. A chorus of whispers filled my mind, unintelligible, yet filled with a chilling malevolence. "It is trying to communicate," Sarah yelled, fumbling with a pair of specialized goggles. "It is trying to break through." The entity in the shimmering portal reached out a hand, a pale, clawed appendage that seemed to stretch from another dimension. It moved towards me, slowly, inexorably. I felt a surge of pure, primal terror. This was it. This was the thing that had taken me, that had been living inside me, waiting. "No!" I screamed, stumbling backward, trying to escape its gaze, its reach. As I did, something shifted inside me. A deep, agonizing, tearing sensation, as if my very soul was being ripped apart. The whispers of my mind grew louder, clearer, coalescing into a single, terrifying thought mine. "You are mine." And then, I saw it, in the reflection of a broken piece of machinery. Lying on the ground, my own face stared back at me. But it was no longer my face. The eyes were black, pupilless. The mouth was a thin, cruel line. The skin was pale, translucent. It was its face. My reflection belonged to something else entirely. It had replaced me. A horrifying realization dawned on me. The entity in the portal was not trying to come through to me. It was trying to come back to itself. It had been living inside me, using me as a temporary vessel, and now, at the place of its origin, it was ready to shed its disguise. It was ready to fully manifest. The creature in the portal extended its clawed hand further, no longer reaching for me, but reaching into me. I felt a cold, alien presence surge through my body, filling every nerve, every cell. My own thoughts, my own consciousness, began to recede, like a tide pulling back from the shore. Sarah, her face a mixture of horror and scientific fascination, was yelling something, but her words were distant. You have been listening to Daily Story, where every swipe becomes a tale worth telling. Be sure to follow, share, and subscribe tomorrow. A brand new story awaits.